Caesar, go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, February 26, 2024. Commissioners' Court is meeting in regular open session. This morning, we're joined by ASL interpreters Tamara Gastelum and Dario Garcia. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance? Next, we'll receive an invocation from Mr. Joe Nevares, representing Join Us for Justice, the El Paso chapter of Americans United for Separation of Church and State.
Welcome, Mr. Nevares.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present this morning's message. First, I wish to thank each of you for performing an extremely important role, that of serving our beautiful community and its citizens. The work is of utmost importance and affects the lives of everyone in this county. There are numerous issues in our county that need to be addressed. Some are strictly local in nature, affecting only our local constituents. Some, however, such as how we address the large migrant influx or our response to mass shootings, have implications nationally. Your experience and knowledge provides you with the foundation necessary to choose ethically and humanely how to address the multitude of issues before you. We, the citizens of El Paso County, are first-generation immigrants, descendants of immigrants, or descendants of indigenous Americans. We are looking for a chance to achieve the American dream, however we define it. We are a diverse community. Our financial condition, our politics, and our ambitions vary. Our community is composed of people who follow a multitude of religious faiths and also of no religious affiliation whatsoever. However, we all share a common love for this community and strive for a better future for ourselves, our loved ones, and our community as a whole. We are El Paso Strong. Once again, thank you for serving our county and its citizens.
Thank you for being here with us. Thank you.
Judge, do you have any opening remarks for us this morning?
Yes, thank you for that. On behalf of our commissioners and myself, we welcome you to Commissioners Court. We're always very grateful and thankful that you're here with us. Today, some amazing resolutions that we'd love to recognize and organizations and individuals. So this is part of the great part of our Commissioners Court, but always welcome for you to stay on and be with us. Just wanted to encourage you. We're going to have, starting to have our public hearings for the county, and I'll read what you'll be hearing. We're hosting community engagement meetings to gather your insights for our upcoming multi-year capital plan. This is your chance to learn more about the county's financial landscape, help identify how best to invest in our community's growth, and voice your priorities for infrastructure projects, public facility enhancements, and more. Don't miss the opportunity to help make a difference. Meeting number 1 will be at Jefferson High School, February the 28th. Number 2 will be Thursday, February the 29th at East Montana Middle School. And number 3 would be on Saturday, March the 2nd at Andrews High School. So we thank you for your participation. Once again, we're all hoping, commissioners and myself, hoping you have just an amazing Monday, that you just have an awesome week. Thank you very much. Thank you, Caesar.
Judge?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Coronado.
Judge, I'd like the court to indulge in a moment of silence for a person that was from El Paso that died. Yesterday, our community gathered on a vigil for Next Benedict, a 16-year-old non-binary teenager who was born in El Paso, Texas. Next died on February 8, 2024 in Owasso, Oklahoma, after being involved in a fight in a bathroom at Owasso High School. So if we could have a moment of silence to pay our respect to our El Paso native and their family during this difficult time, we'd be very appreciative.
So we'll ask you for a moment of silence, please. Thank you, Commissioner Coronado.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4AM. We have a correction to read into item number 4C. Item 4C, correction per the Budget and Finance Department Grants Division. The item should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement between El Paso County and El Paso Emergence Network on behalf of the 243rd Judicial District Mental Health Court to provide services to the participants of the Inspire Specialty Court from August 31st, 2023 through August 31st, 2024, in an amount not to exceed $68,824.06, pending final legal review and approval from the County Attorney's Office. Funds are available in special grant EPC MHCP 24 operating expense. Are there any other items that members of the court or the public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you, Judge. Yes, I'd like to go ahead and pull item X and hear that item with item 15 on the regular agenda since they're related.
Item X along with item 15, you said?
Yes, if it could be read in with item 15 since the two are
Sure.
related.
Any others?
No, hearing none. Move to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5, resolutions. We're going to skip it up to item 5B. Approve and adopt a resolution honoring the life, accomplishments, and contributions of Mr. Yazoo Greer to the El Paso County community.
Commissioner Coronado?
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, it's with great pleasure and honor that I present this resolution to the court. And someone who has really been very, just a positive influence and a, great community member. And he's joined here by a lot of his family and ex-members from Mayor Praino from the village of Vinton. We thank you all very much. The councilman is here present, so we really appreciate you all being here for this resolution. So I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Mr. Yazoo Greer was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on February 1st, 1940, in 1958, he enlisted in the United States Army, serving in both South Korea and Japan and completing his military service in Fort Bliss, Texas. In 1964, in his rank E4, while at Fort Bliss, he married his first wife, Rosario Garcia, and together had 4 children, Gerald, Michelle, Barry, and Denise. In 1982, he married his second wife, Maria Paz, and adopted her 2 sons, Adolfo and Jesus. In 1986, and had a son named Vincent. Mr. Greer and Maria Paz also fostered and raised Jasmine, who was orphaned in Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua, Mexico, and Juan, their grandson. And whereas transitioning to civilian life in 1965, Mr. Greer joined El Paso Electric, notably as the only African-American lineman between El Paso and California. Mr. Greer was motivated to be involved in IBEW Local 960, where he eventually became the business manager and retired as supervisor after 45 years to represent minorities after witnessing their mistreatment. And whereas Mr. Greer's leadership helped level the playing field by addressing the issues, including the lack of promotions for minorities from foreman positions, fair pay, and a better medical plan. He likewise fought against discrimination by association practices, enduring derogatory language, including the N-word from other union members, after his close friend faced discrimination by white individuals simply because of his friendship with Mr. Greer. Whereas Mr. Greer was elected and served on Vinton Village Council from 2000 to 2014, despite pushback, Mr. Greer standardized hiring practices and employee protections to ensure the day-to-day operations and council-approved initiatives would be undisrupted after local elections. He worked with the village administration to implement competitive wages and employee benefits to ensure Vinton residents had the most qualified staff working to improve their quality of life. And whereas Mr. Greer was a persistent advocate for ensuring all families had equitable access to necessities like safe drinking water and wastewater. He championed all efforts to build a public water distribution and wastewater collection system. And whereas while serving on the Vinton Village Council, Mr. Greer led the village through the 2006 flood recovery, ensuring families received needed assistance to repair their homes through collaborations with federal, state, and nonprofit organizations, all while repairing his own home. He also promoted the reconstruction and care of natural waterways to reduce risk of future flooding. And whereas Mr. Greer remained active in various Vinton initiatives when he chose not to seek re-election after the passing of his beloved wife, Maria Paz, throughout his life, Mr. Yasu Greer has epitomized a commitment to uplifting others. His tireless efforts have invariably enhanced lives and inspired positive change. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court celebrate the life, accomplishments, and contributions of Mr. Yasu Greer to the El Paso County community. Signed this 26th day of February, 2024.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Y'all want to come up? Yes, Mayor, come on up.
Good morning, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Madeleine Moreno. I'm the former mayor of Vinton. And I am very honored today to be here to speak to you about Mr. Yasu Greer. When I was elected mayor in 2006, Mr. Greer was already serving in city council and had already established himself as someone who shared my vision for Vinton. For many years, residents had seen themselves as victims of their circumstances and could not see the potential of a future with same quality of life as others in the county. Groundwater contamination due to no sewer meant very few homes had safe drinking water. Our streets were sparsely paved, annual flash floods, we had many of them, and what you could say a park we had. But that didn't stop Mr. Greer from advocating for change. I used to say that Vinton was stuck in the 1900s and needed to catch up. We knew it would take a lot of work to change the minds and hearts of the people of Vinton. Mr. Greer, being an advocate for those less fortunate, would walk house to house with me to speak to all residents, sharing a vision of the future that had the basic necessities of a community. Over and over, he would challenge those who said this or that couldn't happen or what would never happen in Vinton. It wasn't long before our shared vision gained the support of our citizens, so much so that they willingly signed petitions subjecting themselves to higher property taxes to achieve our goals. Together, Mr. Greer, from 2006 to 2010, we rebuilt streets, initiated stormwater protections, installed street lightings, created a housing rehabilitation program, built a park that left others envious, and the first of a series of small pocket parks in residential neighborhoods. We established ourselves as a location for businesses to local homes, to call home, bringing 4 new multi-million-dollar companies, not to mention partnering with new owners of the steel mill twice for expansion and environmental compliance. In 2011, after years of challenges and changes, Vinton was lined up to receive $34 million in funding to build the water and sewer systems. And even though 87% of our residents supported this tremendous undertaking, the naysayers say no over and over and over, until the entire future of Vinton was in jeopardy. Mr. Greer, with his spirit of perseverance, continued to fight on council and with council for our residents to get safe drinking water and sewer, placing the issue on our agenda meeting after meeting after meeting, and after the grant funds had been lost. We continue to meet with residents to discuss the harm that had been done with the loss of funding. In 2013, we finally found relief from this drama, but it all seemed too late, but not for Mr. Greer, who continued to push on. He continued to encourage myself and others to keep pushing, to stay positive, until in 2016, we were able to regain almost all of the funding we had lost for water and sewer. Mr. Greer retired from his political service in Vinton, but never stopped advocating. It is due in large part to his fighting spirit that Vinton is finally joining the 21st century. We are working with you, the county, and other entities of government on a stormwater project. We have safe drinking water, which is available for everyone in Vinton. And after we complete phase 3, which is already in motion, the village of Vinton will have access to sewer, protecting this way the community from groundwater contamination in the future. As I said, I am honored to speak to you today about what has been accomplished over the years, thanks to the efforts of this man, Mr. Yasu Greer. He served the village of Vinton not just as an elected official, but as a neighbor, as an advocate, and most of all, as my friend. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. We have someone else that would like to speak. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning to Mr. Leon, Stout, Ms. Holguin, Mr. Coronado, and Judge Ricardo Isamaniago. On behalf of my family and with immense gratitude, I extend a heartfelt appreciation for the resolution honoring the ongoing contributions and remarkable life of my father, Mr. Yasu Greer, to the County of El Paso. Excuse me. First and foremost, we want to express our deepest gratitude to each one of you, Commissioners and Judge, for the unwavering dedication in recognizing and celebrating individuals like my father who have impacts in our community. Your commitment to highlighting the stories and achievements of residents serves as an inspiration to all of us. We extend our thanks to the entire County Judge Commissioner Court for collectively championing this resolution. Your collaboration and efforts acknowledging the outstanding service and leadership of individuals such as such as my father, exemplify the unity and strength of our local government. Furthermore, we wish to express our gratitude to the countless individuals who have contributed to the drafting and passing of this resolution. For community advocates to local leaders, and each voice efforts has played a vital role in ensuring that my father's contributions are recognized and celebrated. To our friends, neighbors, and fellow residents of El Paso County, we extend our heartfelt appreciation for the ongoing support and encouragements. Unwavering solidarity has been a source of strength and inspiration to our family. We are deeply grateful for those bonds in our community that ties us all together. We would also like to extend a special thanks to the judge, Mr. Samaniego, for his support and recognition of my father's contributions. But certainly not least, we want to extend the sincerest thanks and appreciation to my father, Mr. Greer, who has dedicated resilience and unwavering commitment to serve not only and enrich the lives of those around him, but also left an unforgettable mark on the fabric of our community. We are immensely proud to call him our dad. We are profoundly grateful for the love, guidance, and inspiration he has continued to provide to us each day. In closing remarks, we want to express our deepest appreciation to everyone involved in drafting this passage and collaborating this resolution. Your collective efforts have ensured that my father's legacy, service, compassion, and leadership will be honored and remembered for generations to come. With sincere gratitude, Sanchez Greer family.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else that would want to speak? I guess there's no more profound admiration than coming from a son. And so we sense your admiration and everyone else. And I'm so glad that it's just unbelievable how one individual can do so much to, keep things going and being relentless. And now I'm very proud that you now have a great commissioner that will follow through and take advantage of the foundation that Mr. Greer established. So we're very confident that that's what's going to happen. So back to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. This is just such a great way to honor a person who, through perseverance and through positive outlook has just made a difference, not just in government, but in his community. And we're really very appreciative of all his service and everything that he has done for our community. I also want to thank Jessica Garza from our organization for helping us with this resolution and her staff. We want to thank everybody from the village of Vinton who has supported, Mr. Greer right along with him for everything that he has really advocated for on behalf of his community. So on behalf of the court, we want to thank you all. And Mr. Greer, our hearts go out to you. Thank you, sir, for all you've done for our community.
Thank you.
Can we take a picture?
1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you.
This resolution, that's just a heartfelt resolution for somebody so beloved by his community. Thank you all.
You're quite welcome. Caesar, we're going to postpone one of them. You want to do it at this time? It'll be number D, Resolution D, if you could, we're going to postpone.
Would you like to take C first real quick?
D will be postponed,
Okay.
but I don't know if you want to comment on that, or
Okay, we're going to postpone 1 week for item
Yes,
D? Okay. Is that your motion, sir?
yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Caesar.
Uh-huh. Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing KTSM TV for their partnership in spotlighting El Paso County, Texas.
You want to go ahead and come up from KTSM, please? We could have you both up here. Okay, thank you. Behind the, yeah. Thank you. This is really special because as commissioners and myself, communicating with our community is just so vital and so important. But not only the communication, but actually the accuracy and doing the things that highlight, a lot of what we do and take away some of the things that we focus on too many things that don't highlight us as a community and the effort that the county is involved in. And so I really, this is very special because it's not always the case that we have such a partnership. So, whereas KTSM TV, the NBC affiliate in El Paso, Texas, has embraced their putting local first slogan by working with El Paso County's communication department by producing weekly segments that highlight El Paso's county initiatives. And whereas author, producer Stephanie Shields' collaboration with our communications team has written, edited, and hosted a weekly segment called County Connection that highlights many of the county's initiatives which serves and affects our residents. Whereas General Manager David Candelaria, News Director Chris Babak, Operations Manager Ossie Carrillo, and the many producers, anchors, reporters, photojournalists, and production personnel took on the initiative of highlighting every single small town municipality within El Paso County to include Tornillo, Fabens, Clint, San Elizario, Socorro, Horizon, Anthony, Canotillo, and Vinton, as we just heard from, in the summer of 2023 with their Small Town Spotlight series, where they conducted live remote broadcasts and produced news stories of unique places within each of the communities. Whereas these live newscasts help highlight the vibrant culture and unique heritage of many people and places that make El Paso County a great place to live. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognizes KTSM TV for being such a great partner and for their work of featuring and spotlighting the many places, people, and the stories that make El Paso County such a vibrant community. Signed this 26th day of February 2024.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
You've got the mic.
We just want to say thank you so much. It is an honor, and of course, I know Stephanie wants to say a little bit of something.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Monica Cortez, sorry for that.
Thank you, Monica.
And
Stephanie?
for the record, Stephanie Shields. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you all, commissioners, judge, and the community for, this partnership and being able to tell the stories and the important work that everyone is doing across the county. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Laura, you want a few words here to help us recognize these great individuals?
Absolutely. It has been a pleasure to work with KTSM, and I'm glad that we're continuing the partnership. Since 2022, we've been doing County Connection on a weekly basis, and that takes a lot of work. And so I really want to thank all of the KTSM management, newsroom, production team, as well as Miguel and Alexis played a huge role as well. So thank you, Miguel and Alexis. I'm sorry to see Stephanie leave, but the County Connection will continue. And then, of course, Monica Cortez for her work in the small town spotlights were just invaluable type of promotion for the county. So I want to thank them once again.
What, you're going to leave? I'm just kidding. No, we always miss, I know when I get a call from the reporters, for some reason they'll call me and say, I'm about to leave, and it hurts because you've got this great relationship. So, but we wish you the best in all your endeavors and everything you've done for us. And I hope the community understands these stories and these things. It puts the right perspective of who we are and how important that is. But I think we have a video that we're going to display. Yeah.
The El Paso County Parks and Recreation Department. Well, this morning, local nonprofits received money from the El Paso County American Rescue Plan Act Fund. In our County Connection this week, El Paso County Commissioners Court on Monday approved to have a public hearing on a pollution permit. County Connection, some important news for El Paso taxpayers. More budget talks at El Paso County to discuss the recommended budget for fiscal year 24. The El Paso County leaders are holding several events for the community. Joining us now is Laura Gallegos, the County Communications Manager.
Can you hear me, Stephanie?
Well, it's time for our County Connection, and this week we are meeting with the County Commission. Important information happening across El Paso County.
This is a special edition of KTSM 9 News Small Town Spotlight.
Well, just about 45 minutes southeast of El Paso sits a small town full of rich history and character. We are coming to you live from Tornillo, Texas.
Welcome to another special installment of KTSM 9 News at 5 Small Town Spotlight. We are coming to you live from Amador Villalobos Sports Complex in beautiful Fabens, Texas. And we are coming to you live today from San Elizario, a truly historic gym here in the borderland.
And you know what? This is our 5th installment, Andy. I'm so excited. I love El Paso. It has so many small towns with so many incredible people. And today we are in Socorro, where we have so many amazing people from agriculture to history to food.
Out of the studio and in the community as we continue with our Small Town Spotlight series this summer. And we are coming to you live today from Anthony, Texas, and really getting a 2-for-1 today as we are highlighting the communities here in Anthony, Texas, as well as Anthony, New Mexico. Big shout out to the cheerleaders. So that's going to do it for this edition of the Small Town Spotlight series live here from Canutillo. Make sure you join us next Wednesday at 5 and 6 o'clock. We're going to be live from Benton.
Wow, Benton, you're next.
Isn't that cool? Nothing but positive attributes of our community. Thank you, Laura. Thank you for your partnership. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Judge, if I may, just really quickly, I just wanted to take a moment to thank Monica and everyone at KTSM for the Small Town Spotlights. You all have no idea how impactful and meaningful that was to these small communities that, most of us that live within the city of El Paso, a lot of times just don't realize the tremendous amount of history and culture and just the different opportunities that exist in the communities that are located in the more rural parts of the county. And it was they were so excited to participate and to be there and to be able to talk about their community and why they love their community so much. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew just what an impact you had on those small communities by doing that. So thank you.
And thank you, Miguel, as it was said, Miguel and Lexus, thank you very much. I always enjoy, like, when they tell me somebody wants to interview you, but when there was this particular segment, oh, that was nice. It was something that I could really feel good about. So once again, thank you so much, and we hope we continue that great partnership. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Okay, Caesar.
Item number 5E, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing March 2024 as National Procurement Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you. Welcome, Karen and team. Thank you. Karen and your team, this is very special to us because we understand the community sometimes has a difficult understanding of purchasing and procurement, and but you know that's where a lot of our money is well spent and done properly, and this is helps us be very disciplined and very concerned as to you know how we utilize the taxes and the money that we receive. So very special for us. To present this resolution. Whereas each year, the National Institute of Government Purchasing, NIGP, and other professional procurement associations throughout the nation celebrate March as National Procurement Month, where these entities engage in special efforts to inform the public about the importance of the role played by procurement professionals throughout the industry and train its members in best practices for the acquisition of goods and services necessary to support our public organizations. Whereas the purchasing department recognizes, supports, and practices the public procurement values and guiding principles of accountability, ethics, impartiality, professionalism, service, and transparency established by the NIGP as fundamental tenets of the public procurement profession. Whereas the purchasing department procures annually over $80 million in goods, services, and construction projects for the County of El Paso, and the department continues to create a system of effective and efficient procurement techniques as well as technology to obtain the best possible outcomes and support to county departments and taxpayers. Whereas the County of El Paso is committed to recognizing and honoring these departments that are dedicated to the highest ideals of public services, ethics, and improvement, and the county's purchasing department is one such worthy department. Now therefore be resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby recognizes March 2024 as National Procurement Month, signed this 26th day of February 2024.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Welcome, Karen.
Good morning, Judge. Good
morning.
morning, Commissioners. Karen Davidson, County Purchasing Agent, and our wonderful purchasing team. We want to say thank you for this resolution, and thank you for spotlighting and honoring us today. We're privileged to serve as your purchasing team, and March is a celebration month for us because it is the National Procurement Month across the nation. This team of skilled professionals work daily to improve and provide customer services that our departments need for goods and services, from the chair you're sitting in to the pen that you're writing with, to the roads we travel on, and to the parks that we enjoy. This team performs with integrity and a mindfulness of the regulations and law. We share this court's strategic goal of improving the procurement process, and your support is very valuable to us. We continue to strive for excellence, which is demonstrated through our 5th consecutive year of the Award of Excellence in Procurement from the National Purchasing Institute, and on a national level. This is quite an accomplishment for us. This program is designed to measure innovation, professionalism, e-procurement, productivity, and leadership attributes of the procurement functions based on standardized national criteria. This county purchasing department has strived to meet this criteria by implementing processes and procedures that are consistently evaluated and improved, and we continue to strive with that improvement. We also continue to receive with the State of Texas Comptroller's Office Star of Transparency Award that we share with our auditors. This long-term accolade demonstrates our process are clear and transparent to all of our stakeholders. So this isn't about me, this is about the team, and I'd like to turn it over to my wonderful assistant and have the team introduce themselves. Ms. Sylvia?
Thank you.
Morning. Thank
Good
you.
morning. Welcome.
Thank you. El Jauregui. We really want to thank you all for allowing us the opportunity to highlight our team. We have a great team, we really do. Each and every one of them has a special talent, a special something they bring to our team to make us what we are. With that being said, I know we have one of our members in our team that year after our 5th year, has really worked hard to allow us to get this award. And Isela Moreno has done an amazing job at highlighting us and making us look amazing. She's our data analyst, and so thank you to Isela for all her hard work.
Thank you, Scylla.
Thank you.
You want to introduce yourselves? Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Isela Moreno. I'm the data analyst and currently software buyer.
Thank you.
Commissioners, County Judge, how are you? I'm Albert. I'm a buyer for the purchasing department.
Thank you, Lord.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Parra, and I'm a buyer too for the county.
Thank you, Claudia.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Esparza, and I'm a buyer too for the purchasing department in the county.
Thank you.
Good morning. Leila Talavera, administrative specialist for purchasing department.
Thank you.
Good morning. Carrie Granger. I'm a buyer too for the purchasing department.
Thank you.
Good morning, Samantha Bronson, a buyer for the purchasing department.
Thank you.
Good morning, Blanca Cuereca, and procurement card administrator.
Thank you.
Again, thank you, Court. We're missing Miss Pat Williams, another wonderful buyer that we have with us, and a long-term Araceli Hernandez, who's our senior formal bid buyer. And I want to make sure that they got acclimates as well. So thank you so kindly for this honor.
Thank you. And we want to apologize that when we ask for something that we think we're the only ones that are asking for it. We sometimes we forget that there's others that are asking for. I don't know, Betsy, you want to comment on, you have a good relationship with the team.
Thank you, Judge. I just want to say it's such a pleasure working with all the members of the staff in purchasing. I know how committed they are. I know how much they realize that the work that they do impacts the work that we do to serve the community in a day in, day out. Most recently, I've had the pleasure of getting my first P card, and I can't tell you how optimistic I am about how that will help. I'm already hearing feedback from departments that that's helping to be able to expedite getting jobs done. And then when we had a recent issue, and I know Claudia called, and they immediately replied and found a solution. So thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you. And I guess Barbara and Jessica out there, that you have worked very close with this department.
Yes, Barbara Parker with the County Auditor's Office. We work very closely with purchasing, with the purchasing agent as well as with her staff, and they have always been wonderful in trying to make sure that the county stays in compliance with laws, yet we serve the county staff and all of the departments as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Barbara. Jessica?
Jessica Garza, Budget and Finance Department. Again, we work daily with the purchasing department and also kind of as a collaborator with the departments to make sure that that our money is spent the best way that it can be spent. And so we really rely on the purchasing department, Karen and her team, to give us the advice on how to move forward to make sure that the departments have all of the resources they need to get the job done.
Thank you, Jessica. And our commissioner and one of the board members like myself, Commissioner Leon.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Commissioners, I was able to take a tour of your department, Karen, and I was so impressed. And you know what? The most impressive thing of all was the spirit of all the employees. And I've got to give you a lot of credit for what's being done, your new printing potential that's coming up that's going to help us save money. And I, too, have something very much in common with all of you, and that I've got a buyer at home. Her name's Bonnie. No, thank you. Thank you for the tour. I really enjoyed it, so congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. So, applause, please. Caesar? We're going to, oh, thank you very much, man. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break for some technical assistance here.
Okay.
Yeah?
All right.
Betsy? 5 minutes? Yeah.
Commissioners Court will recess for 5 minutes. It is 10:32 a.m.
Stand by.
Okay.
We ready?
Go ahead.
Caesar, the order then would be, we're going to have the enunciation on that resolution. Then we're going to have Congresswoman Escobar and the incredible team. Then we'll have public comments afterwards, so we don't hold them back.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 10:45. Item number 5A from resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution expressing El Paso County's support for Annunciation House. And I just wanted to let the court know that we do have 6 speakers that have signed up to speak on this item as well.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for joining us this morning for this really important resolution. I just want to start by saying this resolution, I get to read it, but it comes from all of us, I think, wholeheartedly, and not just those of us that sit here on the dais, but from many, many members in the community, including former elected officials like Senator Jose Rodriguez and Elliot Shapley, who reached out to suggest we do this. I know everybody here probably feels the same way. How dare the state try to shut down an organization like Annunciation House? And as you said so eloquently last week, Judge, we're drawing the line in the sand. We've watched as the Department of Public Safety has engaged in dangerous, high-speed pursuits and unwarranted stops of our community members. We have watched as state agents have placed razor wire along the banks of the Rio Grande, and not just between the U.S. and Mexico, but on the river levees between El Paso County and New Mexico. This is outrageous. We have watched our jails fill up with people arrested under Operation Lone Star, hindering our finances here at the county, and our criminal justice system clogged with cases that crowd out true public safety cases. We've heard people all over the county ask, all over the country ask, is El Paso safe to visit? Is it safe to do business here? For these reasons, several weeks ago, we reached out directly to the president, and we have tried to work with the state where we can. But this is not a public safety campaign, it's a political campaign. And the more the state of Texas can create the impression of chaos on our streets, on our border, the better the electoral prospects for that side, not just here, but across the country. It's an abuse of power in the most fundamental of ways, the armed power of the state. It's abuse of policy. Instead of working with the federal government and local elected officials in El Paso and across the country, Texas is sowing division. It is an immigration process problem and a border management question. It is not a security issue. What the Texas Attorney General has done with Annunciation House brings clarity to this question. People helping people are now targets, while people hurting people sit back and laugh. We're not going to have this. This resolution from all of us is just one part of what we're doing and will continue to do to protect the helpers in our community. So thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I look forward to hearing your thoughts after I read the resolution. I'll go ahead and do that. So the resolution states, whereas Annunciation House is a volunteer organization that offers hospitality in a building that is close to 100 years old, located on the fringe of El Paso's biggest barrio, 10 blocks from the U.S.-Mexico border, offering a sanctuary and a home to thousands of refugees and migrant poor. And whereas the Annunciation House grew from a seed planted in winter of 1976, when a small group of young adults first gathered to consider and discuss the possibility of such a place, driven by their faith, which called them to be in solidarity with the poor, living in the community and offering any work or service freely. And whereas they decided early on that Annunciation House would be sustained by the spontaneous generosity of those who wanted to be a part of the work by supporting it, Nothing would be accepted that had strings attached, and the service offered would be to those most in need, to those who could not be assisted by existing programs, agencies, or offices. And whereas, with the help and blessing of then Bishop Sidney Metzger, the diocese loaned a building, and on February 3rd, 1978, 5 young adults moved into the building with no money or resources and only vague ideas about how the poor would be served other than making themselves available to the poor, who would show the way and do the teaching. An Annunciation House was born and has been an example of servant leadership and service for more than 40 years. And whereas the Attorney General of Texas on February 7th demanded a broad swath of records without an explanation, Annunciation House asked the court to decide what documents the law permits the Attorney General to access. There's nothing illegal about asking a court to decide a person's rights. And whereas the Attorney General has now made it explicit that the real goal is not records, but to shut down the organization, stating that he considers it a crime for a Catholic organization to provide shelter to refugees. And whereas the Annunciation House has provided hospitality to hundreds of thousands of refugees for over 46 years, its response to the stranger no different from that of schools who enroll children of refugees, the clinics and hospitals who care for the needs of refugees, and the churches, synagogues, and mosques who welcome families to join in worship. And whereas Annunciation House's work is central to the community of El Paso, which has made it a point of pride to provide humane support for people coming through our community in need, Annunciation House has kept hundreds of thousands of refugees off the streets and given them food and shelter, work that helps serve our local businesses, our city and county, and immigration officials by keeping people off the streets and giving them shelter while they come through our community. And now, therefore, be it resolved that El Paso County is in full support of Annunciation House, a treasured sanctuary that through its service to the poor provides service to all of us, and will do everything in its power to ensure that Annunciation House is able to continue its works. And further resolved that the El Paso County Commissioners Court, pursuant to its authority and responsibility to provide for public health and welfare, is in full support of the network of nonprofit organizations, interfaith organizations, and community partners that help the county in this mission, and will do everything in its power to ensure that this network is able to continue its work. And finally, resolved that the El Paso County Commissioners Court, pursuant to its authority and responsibility to provide for the public health and welfare, will continue to support its mission to work toward delivering exceptional public services to all people in El Paso County through judicious, efficient, and responsive government and compassionate solutions to our community's obligations, challenges, and ever-changing demands. Signed this 26th day of February 2024, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
Second.
Would you like to take the public comment first, Judge?
No, we're going to do
Gonna take the vote?
resolution, and then we're going to go to Congresswoman Escobar, and then we'll get public comments.
No, sir, we have public comment for this,
For this item.
for this resolution. Would you like to take it before the vote?
Yes. I apologize.
No problem, sir. Do we have Alan Lizarraga in the courtroom? I'd just like to remind speakers that public comment is limited to 5 minutes. Everybody will be timed. Thank you.
Welcome.
Introduce yourself.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Alan Lizarraga. I'm here on behalf of the dozens of families that form part of the Border Network for Human Rights, and also on behalf of 150 organizations who signed a letter of support for Annunciation House. And today I'm here to provide and to tell our support to Annunciation House as well and for this resolution. Today I want to express our solidarity and full support to Annunciation House, which for 45 years has been a beacon of hope to the most vulnerable and a model of compassion, humanity, and kindness, exemplifying what our local, state, and federal governments ought to do. The work of Annunciation House is legal and constitutionally framed. Most importantly, it is humanitarian, vital, and necessary to border communities like El Paso. Last week, during Annunciation House press conference, I was reminded of why I chose to do this work. The room was not filled with sadness or despair. It was filled with hope. It was filled with community. and yes, some outrage too. The actions taken by our state attorney general were not just shocking, they were an insult to our values, to the values of our community, and to the values that make El Paso a beacon of hope and opportunity. The BNHR is proud to support and wholeheartedly supports Annunciation House and the many community organizations who do the selfless work to welcome those who arrive at our nation's border looking for safety, and those who work to welcome them with dignity. We thank you for this resolution, and again, Annunciation House has our full support, and thank you for everything.
Thank you for your comments and your time. Thank you.
Next speaker is Dylan Corbett.
Welcome, Dylan. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, members
Good morning.
of the Commission. I'm grateful for this resolution. I'm also grateful on account of the strong showing of our local elected leadership, members of this Commission, and the Judge during last week's press conference in support of Ruben Garcia and the Annunciation House. The presence of Judge Samaniego, Commissioners Holguin, Stout, and the Judge's very strong words were testament to the importance of Annunciation House's mission and a courageous show of unity in the face of a serious, politically motivated attack by Attorney General Paxton. I'm very proud of our Judge and our Commission. The attack of the Attorney General is troubling for many reasons. One, it's an attack on an institution which, on behalf of us all, is providing an essential and humane response to a broken immigration system. Two, this is a disturbing attack on a Catholic institution for putting into practice its faith-based commitments, the criminalization of humanitarian aid, and thus an attack on a core constitutional principle, our freedom of religion. Three, this is an attack on the dignity and rights of vulnerable persons on the move, human beings like us, no better, no worse, worthy of our respect and compassion. And finally, this is a pointed attack on El Paso and all our entire border community stands for. It's important to put this attack into context, however. It's come in the form of Operation Lone Star. It's been with us for years now. It's the surging of our military personnel to the border. It's the deadly concertina wire, which has made this past year the most deadly ever for those crossing our border, especially women. The wire is a moral and physical wound on our community. It diminishes us. It tarnishes what makes us beautiful. It's a shameful monument to the governor of Texas's campaign of hate. And it's not just the wire. It's the recent SB4 laws, the racial profiling, the mass arrest of migrants, the taking of Eagle Pass, the rhetoric about shooting people crossing the river. The inspiring show of support for A House last week needs to be followed by action. And I want to thank the county, Judge Samaniego, our Commissioner's Court, the Office of New Americans for their outstanding efforts in coordinating with our local NGO community, our faith-based organizations, the city to respond to the arrival of migrants that our community has experienced in the last couple of years. These efforts have been crucial for welcoming people with dignity, keeping them and our communities safe, and an incredible example of to communities across the country of how to welcome, protect, promote, and integrate vulnerable people with dignity and humanity. We should be proud. I also want to thank you for your efforts to contest the racist and dangerous SB4 law scheduled to go into effect on March 5th, which will give the authority to state and local law enforcement to deport those who cannot prove that they entered this country through a port of entry. We also need to unequivocally denounce Operation Lone Star. It's a wasteful, personal, political project that rehearses the worst moments of our Texas history. And we need to take a very hard look, as Commissioner Stout mentioned, at the increased presence of DPS troopers in our community. That was the predicate when the city, that followed the City of El Paso's disaster declaration in December 2022. And that was the predicate for the arrival of the National Guard. They're taking possession of our border. And under that declaration, the city has requested additional DPS personnel. These DPS personnel have harassed the local population and have been involved in more than 328 high-speed chases, with more than 30 injured and 7 dead in the last year. This is the time for our community to stand together, to continue to stand together, to protect those who practice their faith by welcoming the stranger, to protect the rights of migrants coming through our community, and to uphold our values and our identity as El Paso. As Bishop Mark Seitz recently said, we must reaffirm our identity as a place which chooses compassion over indifference, fraternity over division, hope and love over hatred and exclusion. We ask our elected officials to stand strong against our state's efforts to dismantle and bring chaos to our communities, to denounce Operation Lone Star, and to demand our federal government investigate and end our state's defiance of federal law. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Not only for this, Dylan, but thank you for everything else you do for our community. Very much appreciated.
Yvonne Diaz?
Welcome, Yvonne.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Yvonne Diaz. I'm a DACA recipient. I am the daughter of Ernesto and Leonor, and I'm here in support of Casa Anunciación. An attack on one is an attack on all of us, and I think it's important to remind ourselves about this. Last week's actions against Annunciation House was a reminder that a dangerous narrative continues to take place amongst people that design the laws at the state level. But we have to remind ourselves that that same dangerous narrative is what brought a shooter on August 3rd in 2019. But with this proclamation, let's continue to remind ourselves of the vibrant communities that immigration has brought to our city, and let's continue to remind ourselves the wonderful work that nonprofit organizations have been doing in the city, such as with Annunciation House. Thank you for this proclamation, Commissioner Stout, and thank you for the work that y'all have been doing in protecting our community, immigrant communities this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for your words and support, Yvonne. Thank you.
John Martin?
Welcome, John. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners. My name is John Martin. I'm here on behalf of the Opportunity Center for the Homeless. And I, too, want to express my gratitude for the support that you are providing Annunciation House. But I do want to take it just a few steps beyond. The attack on the Annunciation House is an attack on our system. And what we have done within the community that we call El Paso, be it the county or the city at this point, is we have developed a systemic response to welcome our neighbors from the south. We have the County of El Paso through the Migrant Support Service Center. We have the entities that represent the Downtown Shelter Network. We have the Annunciation House. We have the City of El Paso through the work that is done through the Office of Emergency Management. This is a systemic response that we as a community, we weren't perfect coming out of the starting blocks, but we've been able to adapt it over the last year and a half to 2 years. And if you take one piece out of the system, it impacts the entire system. It's so we do need to stand behind Annunciation House, and more importantly, what Annunciation House stands for. And I wish to God that it was us that developed this, but I saw a small 1-minute video that highlights this that was developed by Estrella de Paso, formerly known as the Diocesan Migrant Refugee Services, where they show the community in and of itself, and they say that we are not El Paso, we are the Annunciation House. And to bring this to the forefront, we at the Opportunity Center for the Homeless have been doing this work for 30 years. We've always worked with migrants, not to the numbers that we've seen in the last 2 years. But there are those that have given us an opinion that the Opportunity Center is highly vulnerable to these attacks. So we need to look at what we need to do to not protect the system, but to protect the NGOs, the nonprofits that make up this response that makes El Paso one of the most welcoming communities in the world. Thank you very much.
John, thank you. I think if anyone understands the impact, because you're one of the other pillars that you're saying this systematic approach, but I just want to thank you and Ray and your team, just incredible. And that's what we're talking about. We don't want anyone to be next. You know, no one should be next. But John, thank you for your words.
And thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, John.
Do we have Marisa Limon Garza in the audience?
Welcome, Marisa.
I want
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
I pray that you are well. I personally am not well, and I don't feel like our community is well right now. Picture it, the late 90s. I, like you, Judge, was a student at the University of Notre Dame, come from this beautifully Catholic community that is El Paso, and went to a Catholic university. While it is a predominantly white institution, it is a place where I was able to learn my real history, the history that I was never able to access in Texas public schools. And I believe that that is often by design. And the history that I learned was not only the history of Latin America, it was also the history of Mexico, the history of the women in the church, and all about liberation theology and Catholic social teaching and standing in solidarity with those at the margins. It was during those spring breaks where I went to Coachella. Before it was the music festival, it was actually a community living in deep poverty at the intersection of faith and immigration and poverty. And after two spring breaks there, I saw the opportunity at the Center for Social Concerns to come home and to do the border awareness experience, the Bay, before Bay was Bay, with Annunciation House. And that led me to be here for a week in my hometown, but as far away from my hometown as possible because it was a different reality that I, as a product of Eastwood High School, had never seen before. And that looked like living in Anapra. That looked like staying at Annunciation House, the original one. That looked like being in solidarity and accompanying people on the margins, the poor. And Annunciation House has always been a way to put our faith into action. I'm not only a daughter of immigrants, I'm a daughter of this region. And El Paso is a big city, but we have a small town feel. We all know who we are and what we stand for, and we've been protected by this bubble for a long time, being in mountain time, practically New Mexico in the eyes of Austin. And so we were out of the reach of the governor for many of his political and racist antics. But once we started to wrestle with global migration, because I stress that again and again, what we see at the southern border, we are not special in these United States. This is part of a global phenomenon of over 100 million people forcibly displaced on the move throughout the world. And what we see here is a drop in the bucket. And so it's important to recognize that our bubble was burst in part on August 3rd. And it was further burst when family separation was born here. And it's been deteriorated and opened wider and wider. And now, because we haven't had the moral courage to take on immigration as the intersectional issue that it is at all levels of government, here we are, fighting for our way of life. Because this is not just about Annunciation House. They are the foil for what is an attack on all of us and our way of life. We were just in Austin as co-plaintiffs in the same litigation that you were part of, and I was shocked at so many of my friends and colleagues who hold PhDs, they work for fancy organizations, have six-figure salaries, and they're thinking, oh, that's such a border issue, that's such a migrant issue. And I keep telling them, unless you are white or white passing, these laws are coming for you. If you are a black or brown body in Texas, these laws are coming for you. And they're not just at the border, they're all across the state. And so as the director of Las Americas Immigrant Advocacy Center, I'd be remiss if we didn't do all that we could do to make sure that every single person in our region and every single Tejano knows their rights and knows how to stand in solidarity. I am a student of the alternative history that I don't get taught in my schools, and I learned from Proposition 187 in California and SB 1070 in Arizona. And with community organizing and people power, those communities have changed the dynamics of their states. And I believe firmly that Texas is the multiracial democracy that the United States will be. And that is why we see oppressive tactics all across the board, whether it's removing our children from having access to medical insurance, to making sure that we have no reproductive justice rights, the fact that we're fighting public school vouchers
30 seconds.
When our community over-indexes. So we stand on the shoulder of giants, Enrique Moreno, Alicia, Chacon. I invite you to visit misderechos.us, knowyourrights.us. It's a campaign that we've established to be part of the education of our community. Porque aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Gracias.
Marisa, thank you so much for your advocacy. It just has been very admirable. And on your behalf, I want to apologize that at the press conference, we had all elected officials, and we didn't have the service providers, and it was brought to my attention, and I felt a little embarrassed that the ones that are really doing the work are the service providers like yourselves and all the individuals here today. And, you know, it was either by order or by whatever, by design or accident, we should have had all of you up there, you know, showing the strength. And I'm glad that you're coming forward and letting the community know that there's so much that is being done that no one ever even understands or pays attention to. But thank you to all the NGOs and the service providers. Thank you, Marisa. Thank you.
Do we have Angelica Hinojosa?
Welcome, Angelica.
Hi, good morning, and it's Angelica Hinojos, sorry for that. But I'm here to get support for the Annunciation House. And I would first like to compare how our community helps refugees and migrants versus how the state helps. So first, starting with the state, DPS agents have been involved in more than 328 high-speed chases, which resulted in 30 people being injured and 7 people died in the last year. DPS agents, as well as state troopers, have targeted our community due to looking like immigrants. El Pasoans are being stopped and asked about their immigration status. Also attacking nonprofits. How is this keeping our community safe? Versus our community having places like Annunciation houses will provide a safe place for our community. If we don't show support, we will be sending a message that we do not value our beautiful border community. Today, I am here not only as a social work student who has firsthand experience of volunteering at nonprofits, at food banks, and working with immigrants, but I'm here to gather support for Annunciation houses and to be the voice for the voiceless. Thank you for this opportunity today, and I hope that we could gather your support.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Susan Goodell.
Welcome, Susan.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. I want to make it very clear that El Pasoans Fighting Hunger Food Bank stands with Annunciation House. El Pasoans Fighting Hunger has worked for years in partnership with local shelters and local government to ensure that refugees in our community are treated with kindness and compassion, and that they receive the food and shelter they need. The recent actions against Annunciation House is designed to strike fear in the hearts of people and organizations caring for refugees and asylum seekers seeking a better life. Many of these vulnerable people are future Americans, and they will remember how they're treated. Hate thrives when good people are silent. This is the time for all of us to stand up for what is right and stand in solidarity with Annunciation House. I want to thank the county commissioners and the County of El Paso for having the courage to stand up for what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. I know most of you know Susan, but her support, and thank you, Celeste, as well. It's just been incredible, the changes that are made by your organization and the number of people you take care of every single day. So if anybody has the compassion and the understanding to support Annunciation House, I think it's Susan, you, and your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Do we have anybody else in the audience who would like to speak who has not signed up for public comment? This concludes public comment, Judge.
Thank you. Just a comment, and then we'll have the other commissioners. But, you know, one of the, I would believe there's very little light, you know, when we see what happened. But there's a lot of things. I mean, we deal with thousands and thousands of subtleties that people don't see, our community doesn't see, so it's really difficult for them to rally and support some of the things that our commissioners do, and myself, and we try to do. And individuals like Congresswoman Escobar. So sometimes it's difficult to show the community what we're fighting, because they're always thinking, you know, it's easy for us to say, well, why are we helping so much? Or why is this, you know, why is it so important that we stand up for these things? But when something as blatant as what happened really allows the community to understand what we're trying to accomplish and why it's important that we keep saying that we have to deepen this line in the sand. So I'm hoping that the community does understand, because it has to go beyond the individuals that are involved anyway, like our commissioners, like all the NGOs, and but we have to have the entire community really show strength. And I think that this is, as I've said over and over, there's no community that could be the role model of how we should stand up for when things are not right. When someone as outrageous as our, you know, as the Attorney General with everything in his background is capable of doing something like this, it just makes everything so difficult to understand. It creates a world of more confusion and uncertainty, and it divides us, or tries to divide us. And so I think El Paso is that community that can help other communities. Maybe we could give strength not only to our community, but to all the communities throughout the United States that are maybe not sure that they should defend the rights of their constituents. So I think we're going to show a tremendous amount of faith, confidence, and really be able to get other communities to rally. This is about everyone feeling the insult. Everyone should feel insulted to be in this situation, or that we can even, that it's acceptable. And finally, what I have to say is that one of the things we really have to protect, if there's anything that impacts the Constitution of the United States more than anything else, is to circumvent due process. This is not, I mean, this is completely, you don't knock at someone's door, you don't ignore all the laws and everything that holds us as a country. And so this lack of due diligence is so threatening to not only what we're doing now, but to everything else. To a business owner, that somebody can just walk in and determine that, you know, that they can walk into your establishment and without due process, without respect, without order. And so this is a very important situation that we have to hold the line and do everything possible that we don't continue going further. And thank you, all of you, for doing this. And I hope I'm hoping it's like a coal that starts burning and then burns other coals and burns other coals, and all of a sudden we've got a fire. And this fire is going to be seen throughout the country, if not throughout the world, that from this community, we showed other communities what they need to do when things start going in the wrong way. You have to cut them quickly before they become so much of a wave that it's difficult to stop. We're in the perfect timing right now to do everything that we need to do. So we thank you with all our hearts that you're supporting. As I've always said, you know, from Commissioner Stout, and some are a little bit more obvious about being out there, but all of us, if you see our track record of how we defend immigration and humanitarian, you know, I heard them, and I'll summarize quickly, but I heard solidarity, humanitarianism, hope, unity, courage, dignity, and compassion. That describes El Paso to the T. So thank you for that courage. Thank you. Commissioner Stout?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. I don't know if anybody else had any other comments to make, but I just want to reiterate, you know, the point that, you know, this is a very dangerous precedent to be setting, and I'm just so happy to see how strongly this community has come together. It was great to see the turnout at the press conference last week to denounce what's going on with this abuse of power on behalf of the Attorney General. I want to thank all of the NGOs. I want to thank those who came and spoke today, those who showed up to the event last week. We are stronger when we're unified, and we have to continue that. We have to continue that. I hope also we can engage more individuals in this community, especially members within the business community who many times are supportive of elected officials in Austin, like Governor Abbott, like Ken Paxton, to reach out to them and ask them to also stand in solidarity with this community and what we stand for. It's really difficult to see when we have folks from El Paso supporting that these types of actions, or at least maybe they're not supporting them, but not denouncing them as well. When we all know that this is completely incorrect, this is a complete abuse of power. So, thank you all once again. Commissioner Holguin, you would like to say something?
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Thank you, Judge. I just want to take a moment to thank everyone who is here in this room today in support of Annunciation House. Over the past 20 or so years, I've had the privilege and the honor to work with many of you all, not just at Annunciation House, but Las Americas, Border Network, Hope Border Institute, and of course, to me, it'll always be Diocesan Migrant and Refugee Services, where I served for many years. And it has been truly an honor and a privilege to see all of our nonprofit organizations work together to make our community the best that it can be. And to see you all here again as we fight these horrific efforts by our state government against Annunciation House. So I just want to thank each and every one of you. El Paso is the loving and welcoming community that we are because of all of you, and we would not be who we are without you. So I want to thank you, and I want to thank this court. I am incredibly proud to be part of an organization here at the county, but also I'm incredibly proud to be a member of a city and a county who will stand up for what's right, stand up against the two most powerful men in our state, and we do it without hesitation because we know that it's the right thing to do. So I'm incredibly proud to serve on this Commissioner's Court and to be a member of this city as we stand up for the rights of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Holguin, for everything that you do beyond this. Thank you.
Commissioner Coronado?
Yes,
Judge,
Commissioner Coronado.
Thank you, Judge and fellow commissioners. You know, it seems like we as a country, as state governments, as county government, would learn these lessons a long time ago by what has, been passed down to us by our highest court in the land, And it seems that, our state government leadership doesn't seem to pay attention to these, the law of the land of the Supreme Court. Just back in 1982, the case of Plyler versus Doe, where school districts tried to charge undocumented immigrant children to go to school. And the Supreme Court said, no, those are persons within the meaning of the 14th Amendment. They're entitled to due process. If you provide this, you cannot discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, or the fact that they're undocumented. And our Attorney General should do well to read Title VI, and I'm going to read a portion of that. It says, no person in the United States shall, on the ground of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participating in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. I don't know how much clearer that can be, and person has, through case law, has been determined to mean that in this context it does include undocumented immigrants. Annunciation House receives federal assistance through our organization, through our government, through the federal government. I don't know how much clearer that can be to our state leadership. It's just astounding to me that they would make these kinds of legal proceedings against somebody who provides benefits to our community, to refugees, people who we, as a country, live up to those ideals, and no better place than El Paso. We are, Commissioner Olin mentioned, we are a welcoming community, you know, and I hope that we can, one of these days, establish some kind of landmark that just by looking at it would tells us and tells the world what kind of community we are. And I hope we can do that here in the very near future. I just want to, say that we're in full support of Annunciation House and what benefits that they provide, that they stand up for the ideals that not just our country, but we as El Pasoans give to other people who are seeking refuge in our community and our country. So, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Coronado. Irene, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Irene Gutierrez, Community Services, also with the Office of New Americans. Well, first and foremost, I just want to express how proud and honored I am to work alongside the group of NGOs who do this brave, I call it brave now because what we're doing and what this group is doing takes a lot of bravery, especially going up against the two most powerful men in the state, as Commissioner Dean said. But it's also selfless humanitarian work. Marisa also expressed it very well and very eloquently, what we are feeling in this community. We cannot allow this to happen. Ruben and his organization have been at the forefront of humanitarian and selfless work to provide refuge to humans in need. I'll say that again, humans, because this effort by the state is solely to dehumanize people fleeing civil unrest, persecution, violence, and economic hardship. And they're coming to our community. How can we close the door? We won't. This is not who we are. I also want to express how proud I am of you, Commissioners Court, for standing up for what's right and for embodying what our community's values are and what we always have been. I'm also proud of our community who doesn't hesitate to defend one of our own. And that is really embodied in those that are there present, those that supported at the press conference, standing room only. I'm very proud of that. Thank you all for the support. Thank you to the providers in this room and those that couldn't come, the volunteers who do this work day in and day out despite the unprecedented threats by our state. Thank you for giving me this time.
And Irene, thank you and your team. Irene actually, puts into practice our philosophy, our words that we have here at Commissioner's Court. Her team puts it into practice where it's visual and tangible of the things that your team does to make sure that you support our vision. Thank you, Irene.
Well, thank you all once again. I'd like to take a picture. So everybody who came to speak, the members of the organizations that are in the back, can you all come up so we can take a picture with the resolution, please?
Commissioner, I think we need a vote, and then we'd love to do the picture after the vote.
We have to vote. Sorry, Caesar.
A little
Commissioner Olin?
Minor detail.
Minor detail.
Olin?
I'll second that.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Emily, can you join us? Because I know you're a big part of Congresswoman's as an advocate. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning. So much. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you.
Sir. Item number 7A, presentations. Receive a presentation from the Office of Congresswoman Veronica Escobar regarding federal legislation, community funding projects for El Paso, and constituent services.
Thank you, Commissioners, Judge, great to be here. We have made this almost an annual thing. My name is Eduardo Lerma. I'm the Congresswoman's Chief of Staff. They're going to have to all leave right now, but it's both our Washington, D.C. team and our El Paso team. We're down here for our retreat, our annual retreat, and we always take this opportunity to come and talk to you all about things we're working on, more ways to continue to collaborate, and how we can continue to move El Paso forward and engage at multiple levels.
Thank you.
So quick agenda, I'm not going to go through a lot of this. We're doing an all-staff briefing for all your staff and various county level officials and then nonprofit city staff on Wednesday. So I'm not going to go into too much detail on all of this, but wanted to just put this on your all's radar. Like I said, our entire DC team is here and our entire district office team is here. You guys should probably go to our next engagement. But, you know, they're here to work with you guys, work with your staff, continue to.
Eduardo, I'm so sorry to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to make sure before everyone left, I just wanted to personally thank each and every one of you for always being so responsive and being so available, not only to our offices, but to the entire community. So I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to say that before they left.
No, thank you. Thank you for that.
Eduardo, before they leave, can they actually come to the dais and introduce themselves and tell us what they do? Is that possible? Do you
Sure,
guys have time for that?
Team, I'll start with Zara.
Morning. My name is Zara Sahib. I'm the Congresswoman's Legislative Director. I'm based in Washington, D.C., and I oversee our legislative operations and an amazing team of legislative assistants that you'll meet today. But in addition to that, I also handle the Congresswoman's transportation and infrastructure portfolio, foreign affairs, and a couple of other issues regarding economic development and infrastructure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Abby Thompson. I'm the Congresswoman's Communications Director, so I handle her entire communications portfolio, both traditional and digital media, and I've worked with many of your teams before, and I'm excited to continue that. So
You do a great job. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica. I'm the Director of Operations in DC, and whenever anyone is coming to DC for a constituent meeting to meet with the Congresswoman, I'm the person who schedules it.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Denise Fernandez. I'm the Congresswoman's Senior Legislative Assistant, and I handle everything in her Judiciary Committee portfolio, including immigration, which is obviously at the forefront of a lot of priorities in this community, but I also handle things like gun violence prevention and criminal and civil law. So.
Thank you.
My name is Chacon. I'm the Congresswoman's Military Legislative Assistant. So similar to Denise, working on the Judiciary Committee for the Congresswoman and her commitments there, I do the same for the House Armed Services Committee. I work often with the fabulous partners we have in the community related to support for Fort Bliss, military families in and around the district. And in addition to that, I also work on issues such as science, space, and technology, so constantly working with UTEP, another fabulous resource, and women's issues, and a couple of other items.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Really, it's just my pleasure to get to be the glue in between our other governmental agencies, like yourselves and your teams, and to connect our district and DC teams. So I also run point on all things immigration on the ground here, and it's my honor to work for the Congresswoman. So
We appreciate you, Emily. We really do. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Manny. I'm the Congresswoman's Grants and District Representative. I get to handle the grants portfolio, interacting a lot with our local governments like El Paso County and the City of El Paso, and of course with our rural governments, as well as also our independent school districts and our tribal governments. I also cover here on the ground issues regarding economic development and transportation and housing, and amongst other great issues. So it's really been great to work with all of you and getting to know you over the last year since I've been on her team.
Great job, Benny. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Benito Torres. I'm the Senior Caseworker for the Congresswoman. My core areas is Veterans, Department of Labor, Department of Defense, and Immigration.
Benito and veterans, it's one and the same. You do so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is JP Caballero, and I'm the Congresswoman's digital director. That means I oversee her social media accounts as well as her overall digital outreach program.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Priscilla Contreras, based out of the El Paso office, and I run point on all things related to the youth, education, seniors, gun violence, things like that. The social justice portfolio is what I call it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Catherine Baena. I'm just a staff assistant in the DC office, so whenever anyone visiting from El Paso comes by, whether it's for meetings or tours or internships, I'm the one that runs point for that. Yeah, thank you again.
Well, thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. My name is Mariel Larios, and I am also here based out of the district office. I work alongside with Benito. So I'm the caseworker. My focus is more on Social Security, IRS, USPS, and a few other agencies.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Maria Jose Calixto. I'm one of the Congresswoman's legislative assistants. I handle her climate portfolio, energy and natural resources, as well as healthcare, education, housing, and other issue areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
One other staffer that's not here is Olga Avantmir. She's our office manager here in El Paso.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I want to. Organizations should steal the recipe of hiring, because I'm always so impressed with the individuals that work for Congresswoman Escobar. It's just pretty amazing. Each one of you contributes so much, and you sort of stand alone and then become a team at the same time. So, and Eduardo, of course, one of our own from here from El Paso, I know his dad very well, and we're always really glad when you come visit. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, team, why don't you guys go? So just a quick overview on the Congresswoman. She's the only Texan in leadership in either party in the House. She's part of the Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, which is part of the Democratic leadership in the House. She's on 3 committees: House Ethics Committee, which handles all the ethics issues in the House, House Armed Services Committee, which obviously has a big impact for us here with Fort Bliss, and then the Judiciary Committee, which handles everything immigration related and everything that's actually going on right now with Annunciation House and SB4. Overseeing that, work very closely with the DOJ on many issues. Wanted to give you guys a snapshot, and many of you have joined us for a lot of these visits. We have brought various heads of different departments from obviously the president in January, Vice President Harris in 2021 summer, all the way down to SBA administrator, I think in August. All of these visits have helped contribute and shown to the rest of the administration why they need to invest in El Paso. And obviously, I've worked very closely, Manny and Zada, who's our legislative director, on federal funding opportunities for you all, with 3 pieces of legislation that continues to invest in El Paso: bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the CHIPS and Science Act, which all 3 of those have contributed greatly to El Paso. The biggest one, obviously, bipartisan infrastructure law, has brought millions, hundreds of millions of dollars back to El Paso, starting with Bridge of the Americas, which we working very closely on with the community, Commissioner Stout, different ports of entry throughout El Paso. Various school districts have been able to get grant money for that. El Paso Water as well, redoing the airport and a new FAA tower as well with the airport as well. Village of Vinton, Canutillo, and various other organizations have been able to tap into money that our office has advocated, that we have brought dignitaries down to see the money that, or the need for investment in El Paso, from the colonias to cities like Anthony and Vinton, down in San Eli as well. So El Paso, because of our engagement with the county and with the city and various others, and our office has made sure that money gets back home that deserves it. Inflation Reduction Act, a lot of that money is still, it comes in the form of tax credits, home revitalizations, solar panels, et cetera. But El Paso is starting to get some of that money. High efficiency electric home rebate program, $600,000 of that has come back home. People can tap into that. Want to continue educating the community on that. We'll work with you all individually at the staff level to see how we can use your precincts to push out a lot of that information to the community. Big one with the CHIPS and Science Act, UTEP, National Science Foundation, they just received $15 million. Dr. Shaduri, Dr. Wicker at UTEP have been leading this charge in reshaping how we, on the economic landscape of El Paso, how defense industry can help continue building up our base here in El Paso. And there's hopefully a lot more money down the road, as you can see. So we're in the middle of the appropriations process. This is where we get a lot of community project fundings. We've been very successful. Right now, it's all being held up because of the majority party in the House, Republicans. They do not want to pass an overarching appropriations budget for FY24. A lot of the projects that the county has submitted is being held up by that. But we'll go into more detail with your staff on how we can move forward and other ways we can engage on that. So I won't go too much into the one-on-one. We've done this before with the community. But we have been, we are still waiting for guidance. The projects should still be around 15 projects that we can submit. We've been successful. I think every year we've gotten about 14 to 15 projects at various levels of funding. Obviously, FY23, we received a good amount of funding. It was about $25 million, from water infrastructure to Children's Hospital, and UMC also received good amount of funding from that FY23 bucket. FY24, that's the one that's being held up right now, where there is a potential shutdown of the federal government starting this Friday if the Republican majority can't work with the president and the Senate in figuring out how to move forward. But obviously, you can see there's some county funds that are being held up because of what is happening right now in the House. And like I said, we'll go to more detail on this with your staff on Wednesday on a citywide briefing that or countywide briefing we're doing on Wednesday. We talked about the National Defense Authorization and the Congresswoman being on the Armed Services Committee. We have used this committee and the Congresswoman's position on it to really push forward a lot of the agenda items that matter to El Paso. Obviously, one of the big ones is a program called DCIP, Defense Community Investment Infrastructure Projects, where you guys, the community, can apply for funding from the Defense Department for community infrastructure in and around Fort Bliss area. We're hoping to make that a little easier for communities like El Paso to apply for, and we'll have some more details on that when we get through this next NDA cycle. But some of the wins that we've had, obviously, $74 million for Fort Bliss Rail Yard. That was a huge victory for us. We have been very successful in getting people from El Paso in key positions within the administration. For this one specifically, Gabe Camarillo, who's the Undersecretary of the Army, believe, Judge, you've met with him. He's come down to El Paso. He was instrumental in that and making sure that Fort Bliss gets the funding that they deserve. And obviously the two gentlemen back here too, we work very closely, Richard Dayub and ARMS overall. $15 million in the new firehouse for Bliss, and the big one too that we worked through NDA is $700 million on the bottom for a new VA healthcare center. It's going to be built by the new Army Beaumont out off of Global Reach, and very excited to have gotten that through. It's going to be big for the community, and our office helped lead the way in 2019 to put the blueprint in for that and make sure that blueprint was there. Grant services, Manny in our office, who introduced himself earlier, works very closely with Betsy and others in the county to make sure you guys have the most up-to-date grant awards, but also opportunities to apply for money. We have been very successful in showing the community and showing the administration why they need to give these grants to El Paso, and that's why it's so important that the Congressman's able to bring so many from the president all the way down to SBA administrator. And that was just a snapshot of folks. Constituent services, that is our bread and butter. We do an amazing job on how, on getting the help to El Pasoans and people within the county. You know, you guys, we've done this presentation before with you all, so you know how to reach us if you want us to present at your precincts. And when you guys have community engagements, please reach out to us. We would happy to have the Congresswoman join you guys at some of your precinct meetings locally. Digital privacy release forms. This is when a constituent needs something from the federal government, whether it's getting Social Security benefits, VA benefits. Passports is a hot topic. A lot of folks, especially the summer coming up, wanting to get their passports. They booked their trips. They forgot that their passport expired. We're able to help those folks get an appointment as quick as possible, especially if their travel is in a week or 2 weeks. So feel free to refer those folks that if you hear in your precincts to come to our office, and Benito, Sergeant Major Torres, can definitely help them. We do our annual congressional art competition. We work with all the high schools in the community. We receive hundreds of applications, and we get one student with always really great artists in our community. It's one thing that it's one of my most favorite things is to see this happen. And they get to hang it in the U.S. Capitol. We fly the winner out, and either a parent or their teacher, and have a reception for them there in El Paso. in Washington, D.C. We have a reception. Actually, this year we're going to be hanging the El Paso Museum of Art allowed us space to hang all the applicants in the El Paso area. So we'll have a reception. We'll make sure you guys are able to attend if you're able to. Congressional App Challenge. It's kind of like the arts competition. It's to help STEM and coding middle schoolers put together different apps. It's a competition. It's a nationwide competition. Been very successful. It's really engaging with middle schoolers on science and tech issues, which for us is the pipeline to make this community continue to grow. Library of Congress Surplus Book Program. We work with our libraries quite often. We are able to bring surplus books from the Library of Congress back to the community. If there's ever a need or a school that you guys feel a certain school needs more children's books or Spanish books or parenting books, reach out to our office. We're able to get those, ship them down. We do this quite a bit. And the Congresswoman loves reading to students, to children. She herself was a professor, a teacher. So that's something we continue to work on. And then the service academies. We nominate young men and women graduating high school to our service academies. They need that letter from their member of Congress. We are very successful in getting these students in either West Point Naval Academy, Air Force Academy. If you have anybody that wants to apply for one of the academies, please refer them to our office. We will work with them to let them know the qualifications and everything moving forward. And then obviously internships. We have internships both in our DC office and our El Paso office. Our DC office right now has all El Paso interns from UTEP, and they love it. It's a great experience for them. Our El Paso office, both offices are paid internships. They get a stipend. So if you have anybody that wants to apply, again, reach out to us, here to help. And then we work with all the high schools. We have a Congressional Youth Advisory Council. They, I believe, Judge, I think you've spoken to them before over the summer. But it's high school students who help advise the Congresswoman on youth engagement. And we're trying to create a pipeline of new civic-minded, civic-engaged young people, and our office has been leading that way. Additional services, obviously, White House tours, Capitol tours, presidential greetings, flags flown over the Capitol in honor of somebody, in honor of a veteran, or somebody graduating college or high school, and congressional commendations. We have a long list of those. That's a bit of a snapshot of what we offer in our office. Happy to answer any questions that you guys might have, and also anything else you might want to put on our radar. So.
Thank you, Eduardo. Great presentation. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eduardo, thank you. Our best to the Congresswoman.
Thank you.
We're going to go on to item number 6, public comment next. Do we have Ms. Elizabeth Crawford on the line?
Not yet. We can
Not yet?
proceed with
Okay.
it in person, please.
Sure. Mr. Pedro Cera? Once again, just a reminder to the public that public comment is limited to 5 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. I forgot everything I was going to say today, but hopefully I spoke to most of you individually, by individual. My case is going from worse to worse now. My case, I went to the board meeting past week, and they treated me unfairly, and they even harassed me. They want to throw me out of the public meeting, and they keep insisting. And I tried to make a complaint on Rene Navarro for harassment. I told him 8 times to leave me alone, and he still kept going, trying to throw me out. And and then when I confronted Miss Christie, the CEO for Emergence, she said I ordered it, and I don't know what to do no more. And then they didn't let me talk to the board members. So they only give you 3 minutes. So here I struggle with 5. Imagine 3 now, you know. And I'm very, very tired, sir. I need everybody's help from now on. I'm not gonna try to do it by myself. I'm gonna let you guys do it because, I mean, you're the professionals. So I'm just drained out mentally, physically, and it's getting me sicker and sicker every time, you know. And this issue is going on forever. It's going on since October. And besides that, I've been also fighting to return the other services that were taken away from me for 1.5 years. So, I mean, now it's, luckily I saw Alfonso Chacon right now. He now works for the Paso County. So he was an ex-MHMR client's right representative. Helps out. So he knows a lot about these issues. So I spoke to him right now about the return my services immediately due to the Medicaid, Medicare, and he said I was correct. They should have returned it right away. So let's pursue that he knows. He knows the article. He knows where it's at. So I've been telling everybody the same thing. So my services have to be reinstated back until it's finalized. But Emergence does not want to comply with that rules. We don't have to argue all this about fighting to return my services, take the test. No, because my services were already there. They were suspended because I left for medical attention for 2 weeks, and they have to give you 30 days. And then they did not want to return them. And then they started bringing something different, so they got me all confused, so they kept me going around and around. Right now, they gave me the aptitude test to see if I qualify for the intern. I don't know what's it called right now, to qualify for the program. And they did the questionnaire. Now they're saying that I don't qualify, but they don't give me the answers. The deadline, if it's a yes or no, denied or approved. Ms. Lillian, she's already working on that to get me that. It's already been 20 days. And everything we went at the meeting with who Ms. Ana Perez held, they did not kept. They went their own route. They did not keep their word. So they're not playing correctly. They're playing with me. So I'm tired. I'm very tired, sir. I need help. I need to resolve this issue so I don't have to be coming in no more. So please help me out, sir. That's all I can say. I mean, Mr. Leon, please, you committed to help me out. Try to help me out as much as possible. Ms. Lillian can't do everything by herself, and I need everybody's support. Thank you, Ms. Betsy, for hearing me out also. Mr. Coronado, and there's a lot of people out there who've been helping me out. I also went to the law library upstairs, and I just went up there to ask if they could help me do it. And the person out there was very nice. She said, I've been seeing the public comments every week, and I saw you there, so she knew who I was when I got there, so she knew my case, so she helped me out, and I got the papers where it says they have to return the services. So please help me out so I don't have to be coming in. Instead of wasting my time here,
30 seconds.
Mentally draining out, I would like to waste my time recuperating myself to get better. Thank you very much, guys. So
Thank you very much.
I'll come back for feedback on during the week. Today is a very mental day, stress out for me. I'm already drained. I forgot most of the stuff that I was going to say. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Pedro. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Elizabeth Crawford.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning. I would like to speak briefly about the border situation and the situation with mass migration. I don't want to speak about it in terms of politics. I want to speak more specifically about the people who are involved. In the book of Acts, we're told that the Apostle Paul was speaking to people of Athens, the philosophers, the intellectuals of his day. And in that speech, he talks about creation, about boundaries, God that made the world and all things therein, seeing that he is Lord of heaven and earth, dwells not in temples made with hands, neither is worship with men's hands as though he needed anything. Seeing he gives to all life and breath in all things, and he has made of one blood all nations of men, for to dwell on all the face of the earth, and has determined the times before appointed and the bounds of their habitation, that they should seek the Lord. I want to speak about the migrant people themselves, and more specifically the Venezuelans, as those are the people that I've had the most contact with, and probably almost all of us have had the most contact with. In December and January, I got to travel across large portions of our country, and be in a lot of the large cities. And as we know, as we all know from the news, our urban areas are basically pressure cookers right now. Of course, there are the people native to America, American-born, the citizens. There are the longer-term immigrant people who have been here several years, and they're the newly arrived migrant people. And as we know, the tension in many urban areas now is just so thick, you could cut it with a knife. I don't want to specifically talk about the effects on U.S. citizens. I want to talk about the migrant people themselves. It's sad. It's just very, very sad. When I was learning Portuguese years ago, I learned from the Brazilians a word they have in Portuguese, jeito. It's the idea of making a way. And the idea is that you do whatever you need to accomplish your goal, whether that involves dishonesty, manipulation, doing things illegally. If you have a goal that you want to reach, you manipulate and do whatever you need. And in many ways, that has become the way of life for migrant people. They've sought the American dream and realized that it's not a dream, it's a mirage. And basically, they're turning to a lifestyle of very often dishonesty and just manipulation to get jobs, etc., false identities, and it's just not a good lifestyle. We're told very clearly in Scripture that those who practice lying do not go to heaven. In the book of Revelation, lying is listed along with murder as one of the sins that sends people to the lake of fire. And so this whole system has promoted that within people, this mass migration. And it's just not healthy for anyone. It's not a good thing for anyone. My heart sank last week. Is probably one of the saddest days I've had outside of the abortion center. There was a couple that came. She went in. I pleaded with her before she went in. They were both very polite to me, but they didn't really listen. She went in. He was standing outside for about 2 hours with the other child, about a year and a half, holding that beautiful little baby. I pleaded, I tried. I told him we would get them help. I don't know if that was or was not the father, but it seems that they went through with the abortion. We have done the migrant people no favors by bringing them to America and introducing them to the vices of our country. In that chapter of Acts 17, it goes on and says how God now commands all men everywhere to repent because he has appointed a day in the which he will judge the world in righteousness by a man he has ordained, whereof he has given assurance to all men, and that he has raised him from the dead. We all are going to stand before a holy God one day, and we're responsible for what we have done in our lives, and we're responsible for the effects of decisions that we have made on other people's lives. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, sir.
So I guess before our lunch break, we'll take on that. Yes.
For open comments regarding our tree planting activity this past Saturday.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Judge. So, I want to thank our county administration, particularly Cheryl Eisenhower, and the great work of our Parks Department, Mr. Tim Fulton, Ben Valles, Lupe Leiva, Steve Luera, our purchasing individual, Gary Albert Lopez, from Budget and Finance, Francisco Rios, and I want to thank Cindy Carrillo from Tamales Lupita for donating or sponsoring the food for the tree planting and landscape day. The El Paso Community Foundation, I want to thank Gary Williams and Asia Saucedo. And of course, Alexis Ortiz, from our communications department, who showed up to document our tree planting and landscape activity. We planted 20 trees, both native landscaping at the entrance as well. And it was a great turnout. Cheryl had to cut off the list of people signing up to volunteer, and even so, we had 50 volunteers show up to our tree planting activity. And I personally want to thank both Mari Nunez from my staff and Stephen for all the work they did to get this organized, and particularly Mari, who picked out the trees and the landscape plants. And it was, again, a great activity we had on Saturday, so I want to thank everybody involved. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Great job.
Thank you.
Caesar?
One more item?
Pardon me?
Are we going to hear one more item?
Yes, that's what I was saying, one more item, and then we'll go take a lunch break. Welcome, Richard.
Item number 7B, receive a presentation from the Alliance for Regional Military Support.
Well, good afternoon, actually. Judge, Commissioners, thank you for your time. For the record, I'm Richard Dayub, and I'm the outgoing chair of the Alliance for Regional Military Support, which is a really great title to have. And with me is a previous chair. Everybody knows Gus Rodriguez Jr., so we're going to tandem make this presentation to all of you. But I first want to say thank you for the continued support we've received from the court in our efforts. And of course, Eduardo was very kind in his comments about us during his presentation on the Congresswoman's efforts in defense in the military. We do work very well with them, and we appreciate this opportunity. And knowing that we're keeping you away from lunch, we're going to keep this as brief as we possibly can.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Gus.
Thank you. So we're not going to read every line item to you on this, but since I mentioned my title, or my about-to-be title, it's important to note, even though it's not in the presentation, that we have slightly expanded our executive committee for the arms group now. So in addition to Gus Rodriguez, who serves as treasurer, and I will serve as secretary, Lance Lear is the new chair of the Arms Committee, and John Bailey is vice chair. And then we added Ms. Gina Lewis, who currently serves as a president of the Association of the United States Army here, the El Paso group, as an at-large member to our executive committee going forward. So with that, then I'll touch on this first area on the board, which is the focus of our organization. And I think it's self-explanatory, but everything surrounds our efforts to improve education opportunities and to improve the quality of the workforce that we have to provide. You hear about this all the time, whether you're talking about UTEP or NMSU, the community college, and we work very closely with all of these entities to improve things for us as a community and to make us more a viable organization in recruiting talent and retaining talent in the region. So as part of that, of course, is economic development, and we work with the county and with Horizon City regarding the development of the Fabens Airport, as I know you are aware, and we provide arms briefings to Roberto. He's still kind of new, but he was really new in the position from our last briefing. So we spent some time with Roberto, getting him up to date on what we're doing. He tries to participate monthly. Betsy's on the calls as a part of our group. That leads to the third bullet point where the judge and his representatives participate in our monthly briefings. And it's an opportunity to both provide you all and all of our other participant partners with information, but also to get feedback from you and have questions posed to us by you of things you'd like us to focus on. Gus?
So thank you, Richard, and thank you, members of the court. So just real quick, one of the challenges that we're having working very closely with UTEP and both NMSU is the transition of students that are going to UTEP and New Mexico State, in particular UTEP, so that as soon as they graduate, they are able to get gainful employment as quickly as possible. One of the challenges we've had in the past is the process that it takes for young people to be able to get the clearances necessary to be able to get government jobs. So that's some of the major work that we're doing. Obviously, the other work highlights our efforts that we're attempting to do with students in STEM and try to funnel some of those students into the opportunities that we have with this great laboratory that we have within our community that's called Fort Bliss, Texas.
So just kind of pursuing that aspect of it, it's obvious, but maybe I shouldn't assume anything, that the work that we do in this particular arena, it's critical that we have constant engagement with Fort Bliss. So the five of us that I just mentioned, but particularly Gus, myself, Lance, and John, are constantly meeting with leadership at Fort Bliss. In fact, next Friday, a week from this Friday, there's a community planning meeting that's being hosted by the Fort Bliss Garrison. That's a part of that effort that we've been working on with General Eisenhower and his team and Colonel Gallagher and the Garrison to bring together all of our entities in the region, focus on what we can do better to expand the missions at Fort Bliss, but also to help our community understand what we need to do best in order to continue to support the installation, our regional installations, actually. And I'm going to cut to the third bullet point. So I recently met with the director of the NMSU's Physical Science Labs, retired General Eric Sanchez, who used to command White Sands Missile Range. And one of the areas we're focusing on, that they are very focused on, is to assist in obtaining security clearances for college students who are graduating very soon or have just recently graduated so that they can get employment within the defense and security industries that are so critical to the growth of this region, because we have, and I know you're dealing with it at the county as well, the city's dealing with it, we're dealing with it across the country, certainly at the installations, which is an aging employment population. Folks who are qualifying to retire and are getting ready to exercise that right to retire, and what we need to have is a trained workforce behind them who also have security clearances to continue that critical work. Yes?
So one of my main focuses when we were in DC in October is to discuss the continuing stationing opportunities for Fort Bliss and to expand some of the mission that we have at Fort Bliss, Texas. So these discussions centered on conversations that we had with individuals regarding some of the things that they felt we maybe needed to improve and some of the great things that we're doing. And one of those things, which Eduardo highlighted just a little bit, is to take a look at opportunities for, in this case, county government to be able to partner with Fort Bliss. There's certain things that you do as the county that you do them probably with a little bit more experience than they would, at Fort Bliss. So there's opportunities for you to get direct awards to the county from the federal government. One of the things that we tried to do is to help the staff here understand that. So there was an opportunity in which we brought the director of that program to the city of El Paso. He met not only with folks from the county, but also with the surrounding communities to take a look at how we can better do that. And that was one of the highlights of things that we needed to do to continue to reinforce that Fort Bliss, El Paso, and the region are the place that we want to be able to take a look at future stationing for our military.
So under the various notable accomplishments since our last report to you, working closely with the Defense Health officials at the Defense Health Agency to improve outcomes for services, medical services in the region. And of course, there is a constant transition. Now there's a look at expanding services within the William Beaumont Center and the Veterans Services, the new Veterans facilities they're going to start construction on very shortly in order to expand those services and make it more available in the community, and also ensure that from the private sector side that we are continuing to grow the medical services that are available that are considered not critical, not urgent type care for our military service members and their families. We have been working with both our U.S. senators as well as our congresswoman and congressmen in the region, continuing to work on focus areas to deliver the messages about what services and what missions could be brought to Fort Bliss and what funding is necessary to continue to provide those and ensure that Fort Bliss, White Sands, and Holloman in particular continue to be targeted for growth, which brings more personnel and their families to the region, which adds to our population and our economic growth in the region. And of course, we have the annual AUSA Symposium in Washington every October, and we went up there this past October representing the entire region. We had several representatives who went with us to help deliver messages about what's being done within the county as well as within the city, Horizon City as well, Doña Ana County, Otero County, to support the mission of the three installations in the triad. Excuse me. Next.
So just thank you to all of you, because obviously as folks that live within the El Paso community, we know that a lot of times we get a bad rap, as was mentioned earlier in today's agenda. So the great thing that they're doing, again, I want to thank the judge and the court for the joint editorial that you did with General Eisenhower and the mayor regarding, you know, what a great place El Paso is for Bliss. That speaks volumes. When you have senior leaders that are testifying before Congress, and when they're being asked, can you give us an example of best practices, and they're talking about Fort Bliss, Texas, and the relationship with the El Paso community, that goes back to a lot of the work that you all have been doing, a lot of the work that the city and the rest of the community have been doing to be able to highlight, you know, that it is better at Fort Bliss. Lucky that we have General Eisenhower, who's a great team partner, you know, with our community and works very closely with us on doing some of these things. So again, thank you to the court for your effort and the things that you do. So pending that. Yes, and we did talk to you a little bit about ICSIS, but again, we want to reinforce the DSIP opportunities that Eduardo Lerma discussed. And this is, if you're not familiar with the DSIP program, it's a grant program that talks about those things, in particular infrastructure, that maybe the county is in need of, but will also benefit Fort Bliss and the surrounding military communities. So great opportunity for some additional funding that can come into the community coffers to be able to do the things that we want to do.
Back in December, his last official duty, I'm speaking of Ivan Bolden, before he retired, we brought him down. Gus was instrumental in bringing him to the El Paso, Las Cruces area. And we had a joint meeting of all of our governmental entities to talk about the opportunities that we're missing in intergovernmental service agreements, where, as Gus mentioned, an opportunity may exist where there's some services or development that needs to be done on a military installation that perhaps the private sector in the community can partner with the city or the county to provide some of those services for a fee back to those partners who are participating to help balance out things and make sure that the services that are needed are being done at an affordable price. But it's a great opportunity to expand the partnerships between the El Paso community and the installation as well. And we've not taken full advantage of those. So we had this presentation made by Ivan Bolden to show where some real opportunities to have those ICSAs be developed can be accomplished, and hopefully help bring everybody together more closely and working together. So we're continuing to pursue that. This is not something that you just get a presentation on and then forget about. It's something we have to stay focused on, and we bring it up pretty regularly in our monthly briefings to our arms partners. Outside that, we're open for questions if you have any.
No, just, I want to thank you for engaging me every opportunity to do something to bond that relationship with Fort Bliss. General Eisenhower has been just amazing at, his support for the Veterans Capital, and everywhere he's at, he mentions El Paso being the Veterans Capital of the USA, and so very, very proud of that. He does things that are just so unique that we need to do a prototype of whoever is next, like bringing, 600 soldiers to downtown and saying, you guys you have an allowance, go use all the restaurants here in El Paso that you can understand. He always encourages them to know more about El Paso and our community. Talks a lot about the missions and, supporting our vision about, what do we want to do in that area. It's just been an incredible, but we thank you for that liaison for both of you.
You're welcome. And I would add one thought, since you mentioned General Eisenhower by name. I will tell all of you, he has set the standard for leadership at Fort Bliss. We've had some pretty incredible leaders, but he has elevated that. And I will offer this to you as well, that we have an air show, which I know you know about, coming in October, and he was instrumental in supporting that effort to bring that air show back to El Paso. So we're going to be eternally grateful.
He was in some training exercise, and I called him, and he answers. And I said, are you busy? He says, well, I'm in the middle of this exercise here in the desert, but just want to comment that Delia has been wanting to push about having a county office there, a county clerk's office there at Fort Bliss, and he was so happy that we're reaching out to him, and so we're trying to make that another possibility of having an office there, as well as our, I guess our tax. We have a tax office there as well, and then we're combining it. So just a great relationship. And of course, we're very fortunate to have Cheryl here working for the county.
El Paso will miss the two of those for sure.
Yes.
Well, thank you all so much again for your time.
Thank you both. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you. What item is it? Yeah, item number 12.
Caesar, can we do 12 and 13 before we go to we go to the break? Because we have some folks from the city here that may want to get back to work.
Yep. Thank you.
On a community funding request of $5,000 for a community climate workshop, March 16th, 2024. And item number 13, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement committing to the Regional Climate Initiatives Leadership Steering Committee led by the City of El Paso. No county funds are required. Contract number 2024-0065.
Good afternoon, Judge Simon.
Good afternoon.
Commissioners.
How are you?
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Welcome.
We're here to talk about a convening that we would like to hold to find community-led climate solutions in our community. So before we go into that, we want to introduce ourselves. My name is Michael Gutierrez. I am part of Texas Rising, but I'm part of this team in the capacity of strategic communications. I am also an El Paso native. I am also a recent graduate from UTEP. So a lot of ties with the community here, and I'm excited to introduce my fellow colleagues who are here with me as we have all worked on this project, because we believe in change in our community and positive change. But I'll go ahead and let them introduce themselves.
Thank you, Michael.
Hello, my name is Rodolfo Rodriguez. I was born and raised in El Paso, graduated from Parkland High School, and then left and returned a year ago after being gone for 18 years. I am principal and founder of the Policy Gap, so I work with local level elected officials partnering with community on a range of issues from affordable housing, healthcare, economy, and so on. So I'm really glad to partner with community here in my hometown to work on this convening.
Thank you for coming back. We always appreciate that. Thank you.
Hi again, my name is Yvonne Diaz. I grew up here in El Paso. I left El Paso when
I turned 25. I went to different cities to work on different campaigns, and I'm back since 2021, and I've been working really closely with the community, and I'm really happy to be here in a different capacity.
And we're happy that you're back. Thank you.
Unfortunately, another one of our team members couldn't be here today, but she did let me know she wanted me to convey some words over. She says, "Good morning, my name is Bianca Ibarra, President of the Board of Directors of ECO El Paso, and a student pursuing environmental science. I'm very fortunate to live in the city that fosters and supports community-driven initiatives aimed at catalyzing for positive change, especially change with initiatives that will enhance the sustainability and viability of our community, and the one that we will be proposing this afternoon. I apologize for my absence, but I look forward to hearing your input on our project from the team." Go to the next part of our slide. We will see here the table of contents. So we'll be touching over all these areas, and then we'll go ahead and be ending it off with some questions that y'all might have for us. For this next part, I'll go ahead and throw this over to Yvonne.
Michael, and we are here because we understand that we are experiencing a climate crisis globally, and our city, of course, also has seen a lot of the effects that are happening. We have seen like some of the headliners that of the things that have been happening and we have been experiencing in our city, and of course, like we're also been like looking closely what has happened in different precincts, like for example, in precinct 1, the lack of access to more green spaces and shade, precinct 2, extreme pollution, precinct 3, lack of access to potable water, precinct 4, experiencing floods when we actually get rain. And overall, we have an issue, but we also have a unique opportunity to have solutions. We heard earlier, even from the office of Veronica Escobar, that there's a lot of money coming, and we want to be part of those solutions so the community can help and communities can be part of that. But this is going to be achieved through public trust. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So we want to create and build capacity for the county and for the city to create public trust. And one way that we're going to be approaching is to create this convening, this meeting where we're going to be inviting people 200 people to this meeting on April 6th, and we want to actually invest on invite those communities that have been historically marginalized. And if we go to the next slide, the solution or the way that we're approaching this is through an equitable outreach strategy where 50% of the people are going to be directly impacted. We're talking, and we already have been in talks with a lot of organizations, but 50% of the people impacted, like for example, somebody that maybe has asthma, somebody that works close to a plant, or somebody that has experienced a lack of access to water. And another 25% is climate-focused leaders, people that have been in this fight already, people that have been being champions on the climate crisis battle. So we want to make sure that they have a space in the table. Another 25% is climate intersectional leaders, such as the work that other organizations do, like Texas Rising, that work in different multi-issue. And also we want to invite people, like for example, doctors or nurses. They might not be climate crisis leaders, but they also have impacted, and they are also working indirectly on the climate crisis battle. And last but not least, we want to make sure that you all are invited to this and that you all see what we have and we have planned directly, that you experience this along with your residents. So that's kind of like that is the equitable outreach strategy. It's a 50, 25, and 25, and yourselves. And I'll pass it this now to Rodolfo.
Great. So I've actually been in touch with your offices through email and calls. So thank you all for your time. Thank you for having us here. I also want to know, we've provided a packet of information for you all. The biggest change is we've actually moved the date from March 6th to April 6th. It gives us another week, but also we're working with the city to secure a good venue, and so that's the date we landed on. I just kind of wanted to make note in case you caught that inconsistency.
Thank you, Rodolfo.
So Yvonne's covered sort of the why, the what, and the who, and I kind of want to touch on the how. So we're trying to reach those communities that are most impacted by the climate crisis that also happen to be the most historically disengaged. We'll be doing that and trying our best to equal the playing fields. And so the way that this has rolled out is there's sort of 4 programs that make up the convening. So the first part will be building community knowledge. And this is where we've contacted your offices and other community groups to identify 5 community lectures that can talk about a climate issue their community has organized around, how they've secured funding to implement those solutions, and they can talk to the community about lessons learned, because this convening is focused on not just calling out the issue, we're about solving problems together. So what best than to learn from community experts? The other portion goes into building community data. We are practicing research justice framework and principles, so that means that from start to finish, this data report will be designed, collected, and analyzed by community leaders in partnership with some community-rooted scientists as well. The other part is when we actually do small groups and we talk about what we've learned and connect that to attendees' everyday life. And they can start to draw those connections, and we start to form solutions. And in those small tables, there will be some prioritization of the issues that come to play. And then we're also going to be pairing technical experts in each table so that we can translate those ideas from, you know, a mom who has this beautiful idea but doesn't have the technical expertise to translate that into a policy, program, or project. And so then we're going to have a digital submission where we'll be having sort of all of the ideas broadcasted in this convening, and they'll be ranked based off of themes. This will all be happening live. We'll open up the convening back to everybody, and we'll be able to have a collective conversation whether those are the top priorities that are identified, and if we agree, and make space in case there was something that was left out in the spirit of equity to kind of call it out and discuss it further. And then the next part, we are all in different parts of our advocacy journey, and the what's next part is the building community leadership. In honor of people's true capacity and interest in staying plugged into the climate action movement that we're trying to complement, we're creating different pathways for folks to stay connected. So if you want to just connect with nature deeply because you've never hiked our beautiful mountains, there's that pathway for you. If you want to do tree planting like Commissioner Coronado did this past weekend, we'll be able to plug you into opportunities like that. Or if you want to be more involved in policy advocacy, where we will partner with elected officials and city and county to champion the identified priorities we've identified then, that's the track for you. And then something I'm passionate about is also bringing federal funding into the hands of community to implement solutions that they want to see in their neighborhood. If we find a combination of nonprofit leaders and pair them with technical experts, we can provide technical assistance to pursue EPA community change grants that range from $1 to $20 million. I've done over 100 hours of training in this specific grant, and so I'm excited to sort of plug folks in that are ready to go after this kind of money. So here are just some project measurables. We want to increase equitable engagement, and we are setting a big goal, and we're setting ourselves accountable for that, and we're doing our best to achieve a 90% attendance rate. Now, how we're getting folks there is something we haven't touched on verbally yet, but we're actually going to be identifying 20 community influencers or leaders that can then bring 9 folks within their community, and we are adding EDI metrics to make sure that this is racially and ethnically diverse. We cover geographic diversity, and so having folks that represent different city councils and county precincts as well. And then we also will have completed a bilingual needs assessment so that you will have community-driven data. And then also we want to work with elected officials specifically around the energy of developing the regional climate action plan to see if we can align what we have found in this convening with the energy that's going on with the city. And I also wanted to uplift quickly probably the 3 most impactful opportunities that we've identified. So by investing in this convening, you will have a stake in the climate action movement and also deliver educational and community building opportunities to at least 200 El Pasoans. We've also, I verbalized, we're committing to having at least 10 residents from your precinct there, and that's at least. And also, we will have a report of community data to bridge any data gaps that align with the city's developing regional climate action plan. And also the opportunity to tap into historic funding through the Inflation Reduction Act's community change grants administered by the EPA to pair community leaders and technical assistant experts to jointly pursue some of those grants that, again, range from $100 to $20 million. And in this pot of money, $100 million are reserved for southern U.S. border communities. So I know you're hungry, we're hungry too, but I did want to at least give you a chance to share your thoughts. We are, this is collaborative, so please also give input, and we're more than happy to take any of those questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Stout?
Yeah, first I just wanted to say I'm really pleased that we were able to present this item today. Thank you all so much. I think community capacity is really critical to getting the type of engagement that we want within our from our constituents and within our community. For example, when we started the planning for the Corbin-Zambrano project, we had to think through how we could find and receive neighborhood questions, comments, concerns, and help define that project. And I know, Judge, you know as well as I do that Maggie Morales-Zena went door to door with flyers for one of the events that we did, and we worked with the city. We were able to greet community and receive hundreds of comments that informed the planned outcome, and that was a great process. We heard from the presenters about what they plan to do with this project in cooperation with city efforts, and we heard what we can gain from this engagement and information. So it's exciting. For me, it's also exciting to see this being led by young people. Sorry, I cannot speak because I'm too hungry. But I know we always struggle to engage young people in high-level policy work. So it's great to see you all at the forefront of this. And I also wanted to note that I believe that the city is also supporting this effort. We do have a letter of support from Nicole Farini. I don't know if she's actually on the line. She may be on the line now or for the next item, but there she is. That letter was important, and thank you very much, Nicole, for providing that letter of support.
Thank you, Nicole, as always.
So with that, I don't know if anybody has any questions or comments, but I'll make a motion to approve the funding.
And actually, Commissioner Stout, Anna Schumacher, Assistant County Attorney, one of the things that, just from a legal perspective, we don't have an agreement quite ready on this item.
Okay.
So I didn't know if you would consider approve and authorize the allocation of $5,000 for a community climate workshop contingent on the approval of a subsequent corresponding agreement. Thank you.
We'll make that amendment to the motion. Thank you.
Second.
And just to clarify, we'll identify the funding source. We haven't identified it, but we'll identify it. It'd most likely be like G-admin contingencies.
Thank you, Betsy. User.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Great initiative. I love it. Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we also going to take action on number 13 separately? Just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Jose, do you have, or Christian, there you go.
Good morning, afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Cristian Martinez with the Office of Capital Planning and Performance Management. Do we need to read the 13th one, or is
It's
it?
already been read.
I've already read it.
Okay, great. So our office is here to request your approval to sign the interlocal agreements committing to the Regional Climate Initiatives Leadership Steering Committee. This was hinted at in the previous presentation. This steering committee is going to be largely responsible for developing the regional action plan, and that regional action plan is part of a grant process being overseen by the Environmental Protection Agency, with the first encroaching deadline this March 1st to develop just a kind of an initial draft of that action plan, and then a formal grant due April 1st, 2024. And so the committee itself is led by the City of El Paso, It includes various regional stakeholders, including other municipalities like the Village of Vinton, Socorro, the tribal government, the COG, as well as Hudspeth County. And currently, the process that they're engaged in, that this committee is engaged in, is in selection and prioritization of projects that would be submitted under that regional action plan. And so, authorization of this agreement will allow the county staff to participate with the committee throughout this process, as well as engage and collaborate with, for example, the previous item, and take the lessons learned or the policy research gained there and leverage that in that action plan. I'm happy to answer any questions about this interlocal agreement at this time. As you saw earlier, the City of El Paso's Office of Climate and Sustainability Director, Ms. Nicole Farini, is also on the line. And so, other than that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Commissioner?
I have one question for legal. I don't know. I was just looking at Article 4 in the agreement, and it says that the lead organization certifies that it possesses all legal authority necessary to apply for and receive funds pursuant to that agreement. That doesn't keep the county from separately or independently trying to work or go through grant process, right? That just means that the city has the legal authority to do this, correct? Okay.
Thank you for the question, Anna Schumacher. And Erica Rosales-Negaglione is on the call. She reviewed this agreement, so I'll turn it over to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Schumacher, Commissioner Staff, correct. We would still have the opportunity to pursue EPA funds. This is just language that wanted put in the agreement for the future plans of this committee, and so no, it should not prohibit the county from seeking those funds itself.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make that clarification. That was the only question I have, and just want to make sure that that the county staff person that's assigned to this keeps the court in the loop, and as to how things are advancing. Especially making sure that we have included advance notice of meetings so that commissioners and our staff may attend to those meetings.
And Christian, I do want to expand, because as far as the EPA and the regional climate, so normally when we do these, though, there is an agreement that there will be a lead agency for the region, and that lead agency is going to be managing the funds pulled down from the EPA for that program.
Right.
We could apply for other funding, just normally we're not competing for the same funding.
Right.
That's correct. And to address your point, Commissioner, our office is prepared to provide regular meeting highlights as to the ongoing progress of these meetings, and also serve as a grant convener. Our office plans to engage also the Planning Development Department to also participate and lend their expertise and insights to these meetings, and so happy to kind of extend any updates, invitations to the Commissioner's Court and the judge's offices.
Okay, great. Thank you. I will make a motion to approve and authorize the judge to sign the interlocal agreement.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner León.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you all.
Thank you all for indulging and letting us get these folks back to
Thank you.
back to their day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caesar.
Would you like to recess for lunch, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 12:43.
Thank you.
Wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you. So excited. My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first Plunge into the New Year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year.
That was very refreshing. A little frigid, but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
A lot of different reactions, actually. We had some that were just kind of like frozen in a sort of shock, and then the other ones that were just super excited and still really cold. This was also an intro again for this new season that's going to be coming on us pretty soon, actually. So with this new season coming up, we're going to be introducing swim lessons and lifeguard classes and different special events throughout the season.
Oh, I love events like this for the public. This is a great idea, a great way for us to kind of engage our children in the community. This was a great way to start the new year. It's a perfect way to plunge into refreshing cold water and reset everything for the new year. Happy 2024!
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Elections Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
Want to talk
talk a little bit about the history of Anthony, and it became incorporated, an incorporated town back in 1881. This is when the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway was extended to that point. Anthony, New Mexico, of course, that is in Doña Ana County and borders the Texas side of Anthony, that is to our north. They often are considered the twin cities, though Anthony, New Mexico became incorporated back on July 1st of 2010 as a city. As of the 2020 United States Census, there were 3,671 people residing here.
Wow, so it's literally been a city for 13 years. Wow, that is incredible. I didn't know that. And I feel like every other town that we've been to, one of the best things that you'll see are the farms, the pecan farms.
That's right.
And I feel like Anthony is no exception. As a matter of fact, our reporter Tawny Davis took a look at one of those farms. Check it out.
Anthony is known for its pecan farms, and C&J Farms is just one of the many in this area. I was able to speak with owner Shannon Singh, who says being a family-owned business makes all the hard work worth it.
Purchased by his grandfather in 1935, Shannon Singh's family started C&J Farms. The farm grows crops like pecans, cotton, and alfalfa that are sold all around the country. After studying general studies at UTEP for 2 years, Singh felt like it was his time to take reins of the farm and has not looked back since.
I saw my dad getting older, and I said, I need to stay and help him. That's the reason to help my dad out, and then I just fell in love with it. You're out here, you're your own boss, and you watch things grow.
Not only has this farm been a part for many generations, but has become a crucial staple to the community.
It provides jobs. That's probably one of the biggest things. We have a pecan house where we shell our own pecans, and we provide that service to other people.
As a farm that will soon be celebrating 90 years in the Anthony community, Singh does have plans for its future. They include hoping to pass the torch to his children so that the farm can stay a part of the family.
Yes, hopefully. My son, Shannon Singh Jr., right now he's doing some other profession, but hopefully when he retires, he'll come up here and help me.
Singh says that he plans on increasing his pecan crops over the next few years so that he could continue to provide more for this area.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're okay. We have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
We were talking a lot about pecans and being prevalent here in the borderland, but also something here specific to Anthony and another type of cultivation that we see a lot in Anthony, Texas, as well as Anthony, New Mexico, are grapevines.
Yeah, that's right. And so Anthony has one of the most amazing wineries, especially in the Southwest. And so I feel that Anthony has this place called Sombra Antigua Winery. It is top notch. So I hear. I haven't been. I want to make it out there, but let's learn more about it. Check it out.
Anthony's been interesting because it's been growing and emerging. When we moved here first, it was a non-incorporated city. The vineyard you see here is actually the oldest commercial vineyard in New Mexico. Of course, New Mexico has a really long and incredible history in wine. Our most popular is a sweet red.
So these two in particular I grabbed because one of them is our most popular dry red. It's not the driest that we have, but it is a grape that is very, very known to this part in particular. It's almost 300 years old.
We do an awful lot of events, weddings.
So we usually try to have a new musician every single weekend so that we kind of change it up as often as possible.
We're seeing a lot of food locations coming in we didn't have before. I mean, we're funny up here because we can go out and celebrate that we have a Whataburger now.
This area has gotten much more lively with all the businesses in the area, especially our own. We have become well known for not only our wine, but some of the musicians that we have.
We have an awful lot of return customers, like return every week. And so it's, we enjoy it. We love it up here.
Luckily for us, we've had enough customers that we've relaxed them to the point where they're comfortable drinking wine however they like it, so long as they're having a good experience, they know they're doing it correctly. Highway 28 has come to be known by the locals as a wine trail. We get a lot of customers who will either start here or end here just because of how easygoing it is.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
So we started a project in honor of the Martin Luther King National Day of Service. This is the 30th year of the MLK Day of Service, and our project is Sneakers for Asylum Seekers. So we've asked our community members to donate gently worn sneakers or new sneakers so that we can distribute to those who are seeking asylum and coming to our community.
You know, these individuals, when they come to us, a lot of them have nothing but, you know, just the hope of being here after having traveled for literally hundreds and maybe thousands of miles. And now with this program that we have, the Sneakers for Asylum Seekers, I think just to make sure I get this correct, we've had about 673 pairs donated. And so, you know, this is just that part of this program. It really just echoes the commitment that our community has and how united we are to make sure that we keep with those principles of social justice and fairness that Martin Luther King Jr. championed when he was around.
We appreciate you coming out today and sharing your time.
This is an incredible community. So much warmth. The Sun City is a true moniker, not just in terms of the sunshine in the sky, but the warmth in people's hearts. So we really appreciate everyone's willingness to support this project, this day of service, and thank you.
Started clearing and grubbing, taking out any excess material and trash and debris that was preparing all the right-of-way for this project.
So we're going to be extending John Hayes so that it connects on the south from Pelicano up here to the north at Montwood. So it's about a 3-mile stretch of land that is going to be connecting this really fast-growing part of the county.
So this project will take about 30 to 45 employees on a daily basis, and we're going to install brand new water line. We're going to be building ponds, retention ponds, and then after that, the concrete crews, the asphalt crews, and the dirt crews will all be considered, you know, coming in and following through, because this is going to be considered a major highway.
We've been planning this project for many, many years, but of course transportation projects, it is a lengthy process. They have to go through a design and environmental phase, and then of course finding funding is always a challenge.
Fortunately, in this project, we were able to secure the funding through the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization, where they are paying 80% of the project costs, and the county is responsible for the other 20% of the project.
1, 2, 3.
This project is anticipated to last 24 months. Actually, it will be completed next year on fall 2025.
The only thing that it's going to do is going to relieve any congestion that may be accumulating in throughout Zaragoza and Pelicano right now. Yeah, it'll be worth the wait.
This is just one of many projects that the county is working on right now here on this part of the county. So we have a lot of projects that we're very excited that are going to be coming into our transportation grid in the very near future.
Visit the Mission Trail for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Welcome everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
We established here in Anthony 2 years ago, but we had our food truck about 4 years ago. Now we have a full inside capacity. We have a full bar, so we've been growing every year. I get people from Horizon, from Favens, from Las Cruces. It makes me feel special. One thing about barbecue, when I leave out of town, we do go out of our way, so it is, every barbecue joint is going to be a destination. So you do have to travel. We usually have our smokers outside. We don't cut the meat until it's ordered, so you'll see me walking around back and forward. As soon as they order, we cut your meats just to try to get that quality. Yeah, we do have a big support from both communities. We always provide jobs. Most of my kids are either from Gaston or Anthony. I graduated here at Gaston, so I'm an alumni. My wife was a Wildcat, so this is our community. We've been here our lives, so we both grew up here. I get here at as early as 5:30 in the morning, and I leave probably 9 p.m. So you'll always see me here. I want to make sure you guys get the quality, that expectation. Now we guys keep coming back and bringing more friends. You know, and I see that all the time. I see people come and then they bring someone else, and then that someone else brings someone else. So that's what's making us grow all the time. A lot of people tell me, you know, there's just a little gem in there, and I believe that we're that little gem here in this small town. As you can see, we always advertise Anthony. I'm really proudful. For me, barbecue, being the first and last barbecue stop in Texas, that's really huge. We're in exit 0, so that's something really big for me. That's one of our quotes.
Just wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you. So excited. My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first plunge into the new year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year.
That was very refreshing. A little frigid, but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
A lot of different reactions, actually. We had some that were just kind of like frozen in a sort of shock, and then the other ones that were just super excited and still really cold. This was also an intro again for this new season that's going to be coming on us pretty soon, actually. So with this new season coming up, we're going to be introducing swim lessons and lifeguard classes and different special events throughout the season.
Oh, I love events like this for the public. This is a great idea, a great way for us to kind of engage our children in the community. This was a great way to start the new year. It's a perfect way to plunge into refreshing cold water and reset everything for the new year. Happy 2024!
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Elections Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're outdoor. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
I want to talk a little bit about the history of Anthony, and it became incorporated, an incorporated town back in 1881. This is when the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway was extended to that point. Anthony, New Mexico, of course, that is in Doña Ana County and borders the Texas side of Anthony, that is to our north. They often are considered the twin cities, though Anthony, New Mexico became incorporated back on July 1st of 2010 as a city. As of the 2020 United States Census, there were 3,671 people residing here.
Wow, so it's literally been a city for 13 years.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that is incredible. I didn't know that. And I feel like every other town that we've been to, one of the best things that you'll see are the farms, the pecan farms.
That's right.
And I feel like Anthony is no exception. As a matter of fact, our reporter Tawny Davis took a look at one of those farms. Check it out.
Anthony is known for its pecan farms, and C&J Farms is just one of the many in this area. I was able to speak with owner Shannon Singh, who says being a family-owned business makes all the hard work worth it. Purchased by his grandfather in 1935, Shannon Singh's family started C&J Farms. The farm grows crops like pecans, cotton, and alfalfa that are sold all around the country. After studying general studies at UTEP for 2 years, Singh felt like it was his time to take reins of the farm and has not looked back since.
I saw my dad getting older, and I said, I need to stay and help him. That's the reason to help my dad out, and then I just fell in love with it. You're out here, you're your own boss, and you watch things grow.
Not only has this farm been a part for many generations, but has become a crucial staple to the community.
It provides jobs. That's probably one of the biggest things. We have a pecan house where we shell our own pecans, and we provide that service to other people.
As a farm that will soon be celebrating 90 years in the Anthony community, Singh does have plans for its future. They include hoping to pass the torch to his children so that the farm can stay a part of the family.
Yes, hopefully. My son, Shannon Singh Jr., right now he's doing some other profession, but hopefully when he retires, he'll come up here and help me.
Singh says that he plans on increasing his pecan crops over the next few years so that he could continue to provide more for this area.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're opening, we have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
We were talking a lot about pecans and being prevalent here in the borderland, but also something here specific to Anthony and another type of cultivation that we see a lot in Anthony, Texas, as well as Anthony, New Mexico, are grapevines.
Yeah, that's right. And so Anthony has one of the most amazing wineries, especially in the Southwest. And so I feel that Anthony has this place called Sombra Antigua Winery. It is top notch. So I hear. I haven't been. I want to make it out there, but let's learn more about it. Check it out.
Anthony's been interesting because it's been growing and emerging. When we moved here first, it was a non-incorporated city. The vineyard you see here is actually the oldest commercial vineyard in New Mexico. Of course, New Mexico has a really long and incredible history in wine. Our most popular is a sweet red.
So these two in particular I grabbed because one of them is our most popular dry red. It's not the driest that we have, but it is a grape that is very, very known to this part in particular. It's almost 300 years old.
We do an awful lot of events, weddings.
So we usually try to have a new musician every single weekend so that we kind of change it up as often as possible.
We're seeing a lot of food locations coming in we didn't have before. I mean, we're funny up here because we can go out and celebrate that we have a Whataburger now.
This area has gotten much more lively with all the businesses in the area, especially our own. We have become well known for not only our wine, but some of the musicians that we have.
We have an awful lot of return customers, like return every week. And so it's, we enjoy it. We love it up here.
Luckily for us, we've had enough customers that we've relaxed them to the point where they're comfortable drinking wine however they like it, so long as they're having a good experience, they know they're doing it correctly. Highway 28 has come to be known by the locals as a wine trail. We get a lot of customers who will either start here or end here just because of how easygoing it is.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
So we started a project in honor of the Martin Luther King National Day of Service. This is the 30th year of the MLK Day of Service, and our project is Sneakers for Asylum Seekers. So we've asked our community members to donate gently worn sneakers or new sneakers so that we can distribute to those who are seeking asylum and coming to our community.
You know, these individuals, when they come to us, a lot of them have nothing but, you know, just the hope of being here after having traveled for literally hundreds and maybe thousands of miles. And now with this program that we have, the Sneakers for Asylum Seekers, I think just to make sure I get this correct, we've had about 673 pairs donated. And so, you know, this is just that part of this program. It really just echoes the commitment that our community has and how united we are to make sure that we keep with those principles of social justice and fairness that Martin Luther King Jr. championed when he was around.
We appreciate you coming out today and sharing your time.
This is an incredible community. So much warmth. The Sun City is a true moniker, not just in terms of the sunshine in the sky, but the warmth in people's hearts. So we really appreciate everyone's willingness to support this project, this day of service, and thank you.
Started clearing and grubbing, taking out any excess material and trash and debris that was preparing all the right-of-way for this project.
So we're going to be extending John Hayes so that it connects on the south from Pelicano up here to the north at Montwood. So it's about a 3-mile stretch of land that is going to be connecting this really fast-growing part of the county.
This project will take about 30 to 45 employees on a daily basis, and we're going to install brand new water line. We're going to be building ponds, retention ponds, and then after that, the concrete crews, the asphalt crews, and the dirt crews will all be considered, you know, coming in and following through, because this is going to be considered a major highway.
We've been planning this project for many, many years, but of course transportation projects, it is a lengthy process. They have to go through a design and environmental phase, and then of course finding funding is always a challenge.
Fortunately on this project we were able to secure the funding through the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization, where they are paying 80% of the project costs, and the county is responsible for the other 20% of the project.
1, 2, 3.
This project is anticipated to last 24 months. Actually, it will be completed next year on fall 2025.
The only thing that it's going to do is going to relieve any congestion that may be accumulating in throughout Zaragoza and Pelicano right now. Yeah, it'll be worth the wait.
This is just one of many projects that the county is working on right now here on this part of the county. So we have a lot of projects that we're very excited that are going to be coming into our transportation grid in the very near future.
Visit the Mission Trail for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makoam Herimba. Welcome, everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
We established here in Anthony 2 years ago, but we had our food truck about 4 years ago. Now we have a full inside capacity. We have a full bar, so we've been growing every year. I get people from Horizon, from Favens, from Las Cruces. It makes me feel special. One thing about barbecue, when I leave out of town, we do go out of our way, so it is, every barbecue joint is going to be a destination. So you do have to travel. We usually have our smokers outside. We don't cut the meat until it's ordered, so you'll see me walking around back and forward. As soon as they order, we cut your meats just to try to get that quality. Yeah, we do have a big support from both communities. So we always provide jobs. Most of my kids are either from Gaston or Anthony. I graduated here at Gaston, so I'm an alumni. My wife was a Wildcat, so this is our community. We've been here our lives, so we both grew up here. I get here at as early as 5:30 in the morning, and I leave probably 9 p.m. So you'll always see me here. I want to make sure you guys get the quality, that expectation. Now we guys keep coming back and bringing more friends. You know, and I see that all the time. I see people come and then they bring someone else, and then that someone else brings someone else. So that's what's making us grow all the time. A lot of people tell me, you know, there's just a little gem in there, and I believe that we're that little gem here in this small town. As you can see, we always advertise Anthony. I'm really proudful. For me, barbecue, being the first and last barbecue stop in Texas, that's really huge. We're in Exit Zero, so that's something really big for me. That's one of our quotes.
wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you. So excited. My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first Plunge into the New Year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year.
That was very refreshing. A little frigid, but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
A lot of different reactions, actually. We had some that were just kind of like frozen in a sort of shock, and then the other ones that were just super excited and still really cold. This was also an intro again for this new season that's going to be coming on us pretty soon, actually. So with this new season coming up, we're going to be introducing swim lessons and lifeguard classes and different special events throughout the season.
Oh, I love events like this for the public. This is a great idea, a great way for us to kind of engage our children in the community. This was a great way to start the new year. It's a perfect way to plunge into refreshing cold water and reset everything for the new year. Happy 2024!
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Elections Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
want to talk a little bit about the history of Anthony, and it became incorporated, an incorporated town back in 1881. This is when the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway was extended to that point. Anthony, New Mexico, of course, that is in Doña Ana County and borders the Texas side of Anthony, that is to our north. They often are considered the twin cities, though Anthony, New Mexico became incorporated back on July 1st of 2010 as a city. As of the 2020 United States Census, there were 3,671 people residing here.
Wow, so it's literally been a city for 13 years. Wow, that is incredible. I didn't know that. And I feel like every other town that we've been to, one of the best things that you'll see are the farms, the pecan farms.
That's right.
And I feel like Anthony is no exception. As a matter of fact, our reporter Tawny Davis took a look at one of those farms. Check it out.
Anthony is known for its pecan farms, and C&J Farms is just one of the many in this area. I was able to speak with owner Shannon Singh, who says being a family-owned business makes all the hard work worth it.
Purchased by his grandfather in 1935, Shannon Singh's family started C&J Farms. The farm grows crops like pecans, cotton, and alfalfa that are sold all around the country. After studying general studies at UTEP for 2 years, Singh felt like it was his time to take reins of the farm and has not looked back since.
I saw my dad getting older, and I said, I need to stay and help him. That's the reason to help my dad out, and then I just fell in love with it. You're out here, you're your own boss, and you watch things grow.
Not only has this farm been a part for many generations, but has become a crucial staple to the community.
It provides jobs. That's probably one of the biggest things. We have a pecan house where we shell our own pecans, and we provide that service to other people.
As a farm that will soon be celebrating 90 years in the Anthony community, Singh does have plans for its future. They include hoping to pass the torch to his children so that the farm can stay a part of the family.
Yes, hopefully. My son, Shannon Singh Jr., right now he's doing some other profession, but hopefully when he retires, he'll come up here and help me.
Singh says that he plans on increasing his pecan crops over the next few years so that he could continue to provide more for this area.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're open. We have computers that you can use, you have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
We were talking a lot about pecans and being prevalent here in the borderland, but also something here specific to Anthony and another type of cultivation that we see a lot in Anthony, Texas, as well as Anthony, New Mexico, are grapevines.
Yeah, that's right. And so Anthony has one of the most amazing wineries, especially in the Southwest. And so I feel that Anthony has this place called Sombra Antigua Winery. It is top notch. So I hear. I haven't been. I want to make it out there, but let's learn more about it. Check it out.
Anthony's been interesting because it's been growing and emerging. When we moved here first, it was a non-incorporated city. The vineyard you see here is actually the oldest commercial vineyard in New Mexico. Of course, New Mexico has a really long and incredible history in wine. Our most popular is a sweet red.
So these two in particular I grabbed because one of them is our most popular dry red. It's not the driest that we have, but it is a grape that is
Caesar, go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 1:56 p.m. We are on item number 8 from board appointments. Postpone February 5th, 2024. Approve the appointment of the committee members to the El Paso County Bond Advisory Committee, who shall serve a single term ending no later than July 31st, 2024.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Cochran with County Administration. We are not prepared to appoint anybody for this item today, so I would ask for a motion to delete this item.
Second. Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 9 from Commissioners Court, with a correction to read in for the County Administration Department. Item number 9 should read, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the county judge's authorization to sign letters of support for the City of Socorro's fiscal year 2024 raise grant applications. 4D Tigua Spur Paso del Norte Trail, Moon Road, and Rio Vista. Opinion number 3695.
Well, Betsy, we had discussed this, and we thought it would be important to bring it to Commissioner's Court instead of me reacting to it, independently. So that was the purpose. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Judge Samaniego. My name is Dolores Ayala. I am the Program Officer Compliance Specialist with the City of Socorro. We had previously, like you stated, we also provided a letter of support to the county for the RAISE 2024 grant, and we're requesting the same 3 letters of support for our 3 projects under the 2024 RAISE grant, which is the Rio Vista Complete Street Project, the Moon Road Complete Street Project, and the 4D Tigua Spur Paso del Norte Trail Street Project.
One moment. Judge, Commissioners, I believe I shared with you all that there's several agencies who compete for the RAISE grant every year, or every time that the funding's available. We have another item where we've partnered with the City of El Paso for the County Equitable Mobility Plan, and we're a collaborator on that grant application and project. That letter has been received and reviewed by the county attorneys. We also have this request from the City of Socorro to give them a letter of support for their application for the same grant funding. Well, we hope both would be awarded, as well as our own independent, because we have a separate independent grant application for these funds as well for the extension of Bob Hope Drive. We don't know if it's feasible, as there are a finite amount of funds and it's a popular grant program. So we hope everything would be awarded and funded, but we just want to make sure that we're transparent that we're competing projects. Projects are competing against each other for these funds. So it's completely your discretion whether you want to issue a letter of support to other applications in our region, or if you don't want to issue a letter of support to other applications in our region, but that is completely your discretion.
There's a part of me that says, may the best person win kind of attitude. You know what I'm saying? That I wouldn't feel comfortable with such a great partnership that I know we're competing, but I think that's a misnomer because we do so many things together. But the reason, that's what I wanted to bring it to Commissioner's Court, because legal did explain that we're actually competing for the grant. So I don't know how.
And just to let the court know, so I have provided letters of support from me personally from my office for these 3 projects on behalf of Socorro.
And we also, the letter of support for the county for the same RAISE grant. So everybody's trying to support everybody.
I just wanted your support that it wouldn't seem like we're sort of going against ourselves, because I didn't see it that way, but that's the way it's positioned.
I don't have a problem supporting it.
I'm good with it. Okay. So I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Dolores.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Item number 10, discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign a letter of support for the City of El Paso's fiscal year 2024 RAISE grant application for the El Paso County Equitable Mobility Plan. Opinion number 3696.
Welcome, Joaquin.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Joaquin Rodriguez, Director, Grant-Funded Programs for the City of El Paso's Capital Improvement Department. That's fine. We're here requesting a letter of support for our fiscal year 24 RAISE grant application for a county-wide equitable mobility plan. We have coordinated with county staff, Michael McElroy, and his staff in the planning department to discuss what the scope of work of this grant would include. Essentially, it would be an examination of existing conditions and development of project recommendations to develop a county-wide bicycle and pedestrian network of high-quality facilities. One thing that we are trying to do at the city is really focus our planning efforts less on policy and more on project development to ensure that all entities involved in the application would be better positioned to pull down construction grant dollars in the future. So you're absolutely right. This grant, as part of the RAISE program, would be competing. Typically, we see that there's not a lot of competition between construction grants and planning grants. This one would be a planning grant, and because of the low-income nature of our community, we are submitting this as a no-match grant. So this would be no matching dollars required from either entity, is what we've proposed. That could, of course, change in the future, but we would have to come back to the county and to City Council, of course, if that does change in the future. Happy to answer any questions you may have about the application.
And we're getting also a letter of support from the city as far as on this particular item?
So this is the city's application?
Uh-huh.
And so, but it's a joint application with us?
Oh, I see.
But for our Bob Hope extension, didn't we already get a letter or request a letter from the city for the Bob Hope extension project? We did.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Joaquin, I and Commissioner Stout apologize. We thought you were in that other item. Otherwise, we would have brought it up quicker, so you wouldn't have to be
No
waiting
worries.
so long.
Longer sense of nostalgia being back in this courtroom. I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action to approve up to $10,000 in hot funds to support the upcoming El Paso visit of National Association of Counties members who will have an opportunity to learn about and share information about El Paso's history and amenities.
Commissioner Stout.
Thanks. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, everybody. We brought this item because, as you know, we've been very involved with National Association of Counties, and I have the honor of serving as the chairperson of their immigration reform task force this year, the last 2 years actually in a row. And we've been working with NACO to try to bring a cohort of folks from that task force to El Paso to see firsthand what's going on here and to understand what life on the border is like. And so, we were able to convince, well, I don't know if I did much of convincing, it was more their staff that was working on my behalf to convince them to convince the upper echelons. But we were able to set up an event so the Immigration Reform Task Force members will come to El Paso. And of course, there's a lot of information that the people from other parts of the country need to hear. And, hopefully this visit will bear fruit when it comes to our advocacy efforts at the federal level and trying to convince other communities that border management is important, and what we're seeing here, some of the things that are going on that shouldn't be going on. So there are about 25 elected leaders and staff from peer counties across the country that are going to be here. While they're here, we plan on, of course, sharing the opportunities for business and pleasure that El Paso has to offer. They'll be staying in our hotels, and we're going to have opportunities for them to do some tourist things as well, eat at our restaurants and such. And so, our attorneys have reviewed this, and Betsy's admin team did an agenda review this week and referenced other similar requests that are coming in the near future. So hopefully we're all on the same page when it comes to taking advantage of these opportunities. I don't know if Betsy, if you have anything else to add, but we'd love to be able to use some funding from our hotel occupancy tax funds to be able to pay for some transportation and meals for the folks that are coming. And when is this? It'll be March 27th to
Yes,
the
sir.
29th, I believe.
If I may just add, Judge, Commissioners, continuously I hear requests from you all for different organizations that are coming, or groups or conferences. And what happens is, if we don't engage and bring them to these types of tours that we kind of design and be intentional about, they miss out on seeing a lot of amenities that we have to offer. And it's a chance, if we don't start telling our tourism story about what we have to offer, I think it's like we're on a cycle where we keep saying, why don't we get on the map about certain things, or why haven't we increased tourism? And it's one of our goals, but we're not looking for all these opportunities, or seizing all of these opportunities, I should say, to promote what all we have to offer. And so we've talked about these familiarization tours before. We call them FAM tours. And what I'm requesting is, in Commissioner Stout's case, this specific request, the up to $10,000, but I have asked our team to set up a line item in our hot funds. We still would require these approvals, but to set up an actual budget for these tours so that when they come up, we're not having to come move the money, and, so it'd be a dedicated fund to support these types of tours. I know we have a very large delegation coming from the Caregiver Summit this year. We have the Texas Democratic Commission here. So we have, those are opportunities we could seize on and kind of control the narrative to show the county assets and our local assets with some funding. And it's not just those, it's also often other parties bringing people in, and we're wanting to show them, especially tell our story about migration and how we've handled it and managed it, and that it's not as scary as the world has seen it, to help increase and promote tourism to our region and business, economic development. So that's what I'm requesting too, is I've already asked our staff to do the budget line item adjustment, but to be able to have these funds available and budgeted for this purpose.
And this one in particular, these are individuals from all over the country that have a platform. These are individuals that talk to a lot of other people, and that's what we need. I mean, an individual organization might not be as powerful, but this one, I mean, these are individuals that know about El Paso, talk to other people, and so I love their platform, and I think we should have them here as well. So I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, there'll be folks from all over the country that are members of the Immigration Reform Task Force with me, from Florida, Kansas, Arizona, California, New York, and many other states. And it's great. We did this before in 2019. We had another cohort come down here. I don't think the county participated monetarily in that event. I was able to get some sponsorships from some private sponsors, but I think it would behoove us to invest in this and provide the best experience for these folks, so that they have a deep understanding of how immigration affects us here on the border, and how it directly relates to their communities as well.
Make the motion.
Any other questions?
No questions.
Okay, all right, then I'll move to approve.
Commissioner, this could also, if you don't mind, Eric Rosales,
Yep.
I'm going to assist County Attorney to approve the allocation
Okay.
of up to $10,000 in hotel occupancy tax hot funds to support the upcoming El Paso visit of National Association of County members, who will learn and share about El Paso's history and amenities.
Second.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
And we'll make sure to get you all information, more detailed information about the trip when we nail things down. Thank you.
Item number 14 from County Administration, with a correction to read in from the County Administration Department. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign an agreement with MNK Architects LLC for the provision of professional services related to the 2024 multi-year capital plan. Funding in the amount of $1,393,300 is available in CP Tax TN 23D Consultation Professional Services, subject to final legal review and approval from the County Attorney's Office. Contract number 2024-0194. Like me to read in 15 and X as well? Or-
Yes, sir, please.
We also have item 4X from consent, pulled by Commissioner Olguin. The item is approve the purchase of community and bond advisory committee meetings for the El Paso Administration Department using Cooperative Region 19 Contract 22-7430, awarded to Barracuda Public Relations of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $599,750. Funding is available in special grant, ARPA Plan 21 operating expense. And item number 15, approve and authorize the county judge to sign an agreement with Barracuda Public Relations, LLC, for the provision of professional services related to the 2024 multi-year capital plan. Funding in the amount of $599,750 is available in General Fund, General Administrative, Economic Impact Fund.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Robert Reed with the Office of Capital Planning and Performance Management. We are presenting two contracts for the court's consideration related to the upcoming 2024 multi-year capital planning process that we have discussed with the court in recent months. Our office has facilitated this process in close coordination with the Public Works team and the Communications Division, coordinated closely with Purchasing and County Attorney's Office throughout the process. Through this process, we are presenting two separate agreements that would provide a full array of services to support the county's efforts over the next several months to share accurate, technical, and up-to-date information with the public regarding the process ahead. This combination of professional services and outreach services will be managed by the respective departments who are here and available to answer any questions the court may have. Both firms were chosen to provide these services as efficiently and effectively as possible. M&K is the county's on-call architectural professional services firm, and Barracuda has satisfied procurement through the Region 19 Cooperative. M&K will provide the subject matter expertise to help develop accurate cost estimates for any public meetings and also develop conceptual visuals on certain projects to ensure the public is aware of the facilities that may be proposed under any financing opportunities. With respect to Barracuda's communication efforts, the 2024 multi-year capital plan involves proactive and consistent communication with the local populace as directed by the court. A key to this effort is implementing a comprehensive, bilingual communication strategy that spans multiple platforms, ensuring the campaign's goals and timeline are clearly conveyed. County's team, including Public Works and Communications, has worked with both firms in various capacities across various projects and are recommending the court approve both contracts. This concludes my presentation, and I, along with our Public Works team and Communications team, are available to answer any questions related to these agreements.
Commissioner Olguin, you want to go ahead and
Thank you, Judge. So I didn't have a question on the M&K Architects contract, but I did have a question on the Barracuda, specifically from the budget. So there was just some things that I want to make sure I understand. So it looks like there's how many total positions are being funded through our agreement?
Positions, as in how?
Yeah, so I see there's something called a support manager, PR exec, graphic designer, PR exec lead, PR exec support. So so it seems to me those are like four different
I believe there
people.
are four different individuals. I think there's some that are doing the same. There's individuals that are doing two different processes, but I'd like to defer that to Mr. Landeros if I could, or I'm sorry, Melissa.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with County Operations. So you're correct, Commissioner. If you read the budget in Exhibit 2, you'll see the different top positions, if you will. But it's not actual people doing different functions. It's basically the rates based on the job duty that they'll perform. So we've been working a lot with Mr. Israel Irobali. And so in one instance, he might be charging for some exec support management work that he's doing is we build up some community management meetings, but then in another area, he might bill us under the exec support line item for different work that falls within that category. But in terms of numbers of positions, it could vary. I know that I've worked so far with 2 specific Barracuda employees, and of course, depending on what services they provide, those invoices would curtail or relate to that rate.
So it could be the same person just doing different roles and billing at different rates?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And their photo video, I understand, is a team. It's not one individual.
It's a combination of several teammates that would produce the video. And then the other thing that's real important about the rates is these are the exact rates that are on the co-op that we found that are currently they're doing business with, like TxDOT or any other agencies, same rates, same hourly rates.
Okay. And then, so the last column is other direct costs, and they're all very self-explanatory as far as the media buy and the social media ads and the pinpoint site for the website. But there's one called strategy, 60,000. It's kind of in the middle of the page.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just wondering what that is, because that doesn't actually sound like a direct cost. I'm not sure exactly what that refers to.
And so this budget, one thing that I think is important for the court to know is when you look at the budget, you look at the potential hours and the potential numbers. It's encompassing work that's leading up to the potential for the court to make a decision on a bond. It also includes work for work thereafter. So if a decision is made by the court later this summer, this budget also includes some work that they may continue helping us do. And one of those roles in which strategy plays a part might be what the strategy is to communicate, to ensure that the various groups are made aware of what the decision is and what we're planning on doing. So some of this hasn't come into play just yet, but the strategy piece would be if we go to work with them in the future on some of this, they would work with us on creating strategy, on communicating further with our community, our agencies, our partners, when that time or when that decision's made.
Melissa, but in the agreement, it almost sounds like that might be somebody else outside that they're going to hire and then bill us in the budget. So are they for strategy? Because it says SPCO next to it.
Okay.
Is that a different company?
Let me look and see. Oh, well, so they are subcontracting with, what is his name? What is the name of his company?
Laura, you want to go ahead and
It's leaving me, yes.
comment on it?
Part of the strategy also involves the fact that some of the leadership in Barracuda has experience with bonds and bond initiatives. Specifically, Stefan Posinger is part of the team who has been or will consult from that aspect. So as far as the strategy is concerned, that's pretty much based on the experience that they have had with bond initiatives.
So that's more of a consulting, not necessarily a direct cost for the campaign, right?
Right. Well, that's something I guess that can you speak to that? Whether the strategy falls under direct costs.
Oh. I've been waiting for Mr. Landeros to get this fall under the direct costs. Excuse me.
It's listed under direct costs.
It is, and it's a separate
go ahead.
subcontractor.
So it is a separate subcontractor. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on what Commissioner Holguin has brought up. Through a third party and others, and one of them being Mr. Okay, I was trying to think of the company name that we have.
Outreach strategies. We have an update on that as well.
Okay, well, let me bring it up now. And talking with Jacob Cintron, one of the companies that's going to come in to help them with their bond, it's not a marketing company. It is a company that will consult with a marketing company to make those issues a little clearer to the public. That same company helped Harris County pass a $1 billion or more than $1 billion in bonds, because what we think is important and how we see the importance of it might be the same on our constituents, but they see it a different way, and they have found a way to really explain it to the constituents where it's more passable, more viable. So my thoughts are that we wait on Barracuda just a little bit. So if we do like their presentation, that maybe we can have them involved.
So Commissioner, so we met with that company. I don't know if you saw my update, but we met with that company. We do like what they do, and they do this strategy piece. And so what I would ask you all to consider today, because our public meetings start this week, what I would ask is that we approve the budget with the understanding that all of this is on a billed basis. It's not a guaranteed pay. It's an up to billed basis. But I would like our team to go back and discuss with Barracuda the line item that they have for strategy and who they selected for subcontracting, and with the understanding that we may not want that.
Okay, now let me just, I just want to be clear. I don't want Barracuda to select that other company. I want the court to select them.
We would. So then they would spend nothing on the strategy part if we go back and do that.
With it.
Or approve it without the $60,000 strategy line item. And if there's some reason why they convince us that they absolutely need some strategy money, we'll bring it back. But we'd ask that you approve it without that today and let us work on the other agreement on strategy.
We do have in the contract, Eric Rosales, the Assistant County Attorney, that none of the services in the agreement can be subcontracted without the prior written consent of the county. And so because it is just an item that doesn't include any names, that's the understanding between the parties.
Okay, thank you. And Betsy, when is that company going to give a presentation to the court?
So we have met with them. We met when they were here in town for UMC. We have not asked them to come give a presentation yet for the court because we need to make sure we follow the procurement process. But we've met with them. We think that they would add a lot of value. We're working through what that would entail.
Because of the time frame that we have and the procurement process sometimes is very lengthy, is there any way to shorten that? Because I think this is critical to our success in the bond issuance.
Judge, Commissioners, if I may, Jose Landeros with County Administration. We did meet with them. Ms. Davidson, our purchasing agent, was in the call along with Ms. Carrillo and myself. Through that, we discovered the company is part of a cooperative, which then allows us to just contract directly with them because they've already satisfied procurement. And so Ms. Davidson has been in communication with the company. We're working on trying to negotiate their scope and their fee according to the cooperative that's already in place, which will then allow us to bring that item back to the court for your consideration. And again, if you're looking at this holistically, the overarching strategy, which encompasses everything from communications to project development, would have a consultant, which is the role that our office in county administration is charged with. Communications would have their consultant with Barracuda PR, and then Public Works would have their consultant with M&K as well. So we would have existing county staff working with different consultants in different capacities to ensure that we are working on implementing this capital plan as successfully as possible.
Do you anticipate any time frame where they're going to be able to present to us?
I would have to defer to Ms. Davidson. I know that we were working with them, but in recognition of the fact that we know that this is very time sensitive, we're going to push for this to be on the court's agenda as soon as possible so that we can begin awarding the bid and then begin drafting the contract as well.
No, that's fine. And then I just had one last question. So I noticed the contract end date is September 30th of 2025. So that's almost a year after the bond election. And is that what Melissa was alluding to, that there might be additional work that has to be done?
We typically allow the contract, I'll need to go back and look at the agreement just to ensure, but we typically allow for invoices that might go through October perhaps in the event that we're doing information sharing with the public. And then we allow the invoices to catch up, and so we give ourselves a period. So we can shorten that up, but we wouldn't recommend that it be August of this year or September of this year, just so we have that opportunity to allow the administrative invoices and everything so we can close out the contract.
Okay, so there's not a specific reason that it has to go through September?
No, ma'am. No, it should be sooner. So we'll work with the county attorney's office to bring that back up and also get some feedback from auditors and also Barracuda on how much of a processing time for invoices they'd like so that we can close out the contract appropriately.
Okay, and then it's a reimbursement basis, correct? So based on the invoicing. So for example, if they end up not spending $18,000 on refreshments and meeting supplies, then we're not going to pay.
Yes, ma'am. Everything for both Barracuda and M&K are designed as not to exceeds, and then our staff will be in charge of reviewing those invoices and ensuring that we're processing payment accordingly.
Okay, those are all my questions, Judge.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner.
I have a couple questions.
Yes, Commissioner Coronado?
Yeah, I just, because of the amount of these contracts, I'm sure that y'all have gone through, this particular company we've had history with?
Yes, sir, we have with both of them. been
Well,
working with them in
I
different
know
capacities.
M&K, but I'm talking about Barracuda.
Yes, through the co-op, we have been working with them as
And
well.
with other companies considered?
Yes.
Okay. And this particular amount, the $600,000, is that something, I know it says on an as-built basis up to, but is that pretty accurate what we're proposing, the 600,000?
So, Commissioner, so obviously as you all know, we haven't gone out for a bond, and the court has asked for us to do, as a matter of fact, when we've looked at other bond issuances, I think we have the most robust outreach of any that I've seen. So for the volume of meetings, and I mean, we haven't done one, I can't say this is the perfect budget. But that's why we put it in as up to. And even just today, Jose and I had a conversation about these invoices, that we have got to be on top of reviewing them, making sure there's a reasonableness to them, and that Barracuda has to be prepared, and M&K have to be prepared to justify their billings to us. We'll be working so closely with them. I expect we'll have a very good idea of this kind of information, but I can't say that we've had anything similar to compare it to say that this is right in the ballpark. But we do know that these are the co-op rates that Barracuda has. And when we say we considered other companies, we also evaluated our timeline and that Barracuda's on a co-op, and we have worked with them before. So for public outreach. So that's part of why we selected them.
Okay, and do we have any sense of what plan in terms of the outreach to each of the precincts, who's going to be targeted, all those issues? Has that been kind of vetted through already, or not?
It has, and I'll let Melissa talk on that.
Yes, Commissioner. So we've been working to put out the community meetings plan, which, as Ms. Keller mentioned, the first community meeting commences this week on Wednesday afternoon. We've planned for 12 different community meetings before we bring updated information to the BOAC, speak with the Board of Advisor Committee, and then bring that information collectively to the court sometime in June is what our timeline looks like for the first batch.
It includes a second round of community meetings after the Bond Advisory Committee has reviewed the first feedback. And that's not in addition, there's also additional outreach meetings beyond those 12 for like different organizations, like trying to hit, I know we've already scheduled with like Rotary clubs, and so the precinct meetings plus other opportunities for outreach.
All right, and when talking about outreach, we're sending out informational pieces of literature, is that correct, on top of just the meetings?
We have graphics that we've created, a social media plan. A stakeholder email has also gone out to various networks, as well as a news release to the media to get the word out.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we have a comprehensive out there so the community says, oh, well, we didn't hear anything about it, and we didn't, that we really make an effort to reach as many people as possible, at least to give them the information out there, so.
Can I follow up?
Yes, Commissioner Leon, please.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on one of your questions, Commissioner, that you also answered, Betsy. In using Barracuda, we're using them simply because we used them in the past and it wasn't a competitive deal for this?
We selected them off of a cooperative. We did not go out for an RFP.
So other companies weren't able to compete for this particular piece?
Not through an RFP, no, sir. They're always eligible to put themselves out on a cooperative to go through the process. As you all, we buy a lot of things through cooperative purchasing. And this is one of those items that we're buying through cooperative purchasing.
And I'm bringing this up a lot because whatever company we use, it's going to make us or sink us. And it's critically important that we use the right company or companies. And that concerns me that more companies weren't able to compete.
Are there more companies on any cooperatives, or is Barracuda the only one on a cooperative?
Ms. Davidson, I don't know if you could
Yeah,
answer that.
I was gonna ask Karen to pitch in here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Karen Davidson, County Purchasing Agent. No, there is not another agency on the co-op. There is KTSM and KFOX on this cooperative, but for what the capital planning department was looking for them to do, the selection of Barracuda, I think, fit more into what they wanted to do. So that is, Barracuda is the only option on that cooperative for the function that they're looking for.
You know, I'm very concerned because there are other companies that do exactly what you're talking about. And why they weren't notified or why they didn't respond, I'm just surprised.
Well, we didn't do an RFP.
And yeah, we did not notify anybody.
If I could say something with regards to Barracuda, I have worked with Barracuda for over 15 years, ever since I worked at Texas Tech Health Sciences Center. So I do have a very good relationship with Barracuda and understand their work inside and out, as well as the leadership, if that gives anybody any peace of mind.
Commissioner, also, if I may, and Mr. Coronado, to your question earlier, when the county deployed the NOFO for nonprofits, we had a direct contract with the Paso Norte Health Foundation, but Barracuda was the element that helped us facilitate the outreach meetings, and it was through that process that we actually gained a lot of insight from communities that we don't typically hear a lot from. Like, we held meetings in Canotillo, we held meetings in San Elizario, and that really gave us a lot of information to ultimately structure and make the recommendation to distribute the almost $10 million of ARPA funds to nonprofits. And so it's that, coupled with the work that we've seen Barracuda do with the Texas Department of Transportation for some of their large projects. As you all know, those federally funded highway projects have extensive outreach requirements in terms of meetings and how they have to respond and the facilitation that has to occur. And so Barracuda has been at the heart of a lot of large projects, including everything that's happening along I-10 and the Spaghetti Bowl and the improvements that happened there over recent years. And so communicating all of that, meeting all those federal requirements, gave us the confidence that they would be able to assist us in this project, knowing also that we're very much in the driver's seat in terms of shaping the vision and taking direction from the court about the structure, the areas we want to target. And so I think it's through the combination of our internal capacity and their resources and their external capacity that we feel confident that Barracuda can deliver this product for us over the next several months.
And Jose, for the ARPA NOFO process that you referenced, was what we paid for all of those community meetings, was that in the ballpark of this figure?
I need to go back and look at that. I know that we had significantly less meetings under the ARPA NOFO, so I would need to be pending a response back to that. But looking at the numbers right now for what they're charging for community meetings, it does look comparable, but I would need to confirm that by going back and looking at the contract with the Health Foundation.
And the graphic that was up on the screen a few minutes ago regarding the 3 meetings that I think are scheduled for this week or maybe next week. So was that, this one, was this created internally by county staff, or this was already created by Barracuda? Okay, so they've already started working.
If I may, and let me address that. Originally, and the way we've seen it done in other organizations, is you normally have like the architects who subcontract out the outreach. That's what we originally had planned to do. We originally had planned to have one contractor who would subcontract the outreach. It was during the process that I believe, because of the way we have an agreement with the architect and the architectural on-call services, it was evaluated that they did not believe, purchasing and legal did not believe that our current on-call allowed them to do those outreach services, which put us in the situation of needing to go out and get the outreach services ourselves directly. And that's also a reason why we used a co-op, because we did not, by that point in time, we did not have time to do a full RFP for those services.
Just, I don't want to speak for the Commissioner, but as I was listening, I think the real issue would be, like, I understand what you're trying to accomplish, but I just felt it would have been good to bring it to the court to tell us that was going to be your strategy. And is that we were going to, into the no RFP, that we were sort of a little bit more of us sort of deciding if that was the right strategy, because that's what I think I'm understanding, right? That it would have been good for us to say, yeah, that would be a good thing to do, instead of now dealing with a situation that maybe we're not that comfortable with. So. Commissioner Coronado?
No, I mean, I definitely see the concern, but you know, hearing Betsy's explanation about the timeline, it's difficult. But in the future, I think that especially when these are larger, you know, ticket items that you know, that we know that in this community there are other, you know, there are opportunities for us to engage with other organizations. Not to knock Barracuda, also have seen them do great work with not just the county, but other organizations. But, you know, I think the point is valid, that we, especially when we have a lot of local vendors that could and would be willing to try to compete for something like this, and, you know, making sure we're getting the most bang for our buck as well. But I do agree with Commissioner Leon. Just one more point, sorry, Commissioner Coronado. But on the subcontracting, I also have had discussions with Jacob about you know, what they're planning on doing, and maybe that's an area where we could revisit, because I think that would be a good idea.
Commissioner?
Did Barracuda do the outreach on the proposed project that they're doing at the interchange from the loop coming I-10, 375 I-10 to Artcraft? Is that the same company that did that for TxDOT?
I'm not familiar with them. The project that I know, the largest project in recent memory that I can recall off the top of my head is the Go 10, the Connect 10 project here at the Spaghetti Bowl in Central. But I can confirm whether or not that was another Barracuda project.
Okay, because if it was a Barracuda project, I was impressed with the way they did that particular project. So, and if it was TxDOT who did it, I mean, the communication, the engagement of the public, the way they did it, they had a couple of sessions. They did one at the district. The other one was done at the library, the El Paso Community College Library. And I've got to say that it was very impressive the way they communicated out there. So I don't know if that's the same company or not.
And to be clear, it's not Barracuda per se that we're concerned about, but, you know, making sure that.
Right, Judge, and I'll take full responsibility for that. I apologize. This has been moving very quickly, and things have, we've had to change quickly. I did provide this in an update a couple weeks ago to the court, but I don't know how soon before that we knew we were changing course. But as soon as we were sure, because we also, and this is with all respect to legal and to purchasing, it's something I'm glad that we do internally, but we push back and argue about process, right? Like, are you sure we have to do it this way? This is our argument for why we think. So there's some of that going on too, trying to make sure that we're certain of the way that we're going when we think, you know, if there's another view that we think we could go a different way. So some of that is going on, but as soon as we did know, we did include this in an update, but it has been moving very quickly.
Okay, no.
And I understand the issue that, the time-sensitive issue with respect to that when you found out about that. I just, maybe like Commissioner Stout said, maybe in the future we can take a look at that.
And, you know, not that we've been working on it like last minute, because we've been working on this since early fall 2023, and we thought that we didn't question the use of, we thought this, to us, this was a normal use of the architect to subcontract these services.
And the M&K proposal, you said that this was already, the amounts that they've listed, I see their itemized list of projects. Because I see different varied projects of renderings for different amounts of projects. Are they because they're smaller projects, is that it, and some are larger?
Not every project.
Why the differences in the?
Right, so every project is going to receive at the minimum like a cost estimate. They'll verify scope of work and description and things like that. But only larger projects will be the ones that receive the conceptual visualization, which will be used by our communications consultant and our internal team to share what those look like. I know that Melina Pañuelos from Public Works, our senior civil engineer, is available to speak a little bit more to that, but that is the general intent, is that not every project receives the same level of detail from M&K. Some receive more just based on the complexity of each of those projects.
Okay, because I see that like the differences are somewhere between 4,500 to like 7,000 each project on the renderings. Right? Is that my understanding then? It's because of the different very type of
Melina, do you want to speak to that?
complication of the projects?
Yeah. Okay, just to add a few notes. I'm not sure if you can hear me yet.
Yes, no, you're okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, good. So just to add a few notes to that, if you're looking at the proposal within the description, that's the total cost, assuming like, for example, we'll look at rendering. If 40 projects got selected to get renderings, that would be $200,000 on that. But each one would be $5,000. It's in the parentheses below. And so if only 10 of them get chosen to be rendering, then we'd only get charged for those 10. So it's more of like an allowance within each task.
Okay, so it's not a set amount, it's depending on the amount of projects we ask that be done.
Correct. Anything the county directs them to do within each project. Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Thank
all
you,
I have.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, Judge, Court, I appreciate your patience, Betsy. Thank you. And thank you, team, for giving us all this feedback. I just feel that this is one of the most, it's going to be very challenging. There's going to be so many others. I think a school district, UMC, is going after bonds. So if we don't get this right, we're not going to win anything. So I appreciate your patience with me, and as we go for the very best we can do as far as the assistance we get to help us pass those bonds.
No, thank you for emphasizing the importance. Thank you.
All right, and thank you to staff for doing it. I know this was done, some of this was information that didn't come out till, as you said, Betsy, recently, but I think we're all kind of pretty much on edge to making sure that this project really gets out to the public as best as possible, because, everybody, our whole organization's integrity, so to speak, is on the line here. And for the benefit of the public, I think we need to really just make sure we get that information out.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I just want to make just one last comment. And I understand the time crunch that we're under, and I understand why going through a co-op was going to be the most expedient thing to do. But I really didn't like kind of the way that we approached this. I mean, we had an item on consent, which would theoretically have been approved before we even had a chance to discuss it in the regular agenda item, and hear Commissioner Leon's concerns, and hear Commissioner Coronado's questions and my questions. So that doesn't sit well with me. And then also to know that Barracuda has already started doing this work. I mean, if they're the ones that produced the graphic that was shown a couple of minutes ago, I mean, again, the court hadn't had a chance to have this discussion and to approve this agreement, and yet there's already work being done. So I understand the need to try to get this moving quickly, but I just feel like we skipped a lot of important steps, and we're a little bit ahead of ourselves. So I would just ask that that not be done in the future. And also, if we could take a look at the co-ops, the cooperative agreements again, because I do find it hard to believe that there are no other companies who could do this type of work on any other co-op that we deal with. So if we could take a look at that as well.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner. I think they represent mine very well. Thanks. Okay.
We would be asking for approval of the item pulled from consent for purchasing.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And then for
Thank you.
Thank you,
item
Melina.
14, we'd be asking for you to approve and authorize the county judge to sign the agreement with M&K Architects for the provision of professional services related to the 2024 multi-year capital plan. Funding in the amount of $1,393,300 is available in CP Tax Note 23D, Consultant Professional Services, subject to final legal review and approval from the County Attorney's Office.
That motion.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
On item number 15, do you want to consider that one without the $60,000 strategy budget?
Yes.
Approve and authorize, we'd be asking for your motion to approve and authorize the county judge to sign an agreement with Barracuda Public Relations LLC for the provision of professional services related to the 2024 multi-year capital plan, funding in the amount of $539,750. This is as amended without the $60,000 strategic line item in the backup, and the funding is available in special grant ARPA Plan 21 operating expense. We actually are asking for that line item to be changed to Economic Impact Fund. Caesar, do you have the language for the index?
General Fund, General Administrative Economic Impact Fund.
And Commissioners, that would be reimbursable in the event that the court considers an issuance of debt in the near future. We would ensure it includes a resolution reimbursement, a reimbursement clause in the authorizing resolution, which will allow us to recoup those funds back to the general fund.
Make the motion.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Item number 16, discuss and provide direction to staff regarding Commissioners Court Strategic Plan Goal 5, promoting collaboration and engagement. Action 4, mental health services programs, supporting monitoring community partner services program outcome.
Betsy.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Alexis, can you pull up the slide? So right now, in your strategic plan, you have this goal as described in the agenda item. It is under Goal 5, which is collaboration and promoting collaboration and engagement. Action 4, mental health services / programs, supporting monitoring community partner services and program outcomes. I wanted to make you aware of some of the programs we're working on or looking into now, but after a conversation I've had, what I'm hearing and what I think we need to also do, I want to talk about these programs, but I also want to talk about a method of evaluating the current contracts we have for mental health services. So some of the pending mental health initiatives that we're working on, especially as it relates to our justice-involved individuals, is we're looking at collaborating with EHN to develop a mental health and substance use diversion center. We're evaluating the impacts of mental health, and I'm asking Joel to come in. I don't think he knew we were going to get to this item at this time, but to come in also to expand on any of these. But you'll see in my update today, we're evaluating the impacts of when a detainee is flagged with a mental health flag. How is that impacting their time in jail? And how does that impact the performance of the services we receive for that individual? So we're trying to reduce mental health-based incarceration, and we're studying and evaluating that data. Consider consultants to help us understand the impacts of our current mental health screening practices in the jail. We're supporting EHN's initiative. We want to support EHN's initiative, and this is something, Commissioner Stout, I know you've talked about. There's some funding now available for EHN to do local competency restoration. On any given day, we may have 100 people waiting for a state bed. And rather than let them stay in our jail and us paying to house them and them further deteriorate, we're looking for this program to do local restoration for mental health. We also recently learned about other counties that have similar programs and the success rates they're having. That would be a measure and a way we would evaluate that. And then evaluating the efficacy of the county-run crisis intervention team. This is on our project to get completed this next year, to hire to have an evaluation of the impact of the crisis intervention team so that we can further support expanding or make any corrections if there's anything that's not effective.
Betsy, I'm sorry, is this over and above what the sheriff's team is doing?
No, so this is evaluating the effectiveness of that team.
Oh, okay.
So we'd come back with like, and I know it's always, it's hard to measure what didn't happen, but this would be a study similar to the study that was done on the city's crisis evaluation team to come back and look at like how did it impact the numbers, what were situations able to be de-escalated, were alternative routes of treatment or intervention provided, how effective was it? So those are some of the things that we're working on now. But just in talking about some of the current contracts that we have for mental health services, we're talking about how do we engage and make sure we're getting those services that we're contracted to get and that they're being effective. So we wanted just to go over these and see if there's anything else, if we're on the right track, and if there was anything else the court wanted us to do under this specific goal.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner.
Betsy, one of the things that the judge and I looked when we were at the meeting for the Justice Reform Council, that it looks very, very good that the crisis intervention team is actually helping us. But we need to look into it further. I know we were presented with, instead of the actual recidivism, but it was a rearrest type, because the state has not given us the information, even after a law was passed requiring them to. I think we need to, one, tweak that law and make it a little more specific, because there's no time frame within which the state has to comply with our request for that information, number one. Number two, I think if I remember correctly, and Joe might be able to do that, with respect to the number of arrests on the mental health side for those people, I think it's gone down, and that's after the implementation of the crisis intervention team. But I don't know if it's directly related to that, but I think that's one of the things we really need to take a look at, and we probably need to add something to our delegation to make sure that we tweak the law to make sure that the state complies with those requests to give us that information for the recidivism issue, because there was no time frame put in that law requiring them to produce it within a certain time. They said, yeah, we'll produce it, but then they never produced that information, so that the person who's doing the evaluation for us, what was her name, Sherry? Is that who it was?
Jesse.
Jesse, I'm sorry. I think my lunch is affecting my brain.
Well, the blood's running to your stomach and not your brain.
More blood rushing somewhere.
Definitely on the timeline for the state. And one of the things, I don't know if we've tried it yet, but one of the ideas I shared with Joel when he shared that concern, I wondered, so since it's now information that they are able to share with us, if we submitted it as a PIA, would they not be subject to certain timelines in responding that way?
They might, but I think for the future, since we are going to come up on a session coming up this year, that we ask just to make sure that there's no issues down the road and that we don't have to ask for public information requests later on, that we just tweak that law to make sure that they provide a time frame within which the state has to respond to give us that information. I think that's one of the reasons why we weren't given that information in terms of recidivism, rather in terms of a rearrest look at the issue.
Yes, sir.
But I think it looks real well. Once we look into it, I hope that that's the case, that the CIT has produced those less arrests, because I know we have had less arrests, because that was what's provided the information to us. So, but
Commissioner Stout?
On the first bullet point, is the substance use diversion center something that that's like, does that include the detox, the
Yes, sir.
detox center? Okay.
Yes, sir. And this is something very new that since we've been trying other options and didn't get bids. And so this is something new we're just starting to collaborate on, but it's another pending mental health initiative.
Okay, I think that's great. You know, there's definitely great models in other places like Harris County that we've heard a lot about in the two trips that we took to DC and Dallas, Betsy, for those conferences. But above and beyond that, I also wanted to mention. I guess we can talk a little bit more offline, but some of the work that the Recovery Alliance is trying to do when it comes to also providing safe spaces for folks. And it may be, I mean, I know that a lot of these things are still, I guess, not quote unquote legal in the state of Texas, but there are harm reduction safe spaces that are available in other communities in other states where folks can be taken care of while they're using, basically, and be in a safe space. And that's something that I really want to add to our legislative priorities as well. But I know that the Recovery Alliance is working on some really, really great projects, and I want to talk to you about that, Betsy, actually offline. But also, I think we should add, I mean, some of these things, I mean, definitely taking into account that the legislative session will be coming, you know, so soon in you know, 8 months or so, but or 10 months. Also, fentanyl testing strips and looking at decriminalizing those types of things. I think that all fits in within some of the mental health initiatives and mental health priorities that we should be undertaking as the court.
And our team is online listening, our Alicia, our government affairs, and she's already told me I'm making notes of these. So we are recording these for legislative. Okay. So I don't really need any other, this is really helpful. I don't need any action, just wanted to make sure we were aligned with this strategy.
I just want to add, you know, this morning in legal, we had a discussion about the mental health, but we also, I think, Betsy, you opened it up a little further and said that we should really evaluate the success that we sort of not blindly, but we sort of narratively in agreement with the services, but that we should have a better way of monitoring and then evaluating the success. Because in the same way, there's other organizations, you know, other than EHN that would like to participate, but it's almost like the go-to, and without really understand. Once again, it's not our concern about their services, but I don't think we understand enough to be able to continue and understand the partnership. So I think you agreed, Betsy, right, that we need to sort of be a little bit better at whoever we're partnering, that there's a way to evaluate the quality of their service.
Right, and to look at the contract and see, are we really getting the deliverables?
Exactly.
And does the contract truly, like, there's sometimes when I look at a contract and I'm like, we really wanted this, but we didn't ask for it.
Yeah.
And so making sure that we're getting the deliverables that are committed to, and that those contracts include the deliverables that we need.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And using, for example, we have contracts with those, we have EHN and others, but if it's EHN, we can use our board appointees, especially Judge Pettis, to help communicate and work on those deliverables. And then if it's another organization, we would work directly with the department that has the agreement and the organization.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner.
You know, no, and one good thing that you mentioned that, Betsy, about the health flags at the jail, and I guess we really, you know, the mental health issues, we haven't really, and not only just as a community, but as a country, we haven't really dealt with them well in the past, and I'm glad that we're putting more focus on it, but I really think that there's got to be some way that we speed up the process every time that they do get flagged, it delays the stay, people that are in jail that can't bond out, and there's an issue with respect to competency. We file those motions get filed, and it is quite a bit of a delay. I don't know if we need, and we have a couple courts doing it, the 384th Competency Court. Who else is doing it? Is that it?
You talked about Judge Garcia?
Yeah.
And I know that Judge Solis is trying to set up.
She's trying to set up the mental health court, but would she also be doing the competencies
I don't
as
believe
well?
she'll be doing competency. I believe it's right now Judge Garcia.
Yeah, okay. And we need to take a look at all those issues, as well as, and maybe we ought to get together with the Public Defender's Office about, since I have a little more specialized knowledge about handling the mental health cases on the criminal side, and so, I'll get together with Rebecca, and maybe we see if we can put on a little, the symposium, a little semi-conference, so to speak, on mental health in our community and how we're going to deal with that, and what going forward is the best way to maybe have some of those solutions, invite some other people to come and talk to us about it. I know.
We have the Behavioral Health Consortium, Commissioner Coronado, it's run through the Meadows Institute and the Paso Norte Foundation. They meet I think on a monthly basis. I try to go to their meetings as often as I possibly can, but we should definitely include that organization, because they have actually every agency in town that deals with mental health and substance abuse at the table. And have done a lot of work. I mean, it's through that organization as well that we were able to, work with Representative Gonzalez at the state to get the appropriation for the mental health hospital that came through in this last legislative session. So we can make the contact.
You know
I
what?
can make the contacts for you there. If you
Great thing. I think we ought to try to do something that, get our, first, let's do a little bit more work in terms of doing that, analyze and, focus on some of the issues that we need to do. And maybe, if I feel like the way that at least what the data indicated with respect to the crisis intervention teams, I think that can bodes well. That will allow us to expand that, and then also focus on other issues related to the mental health. It's not declining. It's over the pandemic, it's increased in its impact, and so I think, and maybe those mental health flags are going up at the jail more so than they should be. I don't know. These are things we need to really kind of identify to make us better, more responsive, rather, to the treatment, because the more that it gets over-inclusive, some of those other cases that really need the help end up getting delayed, and we end up paying more for it because they're staying in our jail longer than need be. So these are just a lot of issues we need to deal with on the mental health side, and I think it's glad that we identified these, and now I think we need to, kind of do a little more focus on it and see how we do. I don't know, maybe we get, let's get some ideas and opinions on how we can move forward with some of these issues.
And I think the emphasis, right, Commissioner, we talked about that, unfortunately, the ones that are in jail that have mental health issues, since they don't have the resources, they're more likely to end up and staying longer than someone who doesn't, who's able to make the connectivity or connect with the community, and those with mental health. So we have to pay special attention to see where they're at in the process. And so I agree that that's a huge challenge, but something that could be very good for us in our overall philosophy.
And Judge Pettis did share with me just now that today there's 104 waiting for state hospital, and that Judge Solis is doing her own competency hearings, as so is Judge Salas. But all the rest go to Judge Garcia.
Well, good. And, as far as the local competency restoration, I'm all for that, how we go forward with that. Let's evaluate and see how we do that, because obviously we know the state takes quite a while for them to do that, and it's a waiting list to begin with, and they're on our dime until they get over there. So
Yeah, and there's state grant opportunities. We just had a presentation from the folks at the state at one of the recent Conference of Urban Counties meetings, and we've reached out to HN to start conversations about how we can support. And get that money, right?
Yeah. Great idea.
Thank you. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you so much for this feedback. We really appreciate it.
Item number 17, purchasing. Approve award recommendation of bid 24-011, fiscal year 2024 road and bridge paving project for the El Paso County to Allied Paving Company of El Paso, Texas, as indicated in the bid tabulation. Purchasing approved on February 6, 2024. Funding is available in special revenue, road and bridge, road resurfacing.
Good afternoon again, Judge and Commissioners. Karen Davidson, County Purchasing Agent. This was done through a competitive bid. This is the last of our paving bids for this season, and it is we're asking for your approval of the award recommendation to Allied Paving Company. They were the lowest, most responsible bidder for this, and it is to seek out qualified vendors to provide about 3,500 square yards of HMAC that will be needed to overlay in different designated roads in the communities of Canutillo, East Montana, Favens, and Horizon region of the county. And I definitely have Public Works here if you have any questions in regards to that, and I can stand to any procurement questions.
Thank you, Karen. Move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Judge, could we please have a motion to reconsider item 4X that we just discussed a short while ago regarding the Barracuda Public Relations? We need to address a change in the item.
Okay.
So moved.
Second?
And the amount as well. So that would be a reduction to match item 15 to reduce it to 500. Sorry, I had this down right here.
All right, for
Sorry,
the
go
motion to
ahead. Say this.
reconsider, Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. And the item again is approve the purchase of community and bond advisory committee meetings for the El Paso Administration Department using Cooperative Region 19 Contract 227430 awarded to Barracuda Public Relations of El Paso, Texas in the amount of $599,750. Funding is available in special grant, ARPA Plan 21 operating expense.
Judge, Commissioners.
Good afternoon,
Oh, go ahead.
Commissioners and Judge. This is Karen Davidson, your County Purchasing Agent. I'm sorry, Erica, if you want to go ahead, it's a correction in the amount.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Davidson. Apologize for interrupting. So this is just to reflect a match to your item 15 correction. So it would be to rescind your approval of item 4X, but then to further approve the item in the amount of $539,750. And I'll ask Mr. Nava if he still has it to read in the correct budget string. It'll be a different budget string. Mr. Nava, when you have a chance, or Betsy, if you have it. Or
Budget stream is still.
it is still.
Impact Fund. Previously, we read in the economic impact.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Right,
Could you
yeah.
read that again, Mr. Nava, just for the
The
record?
amount was for $539,750. That was the amended amount. And the funding source is General Fund, General Administrative Economic Impact Fund.
Thank you. That would be the motion if the court.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Item number 18, Auditor. approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Texas Comptroller's application for local governments disproportionately affected by disabled veterans in the amount of $4,403,092. Contract number 2024-0149.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Barbara Parker, County Auditor. FY22 was the first year the county qualified for this payment from the State Comptroller. We want to submit the application, although it appears it's probably going to be rejected because of the deadlines involved with submitting the application. Alicia has already sent an email to our representatives to make sure that they are on board and possibly they could get an exemption from the deadlines for us. The deadlines are required are between February 1st and April 1st, following the end of the fiscal year, and we have to submit either our ACFR or our audited financial statements with the application, and we did not have either of those by April 1st of last year. Anytime we have a change in the GASBs that requires a lot of work on the external auditor's part and on our part, we almost never make the March 31st deadline for our financials. And I asked staff to run the numbers based on preliminary numbers for FY23, and that's $5,900,000. But once again, we're not going to have our ACFR or our financial statements ready in time, and we would need an extra week because we need the judge to sign it. So we're asking for you to allow the judge to sign this one so we can go ahead and send it into the comptroller, see what happens, and see if we can maybe get an exception from the deadlines.
And Barbara, if I may add, so when I saw this, Barbara reached out. I did reach out to the other counties to see how they're meeting it, and all of them told me the same thing, that they're not able to meet that deadline for the AFR, that usually it's like right up to the very last minute to try to get it done, and then it doesn't go on the court's agenda till after April 1st, somewhere between like the April 7th and 15th is before it gets on the agenda. And so when we reached out to Senator Blanco's office to ask if this is something that they could correct with either rulemaking or whatever's required, and to also consider retroactively allowing us to apply for this year, because that is a lot of money for us to be leaving on the table. Significant impact to our budget considering our current financials. So just, and I shared with them that the other counties that I reached out to were like 4 or 5 other large urban counties who all said the same thing.
And if we do receive the payments, they go to our general fund.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Item number 19, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026, please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended January 31st, 2024. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcountytexas.gov/auditor/monthly-reports.htm.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. As mentioned, this is the presentation for January 2024 interim financial report. This slide gives you a picture of all funds received and all expenses for the county. This is the condensed report that was published in the newspaper. This slide gives us the revenue summary by fund type as of January. The focus throughout this presentation emphasizes the general fund, which is the main operating fund of the county. And during the current month, the general fund collected approximately $95.8 million. This slide focuses on our property taxes. The total property taxes collected as of January increased by $46.3 million compared to fiscal year '23. This is a breakdown of fiscal year '24 year-to-date general fund revenue collections by revenue type compared to the same period in the prior fiscal year. The top three areas increasing were property taxes by $42.2 million, other financial sources increased by $1.6 million, and interest increased by $1.1 million. The top area decreasing was charges for services, which decreased by $1.6 million. This is primarily due to the federal prisoner decrease, which was $1.68 million. This slide gives us an overview of the revenue collected compared to the estimated budget for the year. As of January 2024, 33.3% of the fiscal year has expired. So far this year, general fund has collected 66.1% of the budgeted revenues. This analysis excludes the $91.8 million that's designated for fund balance reserves. Of the total year-to-date revenues collected as of fiscal month 4, taxes comprised approximately 93.5% of the revenues received, and 86% of those were ad valorem taxes, property taxes. This slide gives us current year general fund revenue collections compared to the percentage of budget as shown here, and it focuses on a 3-year comparison of budget to actual. Property taxes as a percentage of budget are doing better, while the sales and use taxes are doing slightly worse. However, both actual collections have increased compared to the prior year. Regarding sales and use tax, the industries shown are the top 4 categories of sales and use tax revenues received by the county. Retail trade increased by 4.5% compared to FY23. Accommodation and food services increased by 7.0%. Wholesale trade decreased by 3.2%. Information decreased by 6.7%. This slide gives us all expenditures within the county by fund type. For the month of January 2024, the general fund recorded total expenditures of $36.4 million and a year-to-date total of $120.7 million. The following slides will give us a breakdown of general fund expenditures in more detail. The total general fund expenditures during the year are broken down here by function as follows. General government was $37 million, or 22.5% of the budget that was expended. Administration of justice was $27.9 million. Public safety, $48.4 million. Other functions were $7.5 million. Please note that the revised budget in the general government excludes the $27.3 million that's designated for unforeseen emergencies. Expenditures are higher when compared to last year. The percentage of the year expired is 33.3%, as mentioned earlier, and the percentage of budget expended is 26.47% compared to FY23, which was 23.47%. By category, personnel expenditures were $85.8 million, which was an increase of $7.4 million and consisted of the following departments primarily. Public safety was $39.3 million, which was an increase of $3.2 million. Administration of justice increased by $1.9 million. General government increased by $1.4 million, and all other functions increased $859,000. Operating expenditures were $26.5 million, which was an increase of $6.6 million. That's in general government. An increase was $4.6 million, mainly due to maintenance repair software and maintenance repair hardware, as well as communication data. General government non-department increased by $1.2 million for contracted services CAD, county elections, and Public Works non-department, as well as district clerk. Public safety increased by $835,000, which was primarily due to the sheriff's office. Administration of justice increased by $872,000, which was the Council of Judges admin. Increased by $743,000 due to indigent defense fees for felonies and capital murder. Other functions increased by only $267,000. Capital outlay expenditures increased $2.5 million and consisted of the general government, which was $2.3 million. Public Works non-departmental had an increase of $2.2 million for the transit facility project. And other functions were $190,000, an increase of $92,000. Transfers out expenditures had an increase of $3.5 million. This is due to general government. Had an increase of $2.2 million, which was Public Works. They had an increase, non-departmental. They had an increase of $1.99 million. This was transfer out grant match for the EPC mobility project and transit. And health and welfare had an increase of $1.18 million. This was due to the county attorney had an increase of $1.18 million for the transfer out grant match for child protection match. The administration of justice increased only by $41,000 and public safety increased only by $19,000. This slide shows us general fund changes by government function in comparison with the same period the previous year. The top three areas of change again are general government increased by $10.6 million or 39.8%. Public safety increased $4.1 million or 9.3%. Administration of justice increased by $2 million or 11.5%. The decreases were seen in resource development.
Barbara, I'm sorry.
Yes,
The $10 million increase in general government, what was that mostly attributed to?
That includes all of the changes that we spoke about in the prior slide for personnel and operating capital outlays and transfers.
Okay, everything from the prior slide. Okay.
Yeah, it's just classified in a different grouping.
Okay, thank you.
This chart breaks down expenditures by function of government. Public safety accounted for 39.9% of the year-to-date expenditures. General government was 38.8%. Administration of justice, 23.1%. And the remaining 6.2% is all other functions. Regarding fund balance as of January 24, the FY23 projections continue to be updated as we close the books for the year. They currently include the general fund revenues of $347.9 million and expenditures of $361.9 million. This is for a projected general fund balance of approximately $97 million. This is no change or no material change from the last month that I reported. FY24 projected fund balance is based on the projected revenues of $384.2 million and the FY24 budget expenditures of $394.9 million. And that the budgeted expenditures are adjusted. It's the $476.6 million from the adopted budget, less the reserve for emergencies of $27.3 million, and we adjust it for 86.7% trend in expenditures compared to budget. This results in a fund balance for FY24 of $86.7 million. Once again, due to unknown variables in future years, we don't advise putting too much reliance on the rest of the chart that goes out. It can be changed by many, many factors. We typically include revenue tax base increase of 2.0% annually and limit the expenditure growth to 6.32%. But like I said, there's lots of factors that can change those going forward. This gives you the table of contents for the full financial report, the interim financial report that's on the website. If anyone has any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Commissioner Leon?
Chart number 6, it's way back there.
The revenues?
Yes, right there. And you reported a tax increase of how much?
For general fund is 42.1 or 42.2 million.
So
It's the second subtotal.
the overall increase was 46.2 million?
Yes, 46.3 million.
Is that about the highest? I've never seen it higher than that.
Yes, but we increased the tax rates last year as well as the property values going up.
So-
And we have new property also.
So that includes, those are 46.2 that we didn't have last year.
That's correct.
I look at you, Betsy, well,
You go to the expenses,
yeah.
and our expenses have increased faster than our revenues over the last several years. So this is helping us catch up. And I would think, I mean, Barbara will tell you, correct me if I'm wrong, but we still haven't caught up. Our expenses are still greater than our revenue.
Yes, that's correct.
So we have to, that's why you all hear me saying, we have to slow down our expense growth.
Unless we find other sources of revenue.
Right.
Which is not as easy as it sounds.
Right.
And as you can see, the property taxes for debt service also increased, but not as significantly as for general fund.
And I guess you're right, over several years, it caught up to us, starting last year into this year.
Even before last year.
And what we also are going through right now, so this is specifically taxes, but right now, and again, I know I sound like a broken record to everybody, not just to you all, but we also have things going on with our another major source of revenue for us was the federal marshal's contract. And this year in budget, we already reduced it by more than half of what the revenue had been. And if SB4 goes into full effect, I imagine we can reduce it the rest of the way, which is another almost $11 to $12 million decrease in revenue without a corresponding decrease in expenses, because the same people are getting booked into our jail and then some, but they're just being booked by a state agency, which now shifts the burden from the federal government to the local government. So just my opinion is that SB4 has taken a national issue and placed it on the burden of El Paso taxpayers.
And that's SB4 from the fourth session. There's another SB4 from the third session that already went into effect that has to do with trafficking that's going to also increase the number.
That's the first impact. The first SB4, session 3 impact is why we have that first decrease of $12 million.
So we've gone
in our
from,
revenue.
so we've gone in the last couple of years from having more than $20 million in U.S. Marshal contract revenue to close to 5.
This year, I believe we projected just a little bit over 11 million, and from the year prior being over 23. And we're not sure we're going to hit the 11 million in revenue this year because the numbers are down. Today, I think we were down under 200 federal detainees. I think I saw 194 today. And if SB4 version, session 4 goes into effect, I think we can count.
It'll wipe the whole 11 million.
We'll wipe it out.
As of January, we're at almost $2 million less than what we were last year on the federal prisoner income. Yes, it's 1.68 million.
That 1.68 million for the first 3 months?
Yes.
Or just per month?
That's for the first 4 months,
For the first 4 months?
September through January.
But we were down already last year.
Right.
So we are significantly down in revenue. And normally, not only are we down from budget, but in years past, that is a revenue that has always exceeded budget. Always. Like we brought in more than we expected to. And now we might not even hit what we budgeted in that revenue. But the expenses are not only staying stagnant, we're not getting rid of the expenses because we're still housing them. And they're going up because we're housing more, and when the federal government houses them, the federal government has to pay for major medical. Now we will be paying for major medical.
And it's not just the jail costs, it's the costs of the DA, court admin, the.
Court-appointed counsel.
Court clerks.
Exactly.
Right. The court
Public
costs,
defense,
the
yeah.
defense, et cetera, yes.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to accept the report?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner León.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Item number 20, Human Resources, Budget Hearing. Receive a presentation and discuss and take appropriate action on an El Paso County pay policy for county attorney, county sheriffs, and district attorney positions.
Welcome, Sam.
Thank you.
Quick, Sam, before you get started, I just wanted to, so Judge, Commissioners, I just wanted to preface this with saying there's a reason why we're looking at these three specific positions. I know Sam will go into detail on this, but we've talked about this for years. We've talked about what do we do when a long-term incumbent leaves office. So I've asked HR to bring this forward at this time before we know any results of any elections. So we're talking about policy and not individual people. We have some options and some considerations for the court.
Thank you, Betsy. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Sam Trujillo with the Human Resources Department. I know you have a really long agenda today, so I'd like to just get right to the point. So the Human Resources Department, as part of our budget process, is charged with developing elected officials' pay for the next fiscal year. This is an election year, and we would like to have a conversation, like Betsy had mentioned, and get direction from the court on two of the county's long-tenured elected positions, the county attorney and the county sheriff's position. These two positions are outliers because they are filled by long-term incumbents right now. However, due to the upcoming elections, both of these positions will experience a change in the incumbents in 2025. And we believe this would be the best time to either set their pay structure with elected officials like the DA's office, like the DA, or with internal departments' pay scale. So the purpose of this agenda item today is to open this discussion with the court and obtain some direction for this next budget year. There's still a lot of work that we need to do, and we're trying to identify where the court would like to go with this. So we would like to develop a pay policy and bring that policy back to the court for approval. But today, what we'd like to do is just discuss some of the options that we have put together for this conversation. So we've developed a presentation with 4 options for the court to consider, along with some pros and cons for each one of those options. But of course, the Commissioners Court is free to consider other options, but this is just to help us get started on this conversation. So our comping class team from the Human Resources Department is prepared to present each one of these options. And first up, I'd like to call Cynthia De La Fuente from our team.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Cynthia De La Fuente with the Human Resources Department. As Sam mentioned, we'll be discussing pay options for the county attorney, the county sheriff, and the district attorney positions. There are 4 options displayed on the slide in which our team put together for our discussion today. Each option would compensate the district attorney position required by the Texas Government Code Section 659.012 and as updated by House Bill 2384. And each option will either be consistent with the existing budget or will generate a savings to the budget for fiscal year 2025. In the next 4 slides, we will discuss each option along with its pros and cons. Option 1 would align the county attorney with the county sheriff's pay, the county attorney and the county sheriff's pay to the district attorney's pay, which is guided by the state statute. As you can see on the slide, the base salary paid by the state for the district attorney position is $140,000 per year for the first 4 years, $154,000 for years 4 through 8, and $168,000 for 8+ years. The county could provide a pay supplement of $32,000 for the first 4 years and $18,000 after 4 years, resulting in an annual salary of $172,000 for the first 8 years and $186,000 for 8+ years. If the county does not decrease the supplement from $32,000 to $18,000 for the district attorney after 4 years, the state could reduce the contribution amount. The current, yes, the state would reduce its contribution amount. The current structure, which has been carried over since longtime District Attorney Jaime Esparza was in office, will result in any incumbent receiving a pay decrease in terms 2 and beyond. Under this option, both the county attorney and the county sheriff's position would align with the district attorney pay, resulting in all 3 positions being paid $172,000 for the first 8 years and $186,000 for the following 8 years. The pros associated with this option include the following. Since there is no control in the experience level of the newly elected official, pay would be determined by the position and not by the individual in the position. Pay for all 3 positions would be aligned and would create a consistent pay practice, which would be known in advance for both candidates and incumbents. And using a pay tier system would result in an increase to pay as the incumbent gained experience in the position. And now on to the cons for this option. As mentioned in the pros, since there is no control over the experience level of the newly elected official, pay would be determined again by the position itself and not by the individual in the position. This is both a pro and a con. As a person elected in the position could have a significant amount of experience or they could have a minimal amount of experience. However, this issue may be better addressed when developing a policy for the court's consideration. Normally, pay for non-elected positions are determined based on responsibilities and duties. In this option, the pay is the same for all 3 positions, while the scope of work, staffing, and allocated budget for those positions are different. And another con could be that tenured staff may potentially make more than the elected official, causing pay compression. I would now like to ask Elsie West from the Human Resources Department Comp and Class team to present the next options for the court's consideration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Elsie West with Human Resources.
Welcome, Elsie.
Thank you, Cynthia. Option 2 you have on the screen here will align the county attorney, the county sheriff to their respective department's pay scales and will pay the initial 5% higher from the entry level of the highest grade paid to an unelected position in their respective department. There will also be an 8% adjustment between every tier. Another potential idea in this option would be not to set tiers and just align the pay to the staff pay scales and keep the elected officials' wages in alignment with any annual across-the-board increases the court approves. The district attorney pay will be guided by statute as in option 1. The pros to this option are similar to option 1. The tier system would display the pay for each continuous term of service to encourage elected officials to run again. And budgeting may be easier to foresee year to year. However, starting pay using this option could be lower than option 1, would be lower than option 1, but would be slightly higher for the second and third tier for the county attorney and slightly lower for the sheriff in the second and third tier. However, the policy can address giving credit for certain experience, which could result in an elected official coming in at a higher step. And the cons, of course, there are cons. The 5% difference of pay may cause a perception of an interest by the incumbent as the sheriff in the collective bargaining agreement, as there would be a correlation between the results of the collective bargaining agreement and pay for the sheriff. The same would be true for the county attorney as it relates to advocating for staff wage increases. This option also assumes that the newly elected official has experience and has progressed through the ranks to reach this pay, which may not be the case when the individual is determined by an election. Also, like option 1, compression may occur. Option 3 will keep the new county attorney and new county sheriff at the current pay being received by the long-term incumbents, while the district attorney's pay will continue along the same scale as option 1. The pro for this option, the salary could potentially generate more candidates to run for the office. And the cons, since both the county attorney and sheriff positions are currently being held by long-tenured elected officials who have been in their respective offices over 15 years, the pay is significantly higher and doesn't align with any of the other elected officials. In addition, every fiscal year, these positions would be eligible for additional pay increases or could remain at the same pay for several terms depending on the action of the court. Budgetary costs would not be as easily forecasted and future pay would not be known to the incumbents or potential candidates. Option 4 would be aligning the county attorney and the sheriff to the 80% model. Currently elected officials, with the exception of the county attorney and the county sheriff positions, or those positions covered by state statute, are paid using the 80% model. We do not believe there's any significant pros to this option. For the cons, pay could be significantly lower than the district attorney's position. The compression for this option is expected to be elevated as it includes not only tenured staff, but also other non-tenured staff members exceeding the elected official pay. We strive to raise pay in our community to fair and comparable rates, and this option does not align with that value for these positions. Yes, as Sam mentioned, our intent today is to start a discussion on pay options for these elected official positions, but we are seeking direction so that we can develop a pay policy for these positions, which would be presented at a future commissioner court meeting. A lot of information we just gave you.
Judge, so we're not asking you all to set the specific wages today, because it depends on, so while we want a policy that's based on not an individual, what would then happen is we would go back and work on the language for the policy to add in, depending on which direction you all are most interested in, we'd go back and work on policy language to say what counts as time served towards tier 1 or tier 2. Or if you choose not to do a tier policy, how do you evaluate a person that comes into elected office that maybe has other prior experience that you think should count towards time in service? Those are all things that we would work on in a policy based on these options. I want to really emphasize what Elsie said about option 4, the 80% model. The 80% model was something we created internally because we were having a very difficult time getting movement on, we had members of elected officials being paid significantly lower than their counterparts across the state. Some of them were in the 50 to 60% of what others in the state were paying. And it was very difficult to make a decision and to start moving those wages up. So originally we started with a 70%, like let's get us up to 70% of what everyone else is making. And the court took the hard decision and did that. And then we advocated and asked, can we now move towards the 80% model? And I will tell you, these were all things we were doing just to try to get movement, because it was very difficult to make those decisions or to come up with how much do we change. I, to this day, do not believe in the 80% model, but it's what we've used to try to inch those wages up to something reasonable. So I'm not in favor of that one. And again, you hear what it does to wage compression, especially in these very large departments that have a lot of senior professional employees right under the elected official that work for the elected official, but are making significantly more than the elected official. So I know this is a lot of information, but if you could go back up to the first slide, Elsie, that shows the 4 options on one slide. Right here. My recommendation would be to go with option 2, but instead of having the 8% adjustment between every tier, deciding on a year-by-year basis what you're going to do with that elected official's wage. Because again, you decide on a year-by-year basis what to do with their employees' wages. And if you don't address their wages at the same time, you're going to end up with wage compression again. And you all have worked hard to watch for that. I see every year in budget, you look at like what is the wage compression, and you don't, you generally are trying to avoid people making more than the elected official that they report to. And so that would be my recommendation, would be option 2, with not doing an 8% adjustment between every tier, but adjusting or deciding what you're going to do on their wages on a scale type basis from year to year and across the board, depending on what you do with employees' wages.
And this, Betsy, excuse me, would only be at least start the staff looking at this and come back
Right.
with actual numbers.
Yes, sir. And a policy that would tell you, and I would definitely seek as we go through this process, I'd be seeking your feedback. But we would be looking at also designing the policy as what I was discussing, where we would bring something where you have some discretion to decide what counts. So an example I'll use, right now we have a sheriff race, and we have some individuals with different types of experience, but long time experience in law enforcement. We would come back and design policy that says how much of that experience should count towards time for the sheriff's pay. And it would be designed without thinking of individuals. It would be designed as a policy that you then apply to individuals and their experience. So those are the types of things that we would write into policy for your consideration.
And Betsy, I know it's difficult to have like 3 out, and this is one policy, this is another policy for them. Explain again why we couldn't incorporate it as to what we do. I mean, not the 80%, because you've already explained that was sort of the way to push it up when we were way below. But I don't know, I'm still not comfortable with separate policies.
So
for these 3 positions.
This is not popular, but I would encourage you all to do the same thing for everybody. It's very expensive. It'll be expensive, and it would be unpopular to bring everybody up to making at least some percentage above those who report to them, or to 90 to 100% of what the average pay for those elected positions are across the state. It's the same thing we're asking companies to do when they come in here. We're asking them to raise up wages to reasonable wages for those positions. So, and I know that these are higher paid executive type positions, but I think that's our values, is to pay those types of wages. We don't want people paid less because they live in El Paso, Texas. And I think the cost of living here is more affordable, but I still think that that's a factor. Even, I know when we try to recruit nationally, it's a factor. But that's why I'm not recommending option 4, which is what we do with others. The part that I am recommending that is similar to what we do with others is we address it on a year-by-year basis, and we analyze what are we doing for employees? What are we doing, how does this impact wage compression? If we don't give these elected officials a raise, will they have people making more than them that work for them? Things like that. So that's, the second part is what we do now, the second part of my recommendation.
Elsie, just to make sure I understand, so for option A, if the wages were the same as the district attorney wages, so the district attorney wages never go up, like when we do cost of living, so that just always stays the same? So they would always stay the same?
They're guided by a statute, so that's why the wages stay almost flat. Well, not flat, you'll see them every so many years that they go up, but it is guided by a statute.
Okay, and the same would be true for these two positions? Okay, thank you.
I have a question. When was like the last time that actually did a readjustment like this? Was it before Jaime Esparza was elected, before Jose Rodriguez was elected? I don't know.
I don't know.
Like, was it 30, 40 years ago?
I
Like,
can tell you we've discussed
when the policy
it.
was set. I mean, I'm just wondering where the wages came from in the first place. I mean, at what level, they were set, back in, historically, and why, and then why these positions are so much, I guess, higher than the other ones.
Well, I do know what happened with Sheriff Wiles. So when I started, Jimmy Apodaca was the interim or the appointed sheriff because Sheriff Samaniego had gone out and then passed. And so, well, they had already, so there's also something else that's changed that's going to impact your ability to do this. So we've discussed this probably every 2 years, I think, since I've been here. We quit discussing it as much because we ran into a situation where previously, you all know you have to advertise in August what the wages are going to be for the next year. And you don't know necessarily in August who's going to hold office in January. And so we used to understand that once you set that wage for the period from October to December, that wage had to be the wage paid all year. So you'd have a long-term person going out and you wouldn't want to reduce their salary for those last 3 months. But now we've worked with legal, and Erica has provided us a legal opinion on how we could advertise a wage for a period of time and a wage for a newly elected or a new seated for the period from January through September 30. And so now that old issue that we had, we've found a way to address it. So you'll be able to advertise 2 different wage rates in August. One for the long term, but that's what would happen. And I do know that when we had this discussion last time, we didn't have that ability, and the court was not willing at that time. This was in 2008, I believe. The court was not willing to lower the wage for the last 3 months of the year for the sheriff. So when Sheriff Wiles came in, he was at the exact same wage that Sheriff Samaniego was at after a lifetime of serving, right?
And didn't we have that problem with judges where they felt that, judicial judges felt that they had more experience and they were started at a very low compared to the others, so will that
Now
create-
the statute is now dictating judicial pay.
Okay, but I'm just saying, is that going to impact any other situation that we're involved in?
Well, I will tell you, there is so the statute right now defines what's counted for the judges. But there is some arguments about whether that's inclusive enough of what type of service should count. And that, we would be able to control that by policy if you wanted to do a tier-based approach.
Like always, we don't want to do anything that we do here that impacts something that we don't know about, so that's already been looked at, right? If we do this, it doesn't have a collateral impact on anything else in our salary structure.
Depending on what direction you go, the impact that, so depending on what way you go, if you went with option 1, align with DA, then what you would have is if the state changed its standards or its rates, then you would either be out of alignment or you'd need to be chasing the state.
But it is a good conversation because you see that in private, right? That somebody, long years, they start gaining more and more and more, and then someone comes in and you can't put them up there because they don't have the same experience. Even if they had previous experience, it's not the same experience as being, for example, being a sheriff or being a
Right.
county attorney and so forth.
Right.
So I think it's a great conversation to.
Right. And normally, when we do look at things like that in our policy, when we do that normally for employees, there is some consideration of that. So, for example, if I'm hiring a department head, but they've never been, if I'm promoting someone to department head, and they have a lot of experience, but they've not been the department head, they were second in command, that's taken into consideration. They don't get year-for-year credit for the work that they're doing now, because it's not the same as when you're actually in the seat and fully responsible. But if you all seem to lean towards any of these options, it'd be helpful for us to know which option you're leaning more towards, so that we can go back and write some policy and proposal and also plan around it for the upcoming fiscal year.
Betsy, I'm leaning towards option two, although I hear voices in my ear from the candidates, don't do it, don't do it. But I guess we're not solidifying this. We are just giving you direction, and you'll come back with actual numbers.
Yes. And with option two, Commissioner, do you want it as shown where there's tiers, or what I was discussing where you would consider it on an annual basis depending on what you do with employees?
I think it should go back to the court every year.
I kind of agree with option two, like Commissioner Leon. That gives us the leeway to make sure that the compression doesn't happen year after year after year, and then it becomes a problem. So that every year we can adjust to make sure that position is not making less than, like what Betsy mentioned, some of their underlings, right?
Commissioner Olguin or Commissioner Stout?
I think I'm leaning towards option two as well. So the 5% increase, remind me, is 5% more than the highest
Right, it's not an increase, it's 5% higher.
I mean, 5% higher, yes.
Right, we say increase, but we meant higher, 5% higher than the entry level.
Of the highest paid position in the
Department. Yes, sir.
But that can be adjusted if there is already a staff member in that position that's higher, right?
So you wouldn't necessarily adjust it because there's a staff member higher. It's normal for grades to overlap some. And so someone at entry level might make less than someone in a grade lower than them at 15. But you would be able to, we would bring back a policy that would give you the ability to look at experience and give some credit and move them up in the scale. I always look at these from a salary grievance committee and us having a good basis to why we did what we did. Because if they grieve, as you know, individuals have the right to grieve, elected officials have the right to grieve their salary. So when we go before the salary grievance committee, I always want us to have a really good, strong basis, like what was our policy and how did we calculate and apply it. And so that's what we would bring back in that policy. Those kinds of things for your consideration. Stout?
I don't know. I'm torn because you know, we already have races going on. People maybe threw their hat in races because they saw that a salary level was what it was at. And that may have pushed them or not to, right? I don't know. But especially in the case of the county attorney, because it'd be like almost a $60,000 difference in
That's where you would have, we would bring back policy that would give you the ability to evaluate any person's previous experience and determine if you want to count any of that towards the wage step, if you would.
I think that's why Betsy's looking at, and correct me, Betsy, but I think that's why you're looking at like our staffing tables, because they go out the 15 years, right? And so instead of having them in tiers and you're going to have them at a different place, so let's say they have 10 years experience, you're going to put them in tier 2, which is 4 to 8 years. And if you have the staffing table, which goes out 15 years, you would be able to adjust them and put them in that staffing table so they're not kind of sitting out there somewhere where they really don't belong as far as the tier system goes. Sorry, I had to use my hands too.
Can we go back to the page that has all the 4 options listed? I mean,
Judge.
it's also, also look at, like, I'm not really sure that the compensation for both the county attorney and the sheriff are, I don't see them as outrageously high. I mean, how many employees does a county attorney oversee?
I know it's over 84.
There's a department of 90 individuals, and the sheriff oversees a department
1,100.
of 1,100 individuals. I just feel like $160,000 a year is not a lot for somebody who oversees that size of a department.
But that would be the lowest amount, right? That would be like the starting point where we could make, not adjustments, because I don't think that's the right word, but on the salary scale.
Correct. With policy, we would be able to throw some options in there. Yes, ma'am.
That wouldn't be the automatic salary.
No, I know,
It depends on their.
yeah, I mean, that's the lowest of the range, but I mean, even the highest of the range is what, 190?
No, I think it would be higher. Not using the tiers. If you do the option where I'm talking about, like you kind of align it to our pay scales, it would be higher. If you use the tiers, unless you told us you like the tier,
But option 2 has tiers, right?
well, I recommending option 2 without the tiers.
Without the-
Just on the regular scale, the 15-year scale.
And I guess we would have to talk a little bit more about what would constitute sufficient experience.
Correct. We'd bring that back to you in a policy for your consideration.
But the actual salary would be set during budget hearings in
Yes.
August. But we won't know who'll hold that position until November.
Every 4 years, you will not know. We'll have to address. We'd have to figure out how to address that. Levels of different, like a person with this much experience, this level. And I just want to make first of all, I did reach out to the sheriff, the DA, and the county attorney about this being on the agenda. And of course, the sheriff's not able to be here today, and the DA is unable to be here today. He's in the midst of the Walmart work. So but I did make them aware we wouldn't be setting official salaries today, that would happen in August, and that they'd still have an opportunity to provide you feedback on that, but made them aware of these options that we'd be presenting. And I also want to make one other case for these individuals, whether, not about the people, but about the positions. I will tell you, when you compare, now I know each elected official has discretion in how they run their seat, how they operate in their seat. I've seen elected officials where we rarely see them. We rarely hear from them. We hear complaints that they're not there at their office. That's one extreme. But the majority of our elected officials are working elected officials, especially in these departments that require this oversight. And if they're not, that usually is reflected in the next election. I share this because when it comes to my own department heads, and I think about what I would want to pay for these types of positions, I definitely would want you all to have the flexibility to give credit for prior experience. And elected official for a large department like this, I believe we would have to pay a $200,000 wage to attract individuals to work for us in these positions. These people are different than employees in the sense that they're choosing to run for this office, but it's still as demanding in work. So I just want to make that.
It's important to pay fairly, in my opinion.
And you want to attract.
That's the point that I was making, like, these are individuals that are going to be overseeing large departments.
I think that's why the flexibility is a good option to have with option B, or two, I'm sorry, option 2, because it does give us that flexibility.
I think there's consensus on 2 at this point.
Only to bring back the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably advocate for option 4 if it was not so low, because this is what we've done over the last number of years, since we started talking about elected official compensation widely, and when we did the study and understood that there were a lot of positions that were not being compensated as, there wasn't parity in the compensation when it came to comparisons to other counties in the state, but I would have advocated for 4 if it wasn't so low, because I think we need to try to stay as uniform as possible when it comes to these types of policies. So I mean, I in the absence of not, or in the lack of not being able to support number 4 because of the low level of compensation, I would not have a problem with leaving it at the way it is, or looking at option 2, I guess. I mean, I'm curious as to what the actual scale would look like, so I don't have a problem with supporting, moving forward with option 2 as a possibility, just with the understanding that we're not approving it today, and have the option to continue to discuss.
Thank you. Real quick on salary reduction. So it's not a reduction yet, but being that I'm not running again, can I vote on that? Or do we have ethics that affect me?
When we bring it back in August? Yes, you can vote on it. Is there any reason?
No, you can vote on it, sure.
All right, thank you all. That's what we need. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Stott, to your point, even if we were to go with option 4 and raise it to 90%, that still only gives them $164,000.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying, yeah.
And if we go to the
If we did
full,
100%, it would be better, but, you
it
know.
would still be lower than what they have now.
No, yeah, of course, it would be lower than the current elected official has, yeah.
So we can see how the rest of the elected officials that only have 80% are.
Well, the rest of the elected officials are at 100, aren't they?
No.
No?
No.
I thought we bumped them up to 100
No.
recently, no?
Nope.
Okay, everybody's at 80?
No, you're not at 80 because we did an across-the-board increase. I think we're between 82 and 85. And I mean, I continue to say, I wish we had the 100% problem for everyone, of like what to do when they leave because they've been here a long time and they're paid at 100% or better. But it's these few positions that these two positions that we do, so. But this is helpful, and when we bring back the policy, if you still are not comfortable, you can always go with option 3 at that point, but I think if you see policy that gives you the flexibility, you'll feel empowered, and find that it's what you believe to be most fair.
When will that come back, Sam, more or less?
Planning to work, Elsie, over the weekends, and so we can bring it back real quick. I'm joking. We need to get ahead of this, and so even though we wouldn't be voting on this till August, we plan on bringing that back soon. We've actually written some drafts right now, and this is what brought us to this point because we needed some direction before we could fully implement this. So we're thinking we're going to be able to do that over the next months. That we'd be bringing it back.
See, my concern now, then, we would have the primary behind us, then we have those names floating around in our minds.
But the policy will be not based on people, individuals, but you'll be able to think of how would this apply to different people. But it would be a policy not about an individual, but about a practice, and then you apply it to individuals and their individual experience.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Elsie?
So we'll take no action on item number 20. Would you like to recess into executive session for one of our
Judge,
items?
Commissioners, the reason why we're asking to go into executive session now is because we scheduled interviews for Emergence Health Network Board starting at 4:15. And so we have candidates showing up. We would just do those 4 interviews and come back to finish the rest of the agenda.
Yeah. Right thing to do.
Okay. At this time, Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 26A and 26C pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action. It is 4:14 p.m.
Wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you. So excited. My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first Plunge into the New Year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year.
That was very refreshing. A little frigid, but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
A lot of different reactions, actually. We had some that were just kind of like frozen in a sort of shock, and then the other ones that were just super excited and still really cold. This was also an intro again for this new season that's going to be coming on us pretty soon, actually. So with this new season coming up, we're going to be introducing swim lessons and lifeguard classes and different special events throughout the season.
Oh, I love events like this for the public. This is a great idea, a great way for us to kind of engage our children in the community. This was a great way to start the new year. It's a perfect way to plunge into refreshing cold water and reset everything for the new year. Happy 2024!
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Elections Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
I want to talk a little bit about the history of Anthony, and it became incorporated, an incorporated town back in 1881. This is when the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway was extended to that point. Anthony, New Mexico, of course, that is in Doña Ana County and borders the Texas side of Anthony, that is to our north. They often are considered the twin cities, though Anthony, New Mexico became incorporated back on July 1st of 2010 as a city. As of the 2020 United States Census, there were 3,671 people residing here.
Wow, so it's literally been a city for 13 years. Wow, that is incredible. I didn't know that. And I feel like every other town that we've been to, one of the best things that you'll see are the farms, the pecan farms.
That's right.
And I feel like Anthony is no exception. As a matter of fact, our reporter Tawny Davis took a look at one of those farms. Check it out.
Anthony is known for its pecan farms, and C&J Farms is just one of the many in this area. I was able to speak with owner Shannon Singh, who says being a family-owned business makes all the hard work worth it.
Purchased by his grandfather in 1935, Shannon Singh's family started C&J Farms. The farm grows crops like pecans, cotton, and alfalfa that are sold all around the country. After studying general studies at UTEP for 2 years, Singh felt like it was his time to take reins of the farm and has not looked back since.
I saw my dad getting older, and I said, I need to stay and help him. That's the reason to help my dad out, and then I just fell in love with it. You're out here, you're your own boss, and you watch things grow.
Not only has this farm been a part for many generations, but has become a crucial staple to the community.
It provides jobs. That's probably one of the biggest things. We have a pecan house where we shell our own pecans, and we provide that service to other people.
As a farm that will soon be celebrating 90 years in the Anthony community, Singh does have plans for its future. They include hoping to pass the torch to his children so that the farm can stay a part of the family.
Yes, hopefully. My son, Shannon Singh Jr., right now he's doing some other profession, but hopefully when he retires, he'll come up here and help me.
Singh says that he plans on increasing his pecan crops over the next few years so that he could continue to provide more for this area.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The law library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're open. We have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The law library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she was blindfolded.
The law library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
We were talking a lot about pecans and being prevalent here in the borderland, but also something here specific to Anthony and another type of cultivation that we see a lot in Anthony, Texas, as well as Anthony, New Mexico, are grapevines.
Yeah, that's right. And so Anthony has one of the most amazing wineries, especially in the Southwest. And so I feel that Anthony has this place called Sombra Antigua Winery. It is top notch. So I hear. I haven't been. I want to make it out there, but let's learn more about it. Check it out.
Anthony's been interesting because it's been growing and emerging. When we moved here first, it was a non-incorporated city. The vineyard you see here is actually the oldest commercial vineyard in New Mexico. Of course, New Mexico has a really long and incredible history in wine. Our most popular is a sweet red.
So these two in particular I grabbed because one of them is our most popular dry red. It's not the driest that we have, but it is a grape that is very, very known to this part in particular. It's almost 300 years old.
We do an awful lot of events, weddings.
So we usually try to have a new musician every single weekend so that we kind of change it up as often as possible.
We're seeing a lot of food locations coming in we didn't have before. I mean, we're funny up here because we can go out and celebrate that we have a Whataburger now.
This area has gotten much more lively with all the businesses in the area, especially our own. We have become well known for not only our wine, but some of the musicians that we have.
We have an awful lot of return customers, like return every week. And so it's, we enjoy it. We love it up here.
Luckily for us, we've had enough customers that we've relaxed them to the point where they're comfortable drinking wine however they like it, so long as they're having a good experience, they know they're doing it correctly. Highway 28 has come to be known by the locals as a wine trail. We get a lot of customers who will either start here or end here just because of how easygoing it is.
for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
So we started a project in honor of the Martin Luther King National Day of Service. This is the 30th year of the MLK Day of Service, and our project is Sneakers for Asylum Seekers. So we've asked our community members to donate gently worn sneakers or new sneakers so that we can distribute to those who are seeking asylum and coming through our community.
You know, these individuals, when they come to us, a lot of them have nothing but, you know, just the hope of being here after having traveled for literally hundreds and maybe thousands of miles. And now with this program that we have, the Sneakers for Asylum Seekers, I think just to make sure I get this correct, we've had about 673 pairs donated. And so, you know, this is just that part of this program. It really just echoes the commitment that our community has and how united we are to make sure that we keep with those principles of social justice and fairness that Martin Luther King Jr. championed when he was around.
We appreciate you coming out today and sharing your time. This is an incredible community. So much warmth. The Sun City is a true moniker, not just in terms of the sunshine in the sky, but the warmth in people's hearts. So we really appreciate everyone's willingness to support this project, this day of service, and thank you.
Started clearing and grubbing, taking out any excess material and trash and debris that was preparing all the right-of-way for this project.
So we're going to be extending John Hayes so that it connects on the south from Pelicano up here to the north at Montwood. So it's about a 3-mile stretch of land that is going to be connecting this really fast-growing part of the county.
This project will take about 30 to 45 employees on a daily basis, and we're going to install brand new water line. We're going to be building ponds, retention ponds, and then after that, the concrete crews, the asphalt crews, and the dirt crews will all be considered, you know, coming in and following through, because this is going to be considered a major highway.
We've been planning this project for many, many years, but of course, transportation projects, it is a lengthy process. They have to go through a design and environmental phase, and then of course, finding funding is always a challenge.
Fortunately, on this project, we were able to secure the funding through the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization, where they are paying 80% of the project costs, and the county is responsible for the other 20% of the project.
1, 2, 3.
This project is anticipated to last 24 months. Actually, it will be completed next year on fall 2025.
The only thing that it's going to do is going to relieve any congestion that may be accumulating in throughout Zaragoza and Pelicano right now. Yeah, it'll be worth the wait.
This is just one of many projects that the county is working on right now here on this part of the county. So we have a lot of projects that we're very excited that are going to be coming into our transportation grid in the very near future.
Visit the Mission Trail for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makoam Herimba. Welcome, everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
We established here in Anthony 2 years ago, but we had our food truck about 4 years ago. Now we have a full inside capacity. We have a full bar, so we've been growing every year. I get people from Horizon, from Favens, from Las Cruces. It makes me feel special. One thing about barbecue, when I leave out of town, we do go out of our way, so it is, every barbecue joint is gonna be a destination. So you do have to travel. We usually have our smokers outside. We don't cut the meat into its order, so you'll see me walking around back and forward. As soon as they order, we cut your meats just to try to get that quality. Yeah, we do have a big support from both communities. We always provide jobs. Most of my kids are either from Gaston or Anthony. I graduated here at Gaston, so I'm an alumni. My wife was a Wildcat, so this is our community. We've been here our lives, so we both grew up here. I get here at as early as 5:30 in the morning, and I leave probably 9 p.m. So you'll always see me here. I want to make sure you guys get the quality, that expectation. Now we guys keep coming back and bringing more friends. You know, and I see that all the time. I see people come and then they bring someone else, and then that someone else brings someone else. So that's what's making us grow all the time. A lot of people tell me, you know, there's just a little gem in there, and I believe that we're that little gem here in this small town. As you can see, we always advertise Anthony. I'm really proudful. For me, barbecue, being the first barbecue stop in Texas, that's really huge. We're in Exit Zero, so that's something really big for me. That's one of our quotes.
Just wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you. So excited. My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first plunge into the new year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year.
That was very refreshing. A little frigid, but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
A lot of different reactions, actually. We had some that were just kind of like frozen in a sort of shock, and then the other ones that were just super excited and still really cold. This was also an intro again for this new season that's going to be coming on us pretty soon, actually. So with this new season coming up, we're going to be introducing swim lessons and lifeguard classes and different special events throughout the season.
Oh, I love events like this for the public. This is a great idea, a great way for us to kind of engage our children in the community. This was a great way to start the new year. It's a perfect way to plunge into refreshing cold water and reset everything for the new year. Happy 2024!
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Elections Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
want to talk a little bit about the history of Anthony, and it became incorporated, an incorporated town back in 1881. This is when the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway was extended to that point. Anthony, New Mexico, of course, that is in Doña Ana County and borders the Texas side of Anthony, that is to our north. They often are considered the twin cities, though Anthony, New Mexico became incorporated back on July 1st of 2010 as a city. As of the 2020 United States Census, there were 3,671 people residing here.
Wow, so it's literally been a city for 13 years. Wow, that is incredible. I didn't know that. And I feel like every other town that we've been to, one of the best things that you'll see are the farms, the pecan farms.
That's right.
And I feel like Anthony is no exception. As a matter of fact, our reporter Tawny Davis took a look at one of those farms. Check it out.
Anthony is known for its pecan farms, and C&J Farms is just one of the many in this area. I was able to speak with owner Shannon Singh, who says being a family-owned business makes all the hard work worth it.
Purchased by his grandfather in 1935, Shannon Singh's family started C&J Farms. The farm grows crops like pecans, cotton, and alfalfa that are sold all around the country. After studying general studies at UTEP for 2 years, Singh felt like it was his time to take reins of the farm and has not looked back since.
I saw my dad getting older, and I said, I need to stay and help him. That's the reason to help my dad out, and then I just fell in love with it. You're out here, you're your own boss, and you watch things grow.
Not only has this farm been a part for many generations, but has become a crucial staple to the community.
It provides jobs. That's probably one of the biggest things. We have a pecan house where we shell our own pecans, and we provide that service to other people.
As a farm that will soon be celebrating 90 years in the Anthony community, Singh does have plans for its future. They include hoping to pass the torch to his children so that the farm can stay a part of the family.
Yes, hopefully. My son, Shannon Singh Jr., right now he's doing some other profession, but hopefully when he retires, he'll come up here and help me.
Singh says that he plans on increasing his pecan crops over the next few years so that he could continue to provide more for this area.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's access to justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're open, we have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
We were talking a lot about pecans and being prevalent here in the borderland, but also something here specific to Anthony and another type of cultivation that we see a lot in Anthony, Texas, as well as Anthony, New Mexico, are grapevines.
Yeah, that's right. And so Anthony has one of the most amazing wineries, especially in the Southwest. And so I feel that Anthony has this place called Sombra Antigua Winery. It is top notch. So I hear. I haven't been. I want to make it out there, but let's learn more about it. Check it out.
Anthony's been interesting because it's been growing and emerging. When we moved here first, it was a non-incorporated city. The vineyard you see here is actually the oldest commercial vineyard in New Mexico. Of course, New Mexico has a really long and incredible history in wine. Our most popular is a sweet red.
So these two in particular I grabbed because one of them is our most popular dry red. It's not the driest that we have, but it is a grape that is very, very known to this part in particular. It's almost 300 years old.
We do an awful lot of events, weddings.
So we usually try to have a new musician every single weekend so that we kind of change it up as often as possible.
We're seeing a lot of food locations coming in we didn't have before. I mean, we're funny up here because we can go out and celebrate that we have a Whataburger now.
This area has gotten much more lively with all the businesses in the area, especially our own. We have become well known for not only our wine, but some of the musicians that we have.
We have an awful lot of return customers, like return every week. And so it's, we enjoy it. We love it up here.
Luckily for us, we've had enough customers that we've relaxed them to the point where they're comfortable drinking wine however they like it, so long as they're having a good experience, they know they're doing it correctly. Highway 28 has come to be known by the locals as a wine trail. We get a lot of customers who will either start here or end here just because of how easygoing it is.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
So we started a project in honor of the Martin Luther King National Day of Service. This is the 30th year of the MLK Day of Service, and our project is Sneakers for Asylum Seekers. So we've asked our community members to donate gently worn sneakers or new sneakers so that we can distribute to those who are seeking asylum and coming to our community.
You know, these individuals, when they come to us, a lot of them have nothing but, you know, just the hope of being here after having traveled for literally hundreds and maybe thousands of miles. And now with this program that we have, the Sneakers for Asylum Seekers, I think just to make sure I get this correct, we've had about 673 pairs donated. And so, you know, this is just that part of this program. It really just echoes the commitment that our community has and how united we are to make sure that we keep with those principles of social justice and fairness that Martin Luther King Jr. championed when he was around.
We appreciate you coming out today and sharing your time.
This is an incredible community. So much warmth. The Sun City is a true moniker, not just in terms of the sunshine in the sky, but the warmth in people's hearts. So we really appreciate everyone's willingness to support this project, this day of service, and thank you.
Started clearing and grubbing, taking out any excess material and trash and debris that was preparing all the right-of-way for this project.
So we're going to be extending John Hayes so that it connects on the south from Pelicano up here to the north at Montwood. So it's about a 3-mile stretch of land that is going to be connecting this really fast-growing part of the county.
So this project will take about 30 to 45 employees on a daily basis, and we're going to install brand new water line. We're going to be building ponds, retention ponds, and then after that, the concrete crews, the asphalt crews, and the dirt crews will all be considered, you know, coming in and following through, because this is going to be considered a major highway.
We've been planning this project for many, many years, but of course transportation projects, it is a lengthy process. They have to go through a design and environmental phase, and then of course finding funding is always a challenge.
Fortunately on this project we were able to secure the funding through the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization, where they are paying 80% of the project cost, and the county is responsible for the other 20% of the project.
1, 2, 3.
This project is anticipated to last 24 months. Actually, it will be completed next year on fall 2025.
The only thing that it's going to do is going to relieve any congestion that may be accumulating in throughout Zaragoza and Pelicano right now. Yeah, it'll be worth the wait.
This is just one of many projects that the county is working on right now here on this part of the county. So we have a lot of projects that we're very excited that are going to be coming into our transportation grid in the very near future.
visit the Mission Trail for many reasons. A wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makoam Herimba. Welcome, everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
We established here in Anthony 2 years ago, but we had our food truck about 4 years ago. Now we have a full inside capacity. We have a full bar, so we've been growing every year. I get people from Horizon, from Favens, from Las Cruces. It makes me feel special. One thing about barbecue, when I leave out of town, we do go out of our way, so it is, every barbecue joint is going to be a destination. So you do have to travel. We usually have our smokers outside. We don't cut the meat until it's ordered, so you'll see me walking around back and forward. As soon as they order, we cut your meats just to try to get that quality. Yeah, we do have a big support from both communities. So we always provide jobs. Most of my kids are either from Gaston or Anthony. I graduated here at Gaston, so I'm an alumni. My wife was a Wildcat, so this is our community. We've been here our lives, so we both grew up here. I get here at as early as 5:30 in the morning, and I leave probably 9 p.m. So you'll always see me here. I want to make sure you guys get the quality, that expectation. Now we guys keep coming back and bringing more friends. You know, and I see that all the time. I see people come and then they bring someone else, and then that someone else brings someone else. So that's what's making us grow all the time. A lot of people tell me, you know, there's just a little gem in there, and I believe that we're that little gem here in this small town. As you can see, we always advertise Anthony. I'm really proudful. For me, barbecue, being the first and last barbecue stop in Texas, that's really huge. We're in Exit Zero, so that's something really big for me. That's one of our quotes.
Just wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you.
So excited. My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first Plunge into the New Year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year.
That was very refreshing. A little frigid, but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
A lot of different reactions, actually. We had some that were just kind of like frozen in a sort of shock, and then the other ones that were just super excited and still really cold. This was also an intro again for this new season that's going to be coming on us pretty soon, actually. So with this new season coming up, we're going to be introducing swim lessons and lifeguard classes and different special events throughout the season.
Oh, I love events like this for the public. This is a great idea, a great way for us to kind of engage our children in the community. This was a great way to start the new year. It's a perfect way to plunge into refreshing cold water and reset everything for the new year. Happy 2024!
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Elections Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am. You're going to give me a sticker.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
I want to talk a little bit about the history of Anthony, and it became incorporated, an incorporated town back in 1881. This is when the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway was extended to that point. Anthony, New Mexico, of course, that is in Doña Ana County and borders the Texas side of Anthony, that is to our north. They often are considered the twin cities, though Anthony, New Mexico became incorporated back on July 1st of 2010 as a city. As of the 2020 United States Census, there were 3,671 people residing here.
Wow, so it's literally been a city for 13 years. Wow, that is incredible. I didn't know that. And I feel like every other town that we've been to, one of the best things that you'll see are the farms, the pecan farms.
That's right.
And I feel like Anthony is no exception. As a matter of fact, our reporter Tony Davis took a look at one of those farms. Check it out.
Anthony is known for its pecan farms, and C&J Farms is just one of the many in this area. I was able to speak with owner Shannon Singh, who says being a family-owned business makes all the hard work worth it. Purchased by his grandfather in 1935, Shannon Singh's family started C&J Farms. The farm grows crops like pecans, cotton, and alfalfa that are sold all around the country. After studying general studies at UTEP for 2 years, Singh felt like it was his time to take reins of the farm and has not looked back since.
I saw my dad getting older, and I said, I need to stay and help him. That's the reason to help my dad out, and then I just fell in love with it. You're out here, you're your own boss, and you watch things grow.
Not only has this farm been a part for many generations, but has become a crucial staple to the community.
It provides jobs. That's probably one of the biggest things. We have a pecan house where we shell our own pecans, and we provide that service to other people.
As a farm that will soon be celebrating 90 years in the Anthony community, Singh does have plans for its future. They include hoping to pass the torch to his children so that the farm can stay a part of the family.
Yes, hopefully. My son, Shannon Singh Jr., right now he's doing some other profession, but hopefully when he retires, he'll come up here and help me.
Singh says that he plans on increasing his pecan crops over the next few years so that he could continue to provide more for this area.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an Access to Justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're open. We have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law Library
Take turns with
Caesar, go ahead.
Commissioners, Court has reconvened into regular open session. Judge, would you be amenable to jumping to item number 24?
Lorelei, you requested to go.
Item number 24, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. Item number 24, grant application. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign and submit the fiscal year 2023 Community Project Funding Grant Agreement number B23 CPTX 1399 with the Department of Housing and Urban Development on behalf of the Animal Welfare Department in the amount of $1,300,000. No county match is required. Contract number 2024-0182.
Thank you. Good evening, Judge and Commissioners. Good to see you. Yes, we're here to bring you the application packet. It's almost complete. Wait for a signature from our judge for the El Paso County Animal Welfare Pet Wellness Clinic. And with our Congresswoman Escobar has supported this and helped us finally get this, push this through. We've had many people from our departments help me with this grant. It was a federal grant, as you know, 1.3, no match needed, and we will get busy as soon as we get a signature, get it back to HUD, and we will start building out this clinic. Excellent. I did have some people here. I see our purchasing agent here. Thank you, Karen is still here. I lost a couple, but they are all, Karen's here to tell you how diligently we are working with purchasing to get all the equipment. I see Lydia is here too, our engineer who has helped me so much. But everyone, every department from the Public Works to legal to grants to budget to IT, and of course your support and Ms. Keller's support. Thank you for this. We're going to have a state-of-the-art animal welfare clinic. It will reduce the stray population you see in the streets as you travel to work every day. It will support our community pet owners that love their pets, that will always have pets, and will reduce disease, and will start to create a pet wellness clinic with veterinarians that we've supported through our program, our foreign veterinarian program, and I'm happy to say that Dr. Garcia, one of our veterinarian residents, will be taking the national test this April. The national test for veterinarians is a test that every veterinarian in the United States has to take, and I can't wait for you to meet him. Here and available for any questions.
I'll move to
Lydia,
approve.
thank you as well.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín. Commissioner León.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye. Lorelei, long
Motion
overdue,
carries.
right? But thank you. This is a big, big thing for El Paso.
Yeah,
It
it's
really
wonderful.
is. This is
Thank
taking it
you.
to the next level and beyond.
Absolutely. I've never, ever in my 24 years now in animal welfare for government agencies received a grant with this much excitement and anticipation and just greater good.
Yeah, this is
So
big.
thank you.
Thank you very much. And everyone that worked on this. I know Karen, Lydia, thank you so much. When Lydia's involved, things happen, as I recall. Thank you.
Karen, purchasing.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, I did say Karen.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you. And
Thank you.
we're proud of Ms. Combs and her efforts.
Yes.
Okay, going back to the regular order, item number 21, Public Works. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the submission of Smart Mobility's Interstate 10 Segment 2 report as public comment for all relevant El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization and Texas Department of Transportation calls for public comment relating to Interstate 10 Segment 2.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. George Reyes, Assistant Planner with El Paso
Hey,
County
George.
Planning and Development. We also have Norm Marshall from Smart Mobility on the line in case there's any questions you also had about the report. But today, I'm coming to y'all with a request. 3 weeks ago, Norm presented the report on Segment 2 for the I-10 widening and presented his findings to the court. And you all gave us direction to bring back an action item to be able to have our department submit the report to TxDOT and the MPO for various public comment periods. And so that's what this item's doing today. We are requesting, I have some draft language to approve the submission of Smart Mobility Interstate 10 Segment 2 report as public comment for all relevant El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization and Texas Department of Transportation calls for public comment relating to Interstate 10 Segment 2 as a draft motion. But
I'll make the motion
questions?
unless there's any
Second.
questions.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
León.
Aye.
Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye. Thank you,
Motion
George.
carries.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Item number 22, receive a presentation from the Public Works Department regarding the cleanup of the property located at 3800 Crag.
Good evening, Judge Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. I have a brief update to include some pictures on the cleanup taking place at 3800 Craig. If you will recall, this is a cleanup to address the debris after the fire that took place on September 19th of 2024. So I think, next slide, please. This is a slide taken during an August 24 visit where we visited the site with our inspectors. This was before the fire, but just wanted to share these pictures because I think this brings content as far as how much trash was at the location. Next slide, please. This is some pictures. This is a picture that was taken after the fire. And I want to focus on the arrow that I have on this slide because it's pointing to the structure that I will be using to convey information as the Mr. Mendoza has made progress on this cleanup. Next slide, please. So if you notice on this slide, we still see the structure, and this was taken on January 26th. Our staff was out there taking pictures, and our GIS crew did a flight of the area. And you notice that there's significant removal of debris on January 26th. It was estimated that 40% of the cleanup had been completed. Next slide, please. In this slide, This light was taken on February 20th, which was sometime last week. And we go back to the same structure that I pointed out. And here you can see a significant difference on the cleanups that have taken place at the location. We estimate that 65% of the cleanup has been completed. We are in constant communication with Mr. Roberto Mendoza and have received all the receipts from the disposal of the debris. And we can make those available to the court if you'd like to see those. We plan on visiting the site again in 20 days from the last visit, which was February 20th. So we will be there on March the 12th. And just based on the conversation we've had with Mr. Mendoza, he expects to be pretty much 80% complete. But we, as per the agreement, it should be 75. And then the complete 100% of the property should be cleaned by April the 9th. That's all the information I have for the court. Any questions that I can answer for the court?
Commissioner Leon? Yeah.
And I had a conversation with the owners that I really didn't think that they could do it even close. So I'm very impressed with their production, and in fact that they are willing to produce those receipts where they're dumping that debris, as Norma just stated. So I'm planning a visit out there maybe sometime this week, Norma, and I know that we've had a flyover, was it last week?
Yes, sir. Last Tuesday we did a flyover also.
So,
yes.
So they've all been very cooperative.
Yes, sir. They've been very cooperative with our staff, and whenever we request access to their site, they have provided that for us. One of the things that I can share with you is that they're not always there, because what he said is he needs to work so that he can provide the funds for the cleanup. So if you'd like to visit, let us know and we can make arrangements so that they're available. And if you need our staff also, they can make themselves available.
Thank you, Norma. Also happily surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Judge, just
Yes, it looks good.
a big thank you to Norma and the team and the
Oh,
relationship
absolutely.
they've built
Yeah,
with
they've been
Mr.
diligent,
Mendoza to make this, I mean, and thank you. I mean, obviously, we wish we could have avoided this altogether, but I really appreciate how they've handled the follow through with them.
And Commissioner Leon pushing, making sure
Yes,
that it was
absolutely.
happening.
Yes, of course. And the county attorneys also.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great
Thank
job.
you all. Thank you so
Norma.
much.
Thank you. Caesar.
Item number 23 from grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. Item 23, grant application. Approve and authorize the Public Works Department to submit an application to the U.S. Department of Transportation for the Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity Grant Program. The project is for a 1.13-mile extension of Bob Hope Drive in the amount of $24,975,000 with a cash match of $12,325,000. Funds are available in General Fund, El Paso County Mobility Projects Transfer Out, Grant Match, contract number 2024-0090.
Welcome, Daniel.
Welcome. Good evening, Commissioners. George, Daniel Marquez, Transportation Engineer, for the record. This item before you is to allow the county to submit an application with the U.S. Department of Transportation for the RISE Run. The intent is to submit an application for the construction phase cost for the Bob Hope project. This project is located on the far east of El Paso. It's a critical path that was listed on the county master thoroughfare plan. Is listed on the MPO tip list as well on City El Paso ETJ. It's critical for many aspects. One is, and the most critical at this moment, is to close the gap between Joe Vado and Mission Ridge. If completed, it will provide an alternative route of the ongoing I will say, section between Pelicano. So this will be a connection east and west that hopefully we can secure the funding for construction. At this moment, the project is 90% completed. It's anticipated to be completed 100% the design phase this year on fall, and that is including the environmental process. All the process that has to meet all the FEOL requirements have been accomplished, and this moment is just almost to the end of the pretty much end of the line. Some of the design elements, as you can see on the picture, is to improve pretty much safety on this area. That will be illumination, drainage, curb and gutter, paving marking, as well shared use paths. So it will be a multimodal transportation network when completed. The map that you see in front of you is a better representation on why it's critical to the county. You can see on red that it shows a connectivity between Joe Vado all the way to Mission Ridge. It's a critical path because it will pretty much alleviate all the congestion on this area on the far east of El Paso, and future development to provide an alternative to West Pelicano as well Paseo del Este. And just a reminder, Paseo del Este and Pelicano both are at capacity, and Pelicano for all the ongoing situations, it will help to alleviate some of the traffic once completed. At this moment also, you can see all the development that is going on this area. The intent is to pretty much alleviate, as I mentioned, congestion on this area and hopefully provide, I will say, to reduce the wait times overall and the queues. On this image, it's important to mention that Texas Transportation Institute performed a benefit cost analysis of this project. And the results, on so short, it provided that for every dollar that we spend on this project, on the long term, we are anticipating to recover $6. That is based on multiple criteria. That is based on the construction cost of the project, as well as going to alleviate congestion on the area, safety, and a little bit of environmental. Environmental was not fully contemplated because it's not completed, but it's going to provide a lot of benefits to the community when completed. At this moment, the application we are requesting for the maximum amount is $25 million. We reduce a little bit just by the recommendation of the Ferguson Group. But overall, it's a $32 million construction project. It's a little high, but we had to take in consideration that we had to cross a depressed area in Arroyo. And this project, I forgot to mention, going back to this slide, is critical for the development of the sport complex from the Socorro Independent School District. So they have been our partners on this project from day one, where they have dedicated the roadway needed, a portion of the roadway needed for this project. So with that being said, as I mentioned, I don't want to take much of your time. We'll be here if you have any questions related to the project. Besides, I will request for the court approval to submit this application.
Daniel, if the application is not awarded, what is Plan B for obtaining this funding? Because clearly, I mean, the project is very important to that area of the county.
In coordination with the budget department, we are looking at different alternatives. One that had to, I will say, alternative one, it will be this application. Alternative two, it will be just wait for the MPO funding once those are available. The downside with our option is that the funding will be available until 2028, 2029. So that we are talking more than 5-7 years from now, which is not beneficial for the community. That will be option B. Option C is in coordination with budget department and the county administration to secure a loan or going to different funding sources to secure the construction cost for this project. And a loan, it will be different types of loans, but I have Jessica Garcia who can provide more information into the details of how we are anticipating to pretty much to have different alternatives.
Well, hopefully we'll keep our fingers crossed that this application is approved.
This is critical. I mean, connectivity right now. Phew.
No, yes, and just something that is beneficial on this project, as I mentioned, in coordination with the TTI, we asked in a 6-to-1 ratio. That is compared, that is good, that is bad. I mentioned usually it's 1-to-1, 2-to-1. On this one being 6-to-1, we are really competitive as well. We feel that it's a really strong application because we are submitting the project as it was a shell rate project, because at that time, once we receive the award, it will be a shell rate project, and based on recent years on the awards from the Department of Transportation, they prefer projects where they can immediately see progress. Not that it's going to be on the planning stage or design phase, but something that is going to be at the impact to the community at the moment.
If there aren't any questions, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good job, Daniel.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Item number 25, Budget and Finance. Receive a presentation regarding the 2024 Budget Register and fiscal year 2025 budget impact.
Good evening, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza, Budget and Finance Department. As part of our regular updates to the court regarding our current fiscal year and upcoming fiscal year expenses, we will be presenting our Budget Register monthly to allow for discussion as needed. The Budget Register is a tool that we keep internally to track budget changes throughout the year, which will impact next year's budget adoption. The Budget Register is a list of items that have been approved by the court and includes contract increases, program increases, and grant match increases. Many of our renewing contracts contain annual inflators, either at a set percentage or a CPI inflator. As renewals are approved, the difference of the increase will also increase our budget. Rarely will a contract ever have a decreasing impact unless reductions are negotiated by the departments or there is a change in the scope of service. Program increases are requests for additional funds to expand a current service by a department or is an increase due to a rise in operating cost. As we apply for more grants, our match commitments also increase, as evident by Daniel, requiring more general fund dollars. Additionally, in some cases, for recurring grant-funded programs, the funding agencies will start to reduce the amount of the annual award, which creates a possible increase to our general fund, should the court choose to fund the difference which was lost by the granting agency. We currently have 4 state grants that are on sustainability programs that we know will be reduced by 10% each year. As the award amount decreases and personnel cost increase, programs will require additional funds to fill the gap between the award and the actual cost. As of February 19th, our register stands at a projected $5.6 million increase over our FY24 adopted budget. This amount is the equivalent of just under a penny of our current M&O tax rate of 0.406984. Most of the projected increase is due to the collective bargaining agreement approved this past summer, which is projected to increase our personnel costs for law enforcement by $5.2 million in FY25. Other increases range from very minimal and non-material amounts to $60,000 to $70,000 for our grant-funded programs. Many of these grant matches will be included in our budget, as the award announcements are not expected until after our budget has been adopted. Should a current program not receive an award for FY25, it is very likely the court will be asked to decide whether the program should continue, and if approved, would include increased cost absorbed by the general fund. What we have not yet calculated into the register are the impacts from SB 4. These include the potential loss of federal inmate revenue, increased costs of medical and mental health costs for state inmates, the increased cost of personnel, and the detention facilities, as well as the impact to our judicial system's operating costs. We will continue to update you each month on the status of our budget register and any other areas we project will have an impact on our budget, including material decreases in our revenue or projections of expense increases. And I'm available for any questions.
Just the uncertainty of SB4 is just, it's frightening, so I don't know if we try our best to calculate or, because it's uncertain, but also maybe at least try to project or, I mean, just as much as we can, because I mean, the uncertainty to our budget is I don't think people realize that, you know, how,
Well, just maybe Judge, like, have staff kind of do, you know, theoretical scenarios, like, you know, if we have this many arrests and this many people jailed, you know,
If we can go up one
2,000
slide.
more, or if it's 4,000 more, if it's 8,000 more, like we're projecting.
and we could use
So
that
we've
also
done
for
some
the-
initial analysis, and I think the preliminary analysis that we looked at put us at about $26 million short.
Well, I think that's a combination, so
yeah, it's a
losing $11 million in revenue, which you do see here, that's what we have right now budgeted, which I don't think will hit. I just looked at the federal marshal revenue like 10 minutes ago, and I don't think we'll hit
Not
our
even gonna hit
budget
11.
this year. Our budget this year is 11 million in revenue.
Right around 11 million.
And to date, in that first, as Barbara was covering, we've collected 2.4 million in the first third of the year. So if it stayed perfectly flat, we'd be under budget $3 million short in revenue already.
But I think when Jessica mentioned the collaterals, like the hospitalizations,
Right.
mental health issues, I mean,
But that 26 million is in those other two that say to be determined. We have done projections.
Okay.
The thing is the state is, I think, booking more than we're even seeing reduced in the Fed level.
and Betsy, supposedly, I mean, the governor did mention that because of this plan, that there's going to be money that would come to our communities. What is that about?
So that they have asked us for input on that plan. Well, let me back up. They haven't asked us for input, but Texas Border Coalition asked us to provide input on that concept, and we did. We provided input on how we think it should be allocated, basically similar to the way the federal marshal pays for their detainees under those charges. So in that case, the only thing that concerns me, Judge, is that, so there's money available right now through Operation Lone Star, but the parameters that the governor has on it,
We have to sell our souls to the devil, basically.
you have to, right.
That's what I thought about when.
So that's my concern. If he puts those same parameters on this other bucket of money, he's basically coercing you to align with his beliefs or values.
Yeah. Well, I've never seen this much uncertainty, even in the pandemic. I mean, we had a little bit of control.
This is, one of the things that I heard during my evaluation was, you know, how are we keeping you all aware all year long of these added impacts? And so that's what I've been asking for some time for us to start this like budget register presentation to you all. So when you commit to something, you know, because when we're doing it like on an agenda like if there's one thing every week, it doesn't capture the totality of it. And so as Jessica mentioned, they're going to do it once a month. And I think it really helps paint the picture of what we're adding all year long throughout the year for the next year's budget. And helps us think about that as we're making those decisions and to monitor how we're doing. We will, this 5.6 million, we are going to see some other revenues come up. Or some increases in some revenues, but our sales tax is slowing down in growth. Our property tax won't be as significant next year because we're not projecting an increase from what this year was. So we'll have some funding available, but again, we're also trying to make up that reserve shortfall. So we're going to have a really tough, tight fiscal year while we find out about that other money.
We're avoiding a perfect storm, in essence, because it could happen. I mean, the
Absolutely.
taxes going down, sales tax, the situation, it's going to be a tough
Well, I mean,
budget process.
if we're not successful and SB4 goes into, goes into effect, and I mean, we're gonna have to come up with $26 million. I mean, I don't know if there's, we're either gonna have to look at like all grant-funded positions and stop funding positions that were funded by grants before, or cut, I don't know, reduction in forces.
The impact.
What are we looking at?
the 26
Because if we just say, you know what, we're not gonna raise taxes and we're not gonna raise taxes, we have to be realistic
Right.
about, where are we gonna come up with 26, where are we gonna come up with 5% of our budget?
Right.
No, we need to start then telling now our staff, if we don't want to raise taxes, then they need to start cutting 5% out of their budget.
And we
across the
can't-
board.
the
every-
majority-
every department, so we can come up with that $26 million.
The majority of your departments cannot cut 5% out of their budget without touching people.
Well, and that's the point. So, I know we don't want to have the conversation about raising taxes, but if we do, we have to continue to talk about the state causing this. This is why we had to raise taxes this last time. It wasn't because we raised our salaries. It's because the state saddled us with $30 million in additional tax burden that we had to then come up with on our own. I want to continue to iterate and reiterate that because, the public need to understand that the narrative of, that was put out there during budget cycle this last year is completely false. And, if we have to raise taxes this next year, it's going to be because the state has forced us to do so. And we probably won't even be able to raise taxes by $26 million because we have a tax cap, which is also, thrown at us by the state. And so, if we can only raise 3%, how much is that, Jessica? I don't know what the calculation is, but
This year with our voter approval rate, that increase
it was 20.
gained us 34 million.
Yeah, 34 million. So maybe we'll be able to cover it with if we go up to the voter approval rate again, but we need to start really reaching out to the public and letting them know that this is coming and that this is why we're going to have to do this. We have a bare bones budget. We already have a bare bones budget. And, there is not waste in this budget. There is not pork in this budget. This is I think, a very bare bones budget as it is. And, we're at the point where we can't, we're dangerously low with our reserves, which is, again, another reason why we had to raise taxes, so we could keep a healthy level, which we aren't even going to probably hit that healthy level, even though we did raise the taxes. And unless, we on the Commissioners Court have ideas about where we're going to cut, but I just don't know where. Because, as Betsy says, if we start cutting 5% into the budget of every department, you're going to see a reduction in force.
And Commissioner, I think to your point is as these cases do increase from the state, your courts are going to actually need more personnel. So,
Right.
so while you may reduce in force in some areas,
it's going to
your others will have
perpetuate,
to
you're
come
going to
up.
have these people in jail longer because we're having more backlogs in the courts. It's just like, it's going to create this vicious, cycle that, and so, we need to, I think as a court, start telling the public and stay away from the narrative that, we can get away with this or do this, be prepared for this, because we need to be prepared for it. We need to be prepared for it. And so if nobody else has any ideas on where to cut, then we need to start, we need to start telling people, you need to brace for an increase, but this is the state that is doing this to us. And we need to hammer that and hammer that and hammer that and hammer that.
Because it says, like what I mentioned earlier, what is a national issue? Immigration is a national issue, but we're moving it to being a locally funded
And we would be in a much worse situation if we would not have raised taxes this year. We would be in a much worse situation. I mean, we wouldn't have any reserves, and we were smart in raising taxes this year because, you know, it's going to help pad, you know, and I mean, it's going to help. It's going to help us. It's going to help.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
Deal with this issue, you know.
And I think just the cautionary tale in the grants, I think we have to really think more long-term impact of grants that we apply for. Because
right.
we can't afford to do annual grants anymore.
I mean, we've talked a lot about increasing our grant capacity, and we need to do that, and we've done that, but we also have to understand that when a grant runs out, we can't always just like pick up. We have to understand that that's a grant-funded program, and if the grant runs out, then we can't offer that service anymore, and we can't just keep picking them up. You know, I mean, we can continue to look for other granting opportunities. We need to bulk that up. Again, like if we compare ourselves to other counties, we don't bring in as much grant revenue as some other counties do, and we could do more. But we have to be cognizant of the fact that if the grant runs out, then we can't always keep it going.
And some of the grants require us to commit up front to continuing the program after the money's gone.
Right.
So we need to be conscientious of that when we enter those. So we're not asking for any action on this item today, but this will become a monthly item. And I really appreciate Jessica and the team for putting this together. And we'll continue to work on those projections for what are the full impacts and that
Those
messaging.
scenarios.
And I like the idea of having the continual register because, you know, I just don't want to, you know, to have arguments later when we're having budget discussions where, you know, it's, you know, well, it was included in the budget. Well, yes, it was included in the budget because we all put it in the budget from the very beginning. You know, in March or in April or in May, when we approved these types of expenditures, and it was added into the budget. And so at the end of the budget process, when we're in June, July, and August, you know, going over everything, yes, everything's there in the budget. And you know, if we didn't want it there, then we shouldn't have voted for it because we didn't have enough to pay for it. And we have to make those tough decisions and say, either we don't do the increase or we have to pay for it in some manner. We can't just throw our hands up and say, oh, you know, it's in the budget, I'm not going to vote for it.
Commissioner.
You know, this is a good idea to keep it on a monthly basis, make sure that we keep an eye, so to speak, on all these issues that are coming up, and we're cognizant of the fact that we may not have increased funds next year because of what's happening to us. And you know, I'd like to see what the percentage of the unfunded mandates from the state now are, considering these issues that we have. I'd like to see us do, you know, I'm sure it's more than 54% by now, especially with the issue of the smuggling cases and now the SB4 coming up. And I agree, Commissioner Stott, you know, if we hadn't raised the taxes, and where would we be right now? $34 million more short. And yet out there in the public, there's people campaigning, trashing us that we did so. And I think that's irresponsible.
It's ridiculous.
It's not only ridiculous, it's, you know, I wonder how they feel about cutting, you know, some of the salaries of the sheriffs and not giving them vests and not giving them all these other issues that we were able to do with that increased tax. But they're out there campaigning on that and trashing the court, the entire court, that we did so. I'd like to see them. I don't see them here present to look at this presentation. None of them. I don't. Maybe they can add that to their questioning by the medias and the public. What they're going to do, what they would propose to do in this situation. Just a flat-out decision like that to me is just totally tells me that those people do not understand the working of our government.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jessica, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate
Good
it.
evening.
Thank you.
Before we go into executive session,
Betsy, are they serving food at Veronica's?
Before we go into executive session, we'd like to take care of some quick housekeeping on some of those items. We have item 26B pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discuss and interview candidates for the Bond Advisory Committee Chair position. We'd like to ask for a motion to postpone that item 2 weeks. Item 26I pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, discuss and receive legal advice concerning the county's rights and responsibilities with respect to security within the county jail. Also like to request 2 weeks postponement. And item 26J pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, discuss and receive legal advice concerning the county's rights and responsibilities under the collective bargaining agreement with the El Paso County Sheriff's Officers Association. We'd also like to request that item postponed 2 weeks. If I could get one. J for 3 weeks, okay.
Before you ask for that motion, Cesar, I wanted to see if the court, sorry, I'm not on the microphone. If there's any interest, the items that we absolutely need to hear today are items F and G. I don't know if you all, if there's other ones you want to for sure have today, maybe H. But the others, which would be D, E, if you'd also like to postpone D and E for 2 weeks.
I don't have a problem postponing D or E, I guess, if it's not time sensitive.
So it's B, D, and E.
Is he sensitive on as far as time?
So we definitely need to do, you said F and G.
And if you all wanted to discuss H today.
If we can go over H, I think we should go over H because I wanted to talk about the other S before.
So are you okay with postponing? Okay, so we would also add to your motion, Cesar, items D and E for 2 weeks. We'll hear F, G, and H.
Okay, so that's going to be postpone B for 2 weeks, D 2 weeks, E 2 weeks, I 2 weeks, and J 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay. Could I get a motion for those?
So moved.
Second.
Sorry, guys.
You were so excited to be here.
Commissioner Holguín?
Were you going to read it? D and E?
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Commissioners' Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 26F, 26G, and 26H pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners' Court will reconvene to take official action.
If I can ask a question really quick before we do that, just out of courtesy to some of the people who could leave. So we'll not do item 27 because it's related to an item that was postponed. If we want an open session item 28, if we want that open session item, I'll keep our sign language interpreters here. But if we don't think there will be open action, I'd let them go.
I don't think there's going to be open action. I just have some legal questions on.
Is that okay with you all?
Yes, you can. I think you can let
Okay,
them leave.
so no,
So if there's no action, then if I could ask for a motion to delete,
yes, and we'll put them back
a
on.
motion to delete items 27 and 28, please.
So moved.
Second.
Betsy, I'm just asking if like item 27 and the other related item in closed session, if we might have a special meeting to get it sooner than that?
We could, and we could do it sooner. We're just trying to keep next Monday light because it's right before an election and a lot of
Right.
people can't watch
Okay.
or be available that day. But if you want to do it next week, we could.
I'm just thinking if it's possible, I think we ought to try and move. I mean, that's what might save our budget down the road.
Okay, we could just do it for next Monday, postpone it for 1 week. Change,
That's the digital.
We need to do something.
we'll need to change the motion, the last motion, we'll need to reconsider item number E and
27th.
we would ask to postpone item E and item 27 for 1 week.
Okay, if we can get the motion to reconsider 26E and 27, please.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. And a motion to postpone items 26E and 27 for 1 week.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. And a motion to delete item 28, please.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Did we do two things with item 28, Bench?
Oh,
No?
no, sir, we just did 27.
Okay. Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 26F, 26G, and 26H pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action. It is 6:11 p.m.
Wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you. So excited. My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first plunge into the new year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year.
That was very refreshing. A little frigid, but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
A lot of different reactions, actually. We had some that were just kind of like frozen in a sort of shock, and then the other ones that were just super excited and still really cold. This was also an intro again for this new season that's going to be coming on us pretty soon, actually. So with this new season coming up, we're going to be introducing swim lessons and lifeguard classes and different special events throughout the season.
Oh, I love events like this for the public. This is a great idea, a great way for us to kind of engage our children in the community. This was a great way to start the new year. It's a perfect way to plunge into refreshing cold water and reset everything for the new year. Happy 2024!
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
The El Paso County Elections Department wants you to know how quick and easy it is to vote. Our elections are safer and more secure than ever. After being checked in, you will receive an activation card. Now all you have to remember is that you're done in 4 and you're out the door. First, insert the activation card into the voting machine. Second, make your selections using the touchscreen or audio tactile keypad. Third, print and review your choices. If you see a mistake or you change your mind about a choice, tell an election worker. You can correct your ballot up to 2 more times so that it is exactly the way you want it. Step number 4, your vote is officially cast when you insert your reviewed ballot into the ballot scanner. When the screen displays the American flag, that indicates your ballot was scanned and your vote has been counted. Remember that voters in El Paso County are eligible to vote at any polling location during the early voting period or on election day. For more information or to find your closest polling location, please visit epcountyvotes.com. If a voter is physically unable to enter the polling place without assistance or likelihood of injury to his or her health, they may ask that an election worker bring a voting machine during the early voting period or on election day to the entrance of the polling place and cast their vote from their vehicle. If you are a voter requesting curbside voting, look for the curbside voting sign, park in front of the sign, and you may call or text the number displayed on the sign to request assistance.
Hello. How are you?
As required by Texas law, you will be allowed the same voting experience and privacy when casting your vote.
Thank you. Thank you for voting, ma'am.
For more information, visit epcountyvotes.com.
want to talk a little bit about the history of Anthony, and it became incorporated, an incorporated town back in 1881. This is when the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway was extended to that point. Anthony, New Mexico, of course, that is in Doña Ana County and borders the Texas side of Anthony, that is to our north. They often are considered the twin cities, though Anthony, New Mexico became incorporated back on July 1st of 2010 as a city. As of the 2020 United States Census, there were 3,671 people residing here.
Wow, so it's literally been a city for 13 years. Wow, that is incredible. I didn't know that. And I feel like every other town that we've been to, one of the best things that you'll see are the farms, the pecan farms.
That's right.
And I feel like Anthony is no exception. As a matter of fact, our reporter Tony Davis took a look at one of those farms. Check it out.
Anthony is known for its pecan farms, and C&J Farms is just one of the many in this area. I was able to speak with owner Shannon Singh, who says being a family-owned business makes all the hard work worth it. Purchased by his grandfather in 1935, Shannon Singh's family started C&J Farms. The farm grows crops like pecans, cotton, and alfalfa that are sold all around the country. After studying general studies at UTEP for 2 years, Singh felt like it was his time to take reins of the farm and has not looked back since.
I saw my dad getting older, and I said, I need to stay and help him. That's the reason to help my dad out, and then I just fell in love with it. You're out here, you're your own boss, and you watch things grow.
Not only has this farm been a part for many generations, but has become a crucial staple to the community.
It provides jobs. That's probably one of the biggest things. We have a pecan house where we shell our own pecans, and we provide that service to other people.
As a farm that will soon be celebrating 90 years in the Anthony community, Singh does have plans for its future. They include hoping to pass the torch to his children so that the farm can stay a part of the family.
Yes, hopefully. My son, Shannon Singh Jr., right now he's doing some other profession, but hopefully when he retires, he'll come up here and help me.
Singh says that he plans on increasing his pecan crops over the next few years so that he could continue to provide more for this area.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're opening, we have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
We were talking a lot about pecans and being prevalent here in the borderland, but also something here specific to Anthony and another type of cultivation that we see a lot in Anthony, Texas, as well as Anthony, New Mexico, are grapevines.
Yeah, that's right. And so Anthony has one of the most amazing wineries, especially in the Southwest. And so I feel that Anthony has this place called Sombra Antigua Winery. It is top notch. So I hear. I haven't been. I want to make it out there, but let's learn more about it. Check it out.
Anthony's been interesting because it's been growing and emerging. When we moved here first, it was a non-incorporated city. The vineyard you see here is actually the oldest commercial vineyard in New Mexico. Of course, New Mexico has a really long and incredible history in wine. Our most popular is a sweet red.
So these two in particular I grabbed because one of them is our most popular dry red. It's not the driest that we have, but it is a grape that is very, very known to this part in particular. It's almost 300 years old.
We do an awful lot of events, weddings.
So we usually try to have a new musician every single weekend so that we kind of change it up as often as possible.
We're seeing a lot of food locations coming in we didn't have before. I mean, we're funny up here because we can go out and celebrate that we have a Whataburger now.
This area has gotten much more lively with all the businesses in the area, especially our own. We have become well known for not only our wine, but some of the musicians that we have.
We have an awful lot of return customers, like return every week. And so we enjoy it. We love it up here.
Luckily for us, we've had enough customers that we've relaxed them to the point where they're comfortable drinking wine however they like it, so long as they're having a good experience, they know they're doing it correctly. Highway 28 has come to be known by the locals as a wine trail. We get a lot of customers who will either start here or end here just because of how easygoing it is.
for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
So we started a project in honor of the Martin Luther King National Day of Service. This is the 30th year of the MLK Day of Service, and our project is Sneakers for Asylum Seekers. So we've asked our community members to donate gently worn sneakers or new sneakers so that we can distribute to those who are seeking asylum and coming to our community.
You know, these individuals, when they come to us, a lot of them have nothing but, you know, just the hope of being here after having traveled for literally hundreds and maybe thousands of miles. And now with this program that we have, the Sneakers for Asylum Seekers, I think just to make sure I get this correct, we've had about 673 pairs donated. And so, you know, this is just that part of this program. It really just echoes the commitment that our community has and how united we are to make sure that we keep with those principles of social justice and fairness that Martin Luther King Jr. championed when he was around.
We appreciate you coming out today and sharing your time.
This is an incredible community. So much warmth. The Sun City is a true moniker, not just in terms of the sunshine in the sky, but the warmth in people's hearts. So we really appreciate everyone's willingness to support this project, this day of service, and thank you.
Started clearing and grubbing, taking out any excess material and trash and debris that was preparing all the right-of-way for this project.
So we're going to be extending John Hayes so that it connects on the south from Pelicano up here to the north at Montwood. So it's about a 3-mile stretch of land that is going to be connecting this really fast-growing part of the county.
This project will take about 30 to 45 employees on a daily basis, and we're going to install brand new water line. We're going to be building ponds, retention ponds, and then after that, the concrete crews, the asphalt crews, and the dirt crews will all be considered, you know, coming in and following through, because this is going to be considered a major highway.
We've been planning this project for many, many years, but of course, transportation projects, it is a lengthy process. They have to go through a design and environmental phase, and then of course, finding funding is always a challenge.
Fortunately, on this project, we were able to secure the funding to the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization, where they are paying 80% of the project cost, and the county is responsible for the other 20% of the project.
1, 2, 3.
This project is anticipated to last 24 months. Actually, it will be completed next year on fall 2025.
The only thing that it's going to do is going to relieve any congestion that may be accumulating in throughout Zaragoza and Pelicano right now. Yeah, it'll be worth the wait.
This is just one of many projects that the county is working on right now here on this part of the county. So we have a lot of projects that we're very excited that are going to be coming into our transportation grid in the very near future.
Visit the Mission Trail for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Welcome everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
We established here in Anthony 2 years ago, but we had our food truck about 4 years ago. Now we have a full inside capacity. We have a full bar, so we've been growing every year. I get people from Horizon, from Favens, from Las Cruces. It makes me feel special. One thing about barbecue, when I leave out of town, we do go out of our way, so it is, every barbecue joint is gonna be a destination. So you do have to travel. We usually have our smokers outside. We don't cut the meat into its order, so you'll see me walking around back and forward. As soon as they order, we cut your meats just to try to get that quality. Yeah, we do have a big support from both communities. We always provide jobs. Most of my kids are either from Gaston or Anthony. I graduated here at Gaston, so I'm an alumni. My wife was a Wildcat, so this is our community. We've been here our lives, so we both grew up here. I get here at as early as 5:30 in the morning, and I leave probably 9 p.m. So you'll always see me here. I want to make sure you guys get the quality, that expectation. Now you guys keep coming back and bringing more friends. You know, and I see that all the time. I see people come and then they bring someone else, and then that someone else brings someone else. So that's what's making us grow all the time. A lot of people tell me, you know, there's just a little gem in there, and I believe that we're that little gem here in this small town. As you can see, we always advertise Anthony. I'm really proudful. For me, barbecue, being the first and last barbecue stop in Texas, that's really huge. We're in Exit Zero, so that's something really big for me. That's one of our quotes.
Wait till I get my costume on, let me tell you. So excited. My mom challenged me. She told me that I would be too chicken to do it. So here I am. I'm gonna do it.
So we had our first Plunge into the New Year event. The whole idea is daring people to jump into cold water. It's pretty much jumping in, washing off the old into the new year.
That was very refreshing. A little frigid, but a great way to start the new year. One year I dressed up as a pickle for Halloween, and for Christmas my kids asked me to dress up as a pickle for Christmas as well. And so now the costume has just kind of been a holiday staple in our family.
Okay, Caesar, go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 6:45 p.m. Judge, we have completed all the items on our agenda.
Well, thank you. You know, we were right. I said it was going to be half a day, 12 hours. So we're almost there to, to make it. So thank you for everybody, our production team, commissioners. Have a great week. Thank you. Caesar, everybody.
This concludes today's meeting at 6:45 p.m.